It is the last Friday of 2024 in the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is, which will continue in 2025 and forever.
Of course.
Another
You're welcome, Eric.
52 weeks.
You're welcome, Eric.
Another year to look forward to, Eric.
Anything we can do for you. Part of this episode is going to be, like, honestly, this episode just needs to continue on and on and on until Amanda's live stream starts. And then Eric will be joining that live stream because Eric can't get enough. He simply cannot get enough.
What about you cut the World Wide Web, Eric? That'll probably be the only way. But there's always Starlink.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's so many
on
ways,
and
Eric.
on.
There's so many ways. Everyone, the people demand that Eric said that Eric continues on.
Even
Till
Elon's
2025.
got us covered.
Yeah. True enough.
Josh just says it's Friday night. You know what that means because I'm Carlos is live. Facts. Paul, Evening Jets and like button sponsor. There you go. You got a new name, Eric.
Oh, lucky
Global.
me.
Merry Christmas, you beautiful humans, and Eric. Thank you, Global.
It's nice I don't have to wear my glasses because I can see the screen.
Yes, Bobby is not currently in the Garage of Knowledge. He may join us again later from the Garage of Knowledge, but right now he is in the regular Office of Knowledge.
Yeah. Yes.
Regular, yeah.
Dining room / living room / whatever. Yeah.
Not in
I
the
like
garage,
to
but-
think of it as your normal podcast HQ.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
For most podcast episodes, I think you record from that spot.
Yep.
Makes
Oh,
sense.
before it used to be in the office,
Yes.
in the house. Yeah.
The basement.
Prior.
The
Much
other
prior.
house.
Yeah, that was the main
Yep.
floor. That was the one bedroom that I used. So,
How's you guys'
yeah.
Christmases?
We only had one, but I mean, yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
Eric decided to sponsor multiple Christmases this year, so I think it's going to be very exciting.
No.
Yeah, the night
Okay.
before, the day of, and the day after. The Boxing
Yeah.
Day sale.
Hello, Jeff.
Should I? Is it time for me to show that? My favorite Christmas present that my daughter gave me.
Oh, we'll get that in just a second. I'll finish
Right.
reading
Just
comments.
let me know because I'm ready.
Thomas Cardboard
Okay.
says, Carlos, are you ready for another Super Bowl run for the Packers? Well, they got a chance. They're in the tournament. That's all you need to do. You need to be in the tournament if you want to have a chance.
Mhm.
Global is 12 p.m. over here in Melbourne. Well, good evening to you. Or good afternoon, actually.
Name.
Name, happy Friday, happy holidays.
I have had my fill of him already today. I'm done.
Wow.
I
Wow.
have nothing left to give to that man. I'm done.
Time's up.
I'm done.
Amazing.
Okay.
We'll start noon in the new year.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're basically at the end of the year. So honestly, there's just
Are you
plenty
doing
left.
the show on Tuesday as well again? New Year's Eve show?
Oh, yeah, the New Year's Eve show for sure. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Christ, someone just kill me.
Yes.
Well, we can do that on the New Year's Eve show. That's fine. And then you can come back as the undead
Yeah.
because your
Well, that'd be
contract
good.
extends
Yeah.
beyond death. Your contract
That's
extends
right.
beyond death. It's like Ray Bork. Same thing.
Yep.
Ray Bork is not
Doesn't
dead.
get you out of the like button, but it's still.
Ray Bork is not dead.
That's a bit of a philosophical argument, Bobby and Eric. It's like, if your body is deceased, unalived, but you continue to roam the earth as Ray Bork does that mean you're dead or does that mean you're alive?
Ray Bork is not dead.
That's a tough one, man. I don't know. Got to be honest. Don't know about that one.
The living
Not
dead.
sure. Billy Joe says,
Yeah,
good evening, Carlos and
actually-
gang. Good evening.
I actually have to check in tomorrow with Phil to see if Ray's coming in or not because he's supposed to. I got to follow up on that tomorrow.
You need a checkup from the neck up, brother. Oop, did I say that
Brains.
all out? I did. Oh.
I was cleaning up a few drawers today, and I came across this. I didn't even know I had him. Paul Bissonnette.
Or Bizanet.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Indeed,
Surprise.
indeed.
The guy will take care of 6 guys at the same time.
That took guts, man. That took some guts to do what he did.
Yep. I found one of these. Bernie in the Boston Bruins uniform where he started.
Nice. I know a guy who met him and was talking to him in French recently.
In French.
Yeah.
I'll
yeah.
say.
En français? En français?
I know a guy. I know
About
a guy.
you in your
I was
face,
talking
too.
to a guy.
They're good old knuckles. Chris
Mhm.
Nyland.
All right. I'm going to read a couple of these comments here. So Ray says, "Hello everyone. How was Christmas for each of you?" Well,
Great.
we had the Christmas Eve episode, and then the Christmas Day was basically just open up the gift certificates and the sweaters.
We're adults now.
Yeah, gift certificates and sweaters. And the irony, the best part about it is like when you're an adult, a sweater is actually a useful gift. It's, yeah, I'll wear that.
It is. And socks.
It's cold.
Yep.
I'll wear that. Yeah, I'll totally wear that. We need layers. We're good.
So
I got sweaters and I got a hoodie. I was like, you've thought well. You've thought well.
and where do you get to spend your cards at?
Yeah.
Usually it's Marks or Amazon. So those are the two. Amazon obviously works for just about anything. Can be for whatever.
Pretty much.
But Marks is the other one because they're a lot of these clothes are Marks, and I got one just down the street. So I was like, perfect.
Perfect.
Yep, that's fine.
I got
Is there a Canadian Tire attached to it?
There is on the other side of the plaza. So at the
Usually.
end of the plaza, there's a Canadian Tire, and they actually kept the Marks actually has its own storefront. It is separate. It's got its own, but they're basically like 80 feet from each other.
Gonna have to take you there, Eric. Canadian Tire.
Canadian Tire. Oh, how exciting! Because that's
Yeah.
a place I want to go.
It's
It's
a
like
Canadian
this.
landmark.
Yes, it is, Eric. Listen, it's
like-
the most exciting place since
Oh, I
since
can't
the
wait.
purveyors of the chocolate sticks.
They give
Oh.
you Gretzky rookies sometimes there.
It's true.
It's
Little
like
do you know,
cards.
Canadian Tire it doesn't just have
to-
tires. They got a lot of things.
They got lots of things at the Canadian Tire. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's like Cards HQ. They got lots of things for you.
Basically the same thing.
Oh, it's better than Card HQ.
Listen, at this
Maybe.
point, Canadian Tire might have more cards than Cards HQ.
Probably.
Name says he gave me 35 minutes of his time today. He's already reached his quota for 2025. I think we need to increase it. Name says socks are a great gift as an adult. I was so happy when I got a pack of socks.
I hate
Sadly,
it
this is true.
I hate it when I agree with him. I hate it.
Damn the usefulness of socks. Damn them.
My Christmas is not complete unless I get new socks.
You have to get them once a year.
Or what
sometimes.
else?
I
Yep.
got my boatload of socks, so
Good.
I was pleased.
I got new headphones. JBLs.
Yeah,
Very.
JBLs are good. JBLs are solid. Are they wireless as well, or wired and wireless?
No, I like wired. I don't like wireless. I don't like
Okay.
going through the battery.
Fair
shit.
enough.
Yep.
Some of them will actually do both. Some of them you can actually take it off and then also have it as wired. It's
Yeah.
nice to have both options, but either
Oh,
way
I
works.
didn't know that. I never seen both options.
Yeah, there's some where you can actually literally take the wire off if you want to go wireless, and you can also plug it back in. So you do have
Yep,
the
it's
Got a
option.
microphone.
GBL like this, do that.
Gonna see Carlos in some car hat in 2025. I know that's one of the brands, but I don't remember which stuff they make. Maybe, who knows? Getting Orlando.
Makes all the good stuff.
If you guys opened the rookie patch for Paul Skeens, how fast would you sell them for what platform? Listen, what Eric has
Immediately.
already sold, he won't talk about. That and the Bedard one of one, he won't talk about that one
I'd,
either.
I'd sell them both so fast, it'd make your head spin.
I would
On what
wait a little.
platform?
Spring training.
Some
I
on
would,
whatnot.
Yeah, go on whatnot. I guess I would call Mark at Classic Auctions. I guess I'd probably go through him.
Let's be honest. Eric would give it to you for a chocolate stick. You're like, Eric,
I
I,
would.
got a chocolate stick.
That's true.
Damn you, my kryptonite. No. It's terrible. Let's see here. I'd auction it on Mercari. There you go, Paul. Sup Kamikaze.
Yeah, see,
Defects
I'm
here.
getting
Hold on.
freezing up. I'm getting a lot of freezing up.
Right now, I'm okay. I don't know. You guys can tell us if anybody's freezing up. Do
No,
fix it.
I'm freezing up, and I think that's where. Remember, I was talking about the
Yes,
audio.
agreed.
I think I'm having some issues with my. Oh, the fiber optic. That's so freaking great. Ugh.
The
Actually, it's just been crap.
irony that the garage of knowledge is more stable.
Yeah, on your phone.
Well, that's going. Yeah. Well, that goes through the Wi-Fi too. So.
Yeah. It should be the same thing in theory. I don't know where
the
the modem
It
is.
does freeze up there too. This is on Wi-Fi now. It used to be directly connected. Now it's Wi-Fi because I got rid of the cable. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
The
Never
Dufex
get
here-
away from cable. This new shit is just awful.
Yep. Dufex here says Hodel, Skeens one of one. Apparently, he's the greatest player to ever set foot on a baseball diamond. That is some advice you could take.
Apparently.
I traded to Jeff Wilson for his store. Maybe I might give it to you straight up. That might be a deal.
Why did they do a
Where's it?
single patch?
It's
Game
the
day
ultra fancy
patch.
patch.
They should have
It's
did one per inning because you're back to the 1-on-1 again. We're back to the lottery. It's just like, okay, one person's gonna get it. Yippee doodle.
Well, Bobby, this is the way it goes sometimes. Like the entire history of hockey, we're waiting for the 1 of 1 of good Boston Bruins player. We're actually 0 of 1 right now, but we're one day.
Yeah, I guess.
It's the rarest of rare, 0 of 1. So it is what it is. Where he says, how much does Ray Bork charge for an autograph signing on a Cards rookie? Before or after he tries to eat your brains?
Yeah, Walking Dead. That's
Um,
kind
to my knowledge,
Brains.
just
Brains.
answer the question.
when he does a public signing, his autographs are usually about $75 or up.
For Ray Bork,
Yeah.
U.S.
Could you imagine how much they'd charge if he was still alive?
And to my knowledge, I do not think he charges more for a rookie auto.
He should.
Absolutely.
The janitor charges half.
Yep.
Yeah, I was going to say.
So, to my knowledge, Ray doesn't say, "Oh, that's my rookie. I got to charge you more." Now, when Yannick and I were just with Bernie Parent a couple of weeks ago, where he was off talking all French and crap to him,
A month ago, buddy.
Bernie charges $10 more of whatever the fee he works out with.
You mean Mrs. Bernie charges?
Mrs. Burt. Well, yeah, you got that right. You saw and how that works. Yeah, they charge about $10 more to sign his rookie. So whatever the show is charging for a flat auto, he will add.
I think he
$10.
was $40.
Name
Got
those.
Ray and Bernie in the same sentence. Isn't he brilliant?
But you know, Weekend at Bernie's?
It was a weekend, but we weren't at Bernie's, but we were weekend with Bernie.
Oh, I think you know
Right,
what
Yannick?
this reference is.
We
You know
were.
what this reference is it results to the undead.
Yes,
Speaks again to Zombie Ray Bork.
I am so old. I saw that movie in the movie theater. Okay, upon its release, I am
Hey,
that.
don't try to impress us. Carlos Sr. saw Santa Claus versus the Martians in theaters.
Yeah.
And no one saw that. Literally no one.
Probably.
No, he did. That was what made it hilarious, Bobby. That was one of the times when I was watching Mystery Science Theater, and the fact that he walked by and recognized it, I'm like, no. He literally recognized it, looking
Pretty
at it. I'm
unique
like,
movie.
no. Like you're like one of 4 people alive that have seen this film in the
Yeah.
theater.
There you go.
Zach says, Cards XQ probably has business loans he's defaulting on, allegedly. Might trade for less than you think? Maybe. It's a cool gimmick. Do NHL players get a debut patch in their first game? No, but they got the usually they
coming.
just go with the shields. Yeah. They can do it.
Probably.
I honestly don't think since the shield cards are so popular, I don't know if a debut patch would do much for it. Like it would be like for a very select group of people, it would have to be the right player, and it would have to be like it would have to absolutely be the completionist. Because otherwise it's like, debut patch, whatever. Like you've already got the shields. The shield are one of ones that are already put in the cup and stuff like that. So it's already in the highest tier brand. And if you don't put the debut patch in the cup, then you're basically saying it's a lesser patch anyway. So you basically have to put it in the highest tier, whatever product comes out that year.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
The affordability of sports cards.
Well,
Amongst
if I listen
millionaires, of course.
If I listen to a bunch of the folks, Bobby, if I listen to the folks out there on Sports Card YouTube, vintage is also supposed to go up. So basically, the new stuff is expensive, and then the old stuff should be 10 times as much, or 100 times, or
Really?
1,000 times as much.
Wow. Like Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's incredible. So so what happens is you peasants need to stop worrying about the low cost because really vintage is underpriced. So whatever a vintage common is, like $1, $5, $10, it should be at least 50 grand minimum.
Mhm.
Minimum. Except for whatever Eric has, that's worthless. But everything else that's vintage should be like billions of dollars.
What about this new card that I got? How much
Oh,
did that?
Wow.
$2.
Well, did you print it on both sides or just on the one side?
Well, both sides.
Oh, you took the extra time to print it on the second side. That's good. So how much is the one touch now?
$2.
I'll give you $1.50.
Canadian.
It's a used one touch. Like it's no longer new. I can't give you full price on the one touch.
I think you're just being mean now.
Am I though? Paul says, thanks, Digis. Just put breakfast at Tiffany's and it was fabulous. Nice. Defect says next year marks a 3-year anniversary of Fanatics buying tops and 10x the hobby. Listen, as far as I'm concerned, they've already 10x the hobby.
That
At
is
least 100
true.
times the hobby.
Forgot about that.
Hobby stupidity has increased 100-fold. 100. So as far as I'm concerned, they've 100x the hobby. They've surpassed their own metric by 10x. So the problem, Bobby, is that everyone mistakenly thinks the Fanatics said they would 10x the number of people. They said they would 10x the dollars. I think they were 10x in the stupidity, and I think they vastly overperformed.
I think so. You must be right.
So as far as I'm concerned, bow down to our Fanatics overlords, you peasants.
Mhm.
Bow down. That's right. Next week marks the 3rd anniversary. I'm pretty excited. Eric will have a birthday party. It's going to be very exciting.
Have I mentioned it all this year that the Boston Bruins suck?
Yes.
Okay.
Have I mentioned it all every year the Boston Bruins suck?
Because they're losing 3-1 and are on the penalty kill yet again. They are effing atrocious.
Wow. That's Bobby, this is quite a fall from grace for a traditionally legendary franchise that has been good. Like I can think back the last time the Boston Bruins were good. Wait, never.
Wow.
No, I can't think of a single time they were
Oh,
good.
I'm sorry, I lied. It is 4-1.
But that just makes
Yeah,
you a
well,
liar.
they were short-handed, so what do you
That
expect?
just makes you a liar. Yeah.
They suck so bad.
So why are you watching it?
I like to be angry. You know that.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
So
Gotta feed the
wait.
fire.
So if you're doing this because you want to be angry, so then every time you whine and complain about doing the show, you're saying we should do more shows?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, because you're a man who wants anger. You
I'm
want
saying
rage.
my lawyer
need
is
rage
looking
fueled.
my lawyer is looking at the contract, and
You
I
don't
am
have a
going-
lawyer.
and
Is
I'm
your lawyer
gonna-
like the janitor?
And I'm going.
Do you think your lawyer is Peter Forsberg?
I'm gonna find my way out of this stupid contract.
Have you considered the
Not doing this
possibility?
anymore.
Have you considered the possibility that you should stop talking to a stuffed doll, and for the last time, stop asking Zombie Ray Bork for the number to his lawyer? He's trying to eat your brains. He's tricking you.
Ray
Paul Lesko keeps hanging up on you.
is not dead. He's very much alive. Tomorrow, right?
Fanatics.
Tomorrow
losing.
is his
Oh,
birthday,
you guys so amazing.
and he will be
Exactly.
spending his birthday jumping into.
No one cares. Anyway, so Bob Boozle says the Card Collector 2 interviewed Fanatics Bozo. The interview went like this: "How are you guys so amazing?" The question is, Bob Boozle, did they tell him how they're so amazing? Did they answer the question? That's important. We need to know.
Yes.
Let us know.
Yeah.
Jeff here says, I'll switch teams with you, Eric, and you can have our overrated GM. Dang. Original 6 trade.
The wiser man.
Wow. Amazing. Amazing. So real quick, we'll talk about some generalities. And by the way, folks in the chat, we can chat about whatever you like to chat on. I put 2024 year in review just because it's an easy open-ended topic. It can be whatever. It's actually, I just figured, easy
We always
open-ended topic.
review what's going on last year. So,
Bobby, that's the best part. Like it's easy, it's straightforward, it's to the point. You can go in 100 different directions if you want.
and no one can complain that we didn't do the year in
It's
review.
very straightforward. It's a year in review.
Did anything good happen in 2024 in the hobby? Can't really remember.
The amount of jokes, Yannick, I went back and watched some of the podcast episodes. The amount of insults per capita, I was in rare form in 2024. Honestly, I impressed myself. I didn't even realize I could get so many zingers in one shot. Like I took like 3 or 4 clips just from when we brought Victor on. I challenged Victor to come on, and then that was the Man of Peace line. That was a good one. There was also a couple of other insults at Eric, generally speaking. There's some good stuff in there. Some good stuff. I've already grabbed those clips, so they will be in my year-end video. Those clips definitely made it on there.
It's been really interesting. I've been seeing a lot of people go offline. Some of my people that I watch when watching reactions, a lot of them are going away. I got to step down for this reason or that reason or that reason. Other people, large podcasts that I used to watch, going defunct now. It's just been weird. Like one thing after another after another. I'm sitting there going, wow, what's going on? 2024, 2025 is going to be interesting. And I can see that there's not a lot of podcasts out there that really hold their water. So it's like, it's getting thin. And I think everyone's back to work and moving on to other things. We all got hyped up, and I think it's really slowly dissipating. And certain podcasts that do keep people going, keep them going. There's only so long. I think this is what we're experiencing. We can only go so long watching something. It's sort of like watching a sitcom. You can only watch it for 5-6 years and then it becomes boring. 7 years of Cheers, like really, like it kind of got a little bit old there, right? But Seinfeld never got old. I'm just saying. And I think we've reached that point of critical mass where we're just kind of over, nothing's new.
Well, I think the key was
So,
if some
maybe
for
want to move on
TV
to
shows,
something
a
a little
lot
bit
of times they get stuck in a storyline where if the storyline reaches its conclusion and then you try to drag it out beyond that, that's when you run into that problem. I think the same thing happened with those podcasts and that content. They had a certain gimmick or a certain format, and then they never adapted the format, and they just kept going, and then it ran out of steam. And because if you don't modify the format, you don't adjust it. That it's been the running joke. We've talked about it in the past, where
Yeah.
the Friday live streams are not really. It's a hobby live stream, but it's really not. It can be whatever. It can be anything it needs to be that week or that time, and then we'll keep doing it.
It's centered around the hobby. That's about it.
Yeah,
said it before.
We'll
It's
circle
like,
back around to
without-
it occasionally. We'll circle back around to it eventually.
We would talk and shoot the shit that way without even pressing record. And that would be the same discussion.
It would be, yeah. A little bit different, yes, but
A little different, but more like, we're not necessarily just talk about the hobby all the time, and it's more kind of a hangout that Carlos says.
But I think everything's been sort of done already, and we're reiterating. PSA gem rates, this, okay, and this, and this, and that. More breakers are ripping people off and whatnot is a scam. And I just, what happened to the good old days of 7-hour podcasts and 18 companies just came in that day and all those fun things, but now they're gone.
It all changed.
But we're still here. But we're still here.
These are facts. Listen, it all changed when Ray Bork died. As
It
far as I'm
did.
concerned, we lost it. We lost the plot as a hobby.
And you know why he died? Like, where's your Ray Bork card, Eric?
Which one?
That one, the rookie card. Do you see how it's rubbed off there?
Yes.
See, because that's a tops. That's not even an O-Pee-Chee that's been rubbed off. It's actually a tops because he wouldn't get an O-Pee-Chee signed. He only got top signed. So I can't use that as an example, but it's because he's exposed there. That's why he died. See, O-Pee-Chee put a cover on it. Saved your life. Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to get at. It wasn't anybody else. It was somebody else.
Would you like me to have him sign an O-Pee-Chee version?
You need to. A
And
true
you can have him describe it
collector would.
brains. You can have him describe it brain.
Not only this, the true guy would get the tops unscratched sign, and you need the O-Pee-Chee sign.
By Richard Scott.
By Richard Scott. Yes. Comes full
The
circle.
O-Pee-Chee king.
Yes.
Sabal here says, kind of like Geoff's idea of the top 5 events of the year. CT scanning has to be top to list. That will create waves for years to come. Eric is right now devastated. We will never know how many chocolate sticks were truly in that box. And he can never trust again. Bob Wizzle says, it is tough to bust Eric's balls when his mom is in the room. How do you all do it? Because his mom knows we're right.
Because she
No,
won't
I
respect
still
you.
bust his balls even while she's there. No, I still bust his balls.
She'll only respect you if you bust his balls.
That's correct.
Because she's the worst one of them all. That's why.
Well, that's why she's letting us justify.
She's known
biggest
you longer
balls
than the
of
rest
them
of us. She would know how much you suck.
Oh, yeah.
She tells me every day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she has a full dossier. We've only scratched the surface of your suck.
I got like 4 or 5 years. She's got 50.
Yeah, so
Monotonous,
She hates me
long,
so much.
dragged on
year after year.
years.
It's terrible.
I don't know why, but that woman does not like me.
It's probably the 800,000 pounds of pepper she's had to buy over the last 50 years.
It's true.
Just saying.
That would be a problem.
Probably cost her a lot of money. It's probably true.
It does, yeah. And when it hit the person's pocketbook, that's where it really hurts.
Yeah.
It does. It does.
Yeah.
Josh here says the highlight of the year had to be YouTube influencers getting their name published in hobby books. It's true. Like Victor, the rookie card specialist, wrote a book, and it acknowledged, the important people. It acknowledged, his family and God, and then the Burrell and the Garage of Knowledge, and then of course your humble host. Not Eric though. Basically he left the line about Eric being trash on the cutting room floor. It was implied.
It was a blank page that was kind of left there, so it's yet to be filled in.
It's a publisher's error because I had an entire chapter from what I was told,
But
and
when they
screwed
cut
up.
it, they had to cut the format of the book and basically they had to chop your name out. So they left.
I had an
your
entire chapter, and the printers screwed it all up. So that's what I've been told.
It was due to libel. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Completely.
Yep. Name says, did you discuss Eric's debut on BIC during the Christmas Eve episode? I don't think we did on that one. I think we did on the Friday before that. Or it was, I think it was the Friday before that where we ended up talking about that.
Where
Towards the end
Yama
of
was
the
a big
episode.
giant, you know what? Big giant baby.
Baby.
He didn't step up, and I did.
Was I?
Who?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. You were
What?
there. You
Yo.
were there that same night,
Ooh.
and you didn't step up. No, you didn't.
Eric, are you familiar with the phrase discretion is the better part of valor?
I am now.
Yeah, I was going to say. Yannick
Yeah,
demonstrated that he is not only a man of peace, he is a man of understanding. He is a man of knowledge. He's a thinker. You ran headlong, and here you are. And what happened? It was like you being Wile E. Coyote. You ran it, you grabbed your little Acme thing, and what happened? You fell off a cliff.
Then I went beep beep.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Fool.
Eric, have you ever watched the movie Uncommon Valor? You're the Patrick Swayze who got kicked by Randall Tex Cobb.
I love that
Wow.
movie.
So
Wow.
I'm just saying, with this
There's a reference for you.
perspective, the
That
BB
reference for
two
you.
works. So you know,
Gene Hackman film. Yeah, I love that movie.
Yeah.
It
Anyways,
says, did anybody go back and watch? Eric looked years younger. Decades younger.
I was a lot younger.
years
then.
ago, decades, a little younger. Yeah.
and that's what these people do to me. Look how I look now. I'm only 23, you know.
It's the bicycles.
It is.
I'm 23 years old. Look at me. This is what the show has done to me.
We'll have to do a soundtrack.
And
of
yet I'm unmoved.
Queen
And yet I'm unmoved.
Queen bicycle for Eric.
Mm-hmm.
Bicycle. I want to ride my bicycle into a tree I might. No, something like that. I don't know the lyrics.
That musical rendition was brought to you by AMG Collectibles at amgcollectibles.ca. Why not? There's a segue for you, Eric. We have not had a musical interlude to lead into our acknowledgement of AMG Collectibles yet. My goodness. That's a verse.
I like it.
You did your best. Thank you. This show in chocolate sticks did that. I know.
Oh, I got chocolate. I got a Toblerone for Christmas. I forgot. And it's a big one.
I'm just leaving this here for Eric to absorb.
And it's a big one. Look at the size. It's like bigger than your head. Anyways, I'll
They're special.
put it down. There we go.
So real quick, I wanted
For
to
later.
kind of make a little quick statement. I'm going to have a little bit of fun with our
More
good friends
fun.
at Upper Deck on the Wrestling channel. I got one more video I'm planning to do before the end of the year, and they have given me 2 different things to kill them on. And like I said, I'm not even trying to be mean to them. I've actually tried to be extremely charitable. But then they'll do this shit, Bobby. They will do this dumbass shit that just like it's sitting there the most irritating. And okay. So first you had the I shared the image with Eric and with Brandon, Bobbles, and it was a picture from the new AEW Black Diamond, and it's a picture of Christian Cage, who's a Canadian wrestler who's part of the brand, and it's the exquisite out of 5 autographed memorabilia. So it's a memorabilia pieces and an autograph.
Yeah.
Great. Out of 5, that's a pretty good
big
pull.
time,
Great.
big time. What
Awesome.
what can be bad about that? That's awesome.
The autograph on there is the dentist.
Ah,
They put the wrong sticker on the card. It's like, and I'm sitting there like, here's the thing. That is bad enough because Upper Deck has done this a number of times. This has happened a number of times at this point.
mhm.
But this is their highest end brand they have for this license, of which they've only released 2 products this year. And it's like, you couldn't quality control the thing you're charging $300 a box for. That one is not worthy of a little quality control on the highest end brand you got.
You have to look at it this way. You have a 1 of 1 now.
Well, that's the thing. I'm watching it on eBay. It's on eBay right now as we speak. And
Well,
I
have
will
you
make a
seen
play.
the other
For, I
5s?
will make a play. For,
Did they get all the stickers wrong?
I'm gonna check. I'm gonna
Yeah.
keep an eye on it. I've got my safe searches, and if I see another one, I will pull. So I have a copy of the picture.
On the assembly line, they're all 1 off. You know,
Yeah, that's all you need.
Final run, it's all 1 off.
What I'm wondering,
That'd be a
what I'm wondering
nightmare.
though, is if the dentist version of it has the Christian Cage autograph on it. Did they flip it? did they put the sticker for one on one and put the sticker on the other one for the other one? So is there an equivalent on the other side of the coin?
This is like a Seinfeld episode, the anti-dentite. Like, that'd be amazing.
There are some serious anti-dentites over at Upper Deck, and I'm not.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. It's not right.
This could be. So if they did flip it, well, the card would be beside it. I think they screwed up.
Oh, they 100% screwed up. But I'm just curious, like, at what
randomly, not through it being beside it and put it on the wrong one. I just think it's total baff. I wonder if they did it on purpose. That one guy, that one guy.
Oh, there's one guy who's a little weird. Yeah. We know that guy. So Bubbles says, true AEW fans will explain it as part of a storyline, not a mistake. Listen, it is what it is. Kathy says, yeah, and I'm only 40. Look what you've done to me.
Damn!
Wow.
Dude. You should be shot.
Kathy speaks truth. See?
I took her.
Kathy was there with the quickness.
Kathy was there with the quickness. Today. All right. Out of the kindness of my heart, I drove her to the casino. All right. Sat there, went through like 10 packs of cigarettes, like chain smoking, right? She drank about entire bottles of Jack Daniels, kept yelling at all the.
You sound jealous. This sounds like your ideal life.
All the blackjack dealers. Hit me.
Your mom's amazing.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're just jealous.
And every time she lost,
all right, real quick, I'm going to finish my story. So anyway, so they screwed that up, which was funny in of its own. But Bobby, the part that killed me was that today, today was the day they actually released 2023 Upper Deck flagship E-Pack. And I'm sitting there like, 2024 Upper Deck flagship came out in September of this year. You are so far behind. You're not even just doing the year before on E-Pack. You're doing the year before when the 2024 is physically out in boxes for months. So, of course, first day of E-Pack, what happens? A bunch of the stuff that nobody could find in the damn boxes gets pulled on day one as people open up the E-Pack. So here's this thing out of 1 in 2,000 packs that nobody had a copy of, and it's an E-Pack. This other thing is also and I'm sitting there like, oh, now I got to play this stupid game where now I got to go message these people and go, all right, how much you want for the damn thing? This is from 2023. I don't even remember how long ago it was when that damn thing was released, the original. And the actual good cards are now starting to show up. And I'm sitting there like, guys, this is E-Pack. You literally produced the product, released the product last year, physically last year, which was already a year behind, by the way. But on top of everything else, I'm sitting there like, and then now the good cards come out and the people are pulling them. It's like, oh, why are we getting as much for it? Because it's been over a year. People almost forgot the damn cards existed. That's how long it's been. This is not a sound operation.
No.
And don't try to blame this all on ComC. They didn't sit on your damn cards for a year. They're not it's been not processing them the quickest, but they did not sit on them for a year. Somebody screwed this up. Where were these cards sitting for this entire time? Wait until December of 2024, almost 2025, to release 2023 flagship on E-Pack. Come on. And do you know how much it is on E-Pack, Eric, at this point? Flagship, they've got it at $115 a box. And I'm like, I can go buy the real boxes right now for like $50 in some places if they still have it, because no one wants it.
Right.
And it's like, so now you have to overpay to pull on eBay. Well, the good news is there are good cards in there because that's where the good cards are, because nobody pulled them in physical boxes. The fact Kathy wouldn't say shut up Josh was the best Christmas gift I received this year. Fair, Josh.
And I had it out with her about that.
And she ignored you like everyone else does.
That is what happened, yes.
Yes. Bubbles says, hobby executives are laughing at Upper Deck as they're fixing their screw. Yeah. It's brutal, man. So bottom line, Eric, I'm gonna have a very difficult time not sitting and having a tirade about this when it's like you are releasing last year's flagship almost in 2025.
Yeah, we're days away.
Do you think a car dealer could do this? Like, I'm releasing the 2020 Camaro today.
Maybe.
It's unbelievable. It's ridiculous. Like, dude, we are so far. So how long, Eric, is it going to take for 2024 flagship to show up on E-Pack?
I'm guessing 2027 at least.
Like the rate we're going? Yeah, probably. Like, I'm like, so I'm not going to open it up because honestly, it's not worth it at the price that E-Pack is for the box or for packs or whatever.
Look at it this way. People get all excited now when a product comes out and they buy boxes and they stick them in their closet. Years go by, they bring them out and they sell them for an exaggerated price. That's all they're doing. They're doing it for you. They're starting off bringing them out years behind. Look at it that way. It's the same type of thing. Everyone loves getting that old wax out of the closet. Upper Deck's doing it for you.
Yeah, that's right, Eric.
We
should be thanking them.
I don't think Billy's going to buy you a drink.
No, not now.
No, I don't think it's going to help. It's a good try, though, Eric. I do appreciate it.
It makes sense.
I just did a speed test because it was lagging again on and then your voice was behind your talking. It was sort of like one of those Asian kung fu movies, But I got 98.9 megabytes download and 67.5. It says your internet connection is very fast. Your internet connection should be able to handle multiple devices, streaming HD videos, conferencing, gaming, and not the Carlos show.
Apparently not. No, the streaming apparently didn't go. Well, apparently Gong Show it either. Apparently that didn't work either.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on. It must be my system because it's obviously not yours and theirs. So, and like I said, every once in a while you guys freeze up and then you're just talking normal and you can't see me. I guess I kind of look the same. I guess I have to constantly be moving so you can see when I do freeze up.
There you go.
It's like that contest you have where you dance around the chair and you got to sit down. Anyways.
Musical chairs, yes.
Yeah.
Sean says, what are you talking about tonight? Everything and anything. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Puzzle says, Upper Deck sticker boys are going on strike. They're exhausted trying to keep the pace. Listen, I don't know.
That's it, yeah.
But guys,
I'm going on strike. I don't care who this goes on.
I only agreed to do 5 stickers an hour, man. That's it. 5 an hour. You asked me to do 6. Fuck off, man. Fuck off.
I got things to do.
As Eric would say.
I'm going to. Yeah, that's right.
You'll be happy to know, Eric, the sticker boys are quoting you as part of their chance of solidarity.
The sticker boys?
The sticker boys.
Sticker boys.
Yeah. The sticker boys of Company B.
He got in the house.
That's all I'm saying. It's pretty rough, man. But yeah, as soon as I saw that, I was like, okay, so how long is it going to take? So I was being serious. As soon as I saw that they were releasing the e-pack thing, I'm not surprised because obviously they hadn't released it this entire time. I was amused that it was right at the end of the year. But then I said, okay, how long is it going to take for them to pull the cards that we were sitting there going like, okay, these are pretty tough pulls. Why is nobody, people were opening cases of the stuff and not getting anything? How long is it going to take? And I was like, literally first day. And people are already starting to do the different achievements because if you open certain stuff and you pull together certain sets on e-pack, you can get some achievement cards. But the part that killed me the most, Eric, the part that grinds my gears, is that a couple of the sets that they have on the achievements look better than the crap they put in the packs.
Oh.
So I'm sitting there like, and I went looking through them and I'm like, actually, these are actually really well designed. This looks like an acetate with a die cut. This is like better than the shit you put in the packs. What the hell are we doing? So the only way to get those is to basically, an achievement, just give a short version. People open these digital packs and everything, you get these cards. But what happens is, say for example, and they make up different ones every time. They can say like, if you do a complete set of the golds and you're one of the first ones to redeem your complete set of the golds, you can get this special version, a speckled version of the card or whatever. There's inserts and they're physical cards. These are all physical cards, all these achievements. So you can actually get these in hand once they've been redeemed. So what happens is they came up with a couple of different insert sets, and one of them is actually called Queens of the Ring. So they've got obviously the different ladies from AEW on there, and the dentist is one of them. But then I look at these cards, and they're acetates, so they're see-through on both sides. The design is actually really nice, and it looks like it's die cut. And I'm like, there is nothing in the product that looks remotely that good. The achievement for the goddamn thing looks better than the shit you put in the boxes.
I mean, are they doing that on purpose because they want to have something that's limited and a chase? And
well, the point of the achievement is yes to have a limited chase, but Eric, at that point, it's an insult that the achievement for this product looks better than the cards that were in the product.
Yeah,
right.
That's actually insulting. I'm like, I'm going to get my hands on one. I'll make somebody an offer, but now I'm having to play the stupid e-pack game because, again, whoever pulls the cheap, one guy already has 3 of them.
What?
And I was sitting there because he opened crap,
many?
probably opened cases.
Yeah.
He opened cases on e-pack, so he was able to grab a bunch of the achievements. So I basically said to him, I don't want to trade cards. I will trade you money, and I just want to buy the card. But then they're like, oh well, I don't know. Well, how much are you offering? It's like, I don't want to bid against myself, you idiot.
Yeah.
God. So just, I'm sure you can come up with a number. It'll probably be too high, but I'm sure you can come up with a number of what you would like.
Just
I will trade
amortize
you
down
money.
your $46,000 you spent on box 30 packs.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, how much would you like for it? Because what's
some.
going to happen is the first couple of them will probably go for a little bit too much, but then as more of them become available, I think they're each limited to 50. I think for the achievements, because they only a limit. They only do so many that you can redeem, and after those are done, you can't redeem anymore, and you won't get it.
That's good. I like that.
That's enough. Like, that's enough to make it a chase. It's to motivate people to be amongst the first to go and get it, and then after that, okay, great. So for me, it's like, that means there's enough of them out there once people redeem them that they will be available. But at the same time, they're also more limited than the average cards. So there is still some appeal there. So they're nice looking cards and they're reasonably limited. They're not out of 5 or out of 2 or out of 1. 50, I think, is reasonable. It's not bad.
Yeah.
That's fine. So now I'm trying to get these idiots to take my money. I'm like, can you just let me buy it from you? Jesus.
No.
You get some of the money back for all the boxes you bought. So I assume you would like some money.
You could buy more boxes.
That's pretty much it. Paul says, evening all, and Eric. CC says, can't blame UD for the supply chain chaos caused by the pandemic, but then pushing up multiple years all at once is crazy. They should have cut to a year like 2005. Yes, I can blame them, because every other manufacturer is facing the exact same supply chain. And the pandemic is now years behind us. Panini is releasing products out. Topps is releasing products out. Leaf is releasing products out.
Mm-hmm.
When you're the only one who is this far behind, we don't have anybody left to blame.
Yeah, I don't want to hear pandemic anymore from anybody, anywhere, anytime, under any circumstances, on any topic. I don't want to hear it anymore. I'm done. I don't want to hear it from Walmart. I don't want to hear it from, Upper Deck. I don't want to hear it. Get your shit together and stop using something that happened 5 years ago, as an excuse for not being on top of what you're supposed to be doing.
You can still get the shot, though.
Good luck. They can catch me.
Oh no, if we're talking shooting.
It's not over.
We can get Eric. No. Eric's Bobby. Eric's talking about the shot. We can catch him.
Mm-hmm.
We can catch his bougie ass. He can't run that fast. That hip's been replaced.
Can't run at all.
That's what I'm saying. Bubbles says we have to postpone the NHL and AW a few more months so they can squeeze another dinosaur release. Love it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys pull any nice cards over Christmas? That would imply opening boxes. So no.
No.
Big Sauce says someone say pandemic? Maybe. Maybe.
In the context of an excuse.
Yeah. No, so the point is, like, see, I don't have a problem with what CC was saying.
Deny me saying a word.
Yeah, it's like, listen, we won't allow it. But the bottom line, though, is that Upper Deck, out of the manufacturers, is the only one who keeps citing this excuse right now. They're the only ones left that are actually still invoking the same problem. They're like supply chain, pandemic and all these things. And I'm sitting there like, guys, but you're the only one who's... If I took the AEW license and put it with Panini right now, who's about to lose the WB license, I bet you they would get AEW Immaculate out the door in 3 months. Like at the rate they're doing shit, they could probably push it out the door if they really needed to. If you put a gun to their head,
yep.
I bet they would be able to. And it would
Put
be
a
this
sharp
year.
knife to their head.
Ooh,
right there,
maybe
a sharp knife would work.
It's an attention getter.
That's right. Dufex shows you. Dufex shows you who's boss, Eric.
No, I don't want to hear it.
Paul says Eric's just mad he caught the bubonic plague in 2008
and survived.
And 2018.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Hunting Eric for sport? Yes. Normally I'd say the most dangerous game of all, but it is Eric.
If I had a bicycle, that would be fair. If not,
If you had a bicycle, you'd crash into a tree.
Yeah,
but
you'd crash into a tree in the middle of a parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
I can't run. I can't walk. I walk with a giddy up. I can't run at all anymore. But I can ride my bike all day without an issue. That's all I care about.
Well, you should just make your legs into wheels.
Maybe.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
And then he could.
We're almost there. You know,
Then he could
those-
roll into that tree.
Well, they have
Yeah.
those unicycle kind of wheels. You know, those type of like the scooters, but not.
I've seen them, and they go like 35 miles an hour. That's insane. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, so wait till someone kills himself.
Oh, it'll happen anytime.
Oh, I'm sure.
Guaranteed.
It's not.
And then the lawsuit is
Like,
going to be
oh.
fantastic.
I'm sure
It's gonna be
somebody's been out in the street and is eating it and got hit by a car and is dead. I'm sure.
I had to drive downtown today, take the
That's not
anyways appointments. No, yeah, it's not good. I couldn't believe how many electric bikes are buzzing around, and they think they own the world down there. It's just like, really, you know, I could just go like boom and you're dead, you stupid.
good. Yep.
You know, they think they own everything, and even the pedestrians are like that. It doesn't matter. And I see more crazy people than I've probably seen in. Well, I don't know. Well, yeah, I'm probably in a.
Crazier than the people in the hobby.
Yeah, actually,
Takes a lot of
yeah,
work.
that's where all the loons were there, right at Church and Queen. So
Now, Eric, you'll appreciate this because normally one of the other things that EPAC has is that they'll do the thing where if you get the base cards, you collect X number of base cards, and then you can get a parallel that is EPAC exclusive. That's pretty standard. They've done it across a number of years. That's pretty, and that's fine. Those wind up on ComC. It's not a big deal, whatever. But this year, like I saw it, this year they added another wrinkle. They said, okay, if you collect and combine 10 copies of any base set card, whatever, you receive an EPAC exclusive silver foil parallel card. And I'm like, usually it's 5. Now it's 10. So now you need twice as many. Okay. But then it gets better. So you just made the regular one more difficult. Okay, fine. But then it says collect and combine 5 copies of any individual silver foil parallel. So it takes 10 to get 1 silver foil. But then if you collect 5 copies of the silver foil, that would be 50 base cards that you would have needed in order to accomplish this.
So you know, it's just spend more money, and we'll make
That's
it
what I'm saying.
harder every year.
Then you get an EPAC exclusive speckled foil. And I'm like,
Oh.
fuck off.
Yeah.
you took until the end of 2024 to get the 2023 set out, and then you have a speckled foil bullshit?
Yeah.
Eric, Carlos is not pleased. Carlos is speaking of himself in the third person.
Uh-oh. That's a
There may be
Ricky.
consequences and repercussions.
Ricky Carlos.
Yannick, listen, I am a man of peace, but like they are pushing my peacedom.
Are we going back
They-
to the 20s, Burt Corbeau and the short print era?
All
again?
I'm saying, Bobby, is they're getting dangerously
It's
close to
digital.
getting
The
3.
anonymous cars.
Yeah.
They're getting dangerously close, folks. They're getting dangerously
G129?
close to getting 3 a.m. Carlos in the middle of the afternoon.
British consoles, you say?
You do not want to play those games. These are not forces you want to be trifling with.
Nope, nobody wants that.
Hey, we
Say-
forgot to mention Ricky Henderson's passing. He's still like, just only the base stealing king.
We talked about it on the podcast. That was
wow.
one of Bobbles' card was like a mini tribute. We did have a quick chat on it, but yeah, we definitely say R.I.P. Ricky. Definitely had a little mini chat on there. You got to listen to the podcast, Yannick. The card of the week, Bobbles' card of the week, which I think is winning still right now. I think is doing very well. Was a little mini tribute to Ricky Henderson. Because the card in question was, based on a pose with stealing with the bases and everything. So that was a mini tribute to Ricky on that one. We did touch on it. But the good news is, like, as we well know, that you can have Hall of Famers in the hobby and they die and they continue to walk amongst us to this very day. Report.
There you go.
Yeah.
Needless to say.
Zombie Ricky could join us anytime now. It's fine. We never know. Who knows? Just saying. So yeah, I'm just saying that our friends listen. I might just have to cancel Upper Deck, Eric. That might be it. Like this might be the end. Like I might have to be like our long national nightmare needs
They won't
to end.
miss your money.
We need to move on. We need to move on as a people.
Can't
Much
lose.
like Beckett, like we need to end it. Somebody else has got to take over. I can only assume Eric's Beckett empire may have to usurp and take Upper Deck.
I guess.
Oh, yeah.
That might have to be the play. Just saying.
Yeah.
Bob Jackson says, Ricky, top 5 all time. Top 5 what? I assume you're thinking like player. I wouldn't put him that high. But I would put him up there like as an overall player.
Like
He
6.
could do everything. He could do. Well, the thing with Ricky is that he was obviously the greatest base stealer. He could hit for power. He could hit for average. He was a disruptor. Like, he could disrupt, and he was also a great fielder with his speed and with his ability. But I wouldn't put him at the very top. Top 5 would be very difficult to crack that list. But is he amongst the? He is amongst the short list of top guys, though, because he could do everything.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact he could do everything, speed and power, combine those things, and then also be a great fielder, and also had a great personality for the game. So as an entertainer, he was there as well. He had that going for him. Additionally, he pretty much had the full package. But I don't think I'd get all the way up to top 5.
I still say in my lifetime, so from 1974 to right now, the best player I have ever seen play baseball, who was the complete package, was Ichiro.
Yep.
That unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable what that guy could do.
I wouldn't put him in the top 5, but yeah.
I think I could get him. I think I could get him in the top 15. I'd have to sit there and put together a list, but I could get him in the top 15 because, again, the fact he could do everything. Like, he had the complete package. He didn't necessarily have a weakness in his game.
I'm not arguing of his ranking, but I've seen it. I watched him playing. It's impressive.
Yeah. I think the key thing is, so Ichiro as like a great contact hitter was great. He couldn't draw walks. Ricky drew walks more so. And then as soon as he gets on base, he immediately becomes disruptive.
Ricky drew raw.
Ichiro was a great base stealer as well. And he had a cannon of an arm as well. So, like, in terms of physical tools, Ichiro was one of the most impressive players.
Yeah,
I just think the disruptive power of Ricky when he gets on the bases, though, the fact he was a threat to steal, everybody knew he was planning on stealing, and he could still do it successfully.
Still do it, yeah.
Yeah. The big one was it was a stat that Eric brought up. It was a meme that was put out there. Ricky Henderson led Major League Baseball in steals in like 1998, I think it was. He was 38 or 39 years old, and he had 65 or 66 steals. This was right at the end of his 30s, almost into his 40s, and he was still 60 bases.
Ricky,
that's a guy. Yeah, that's a guy, and I think he only got caught stealing like 12 or 13 times. That's a guy who was like disruptive. Like he even in his late 30s, he could still be. The pitcher has to pay attention because the guy would disrupt, and then he'd steal second, and then he'd steal third. Well, then guess what? If you got less than 2 outs, all it takes is a long fly ball, and he scores. So you've created this disrupt. You've manufactured a run all by yourself without ever having to hit.
And I just want to point out that at no point in time in his record-breaking steal career did he ever wear an oven mitt.
That's getting ridiculous, that oven mitt thing.
He never, ever, not one time, ever wore an oven mitt.
It's getting
about the barbecue.
Eric is just jealous. He wants to be able to wear 2 oven mitts.
I'm not against it. They can wear it if you want, but it has to be ruled like it was like the 90s goalie thing right now. Like, it's just getting out of proportion, and it's long, short, wide.
Well, Yannick, I understand, but again, I'm back to what I talk about. Eric takes a hardline stance on performance-enhancing drugs, but he's a big cycling proponent, which is the drugs. So as far as I'm concerned, if Eric can sit here and complain about oven mitts, well then fine. I am going to protest against other types of safety equipment. I think on a bicycle, helmets should be illegal. I think brakes should be illegal. I don't think you should. Once you start, that bike goes. And if you want to get off the bike, you fucking jump off the bike, you pansy.
I've done
like a man.
It hurts.
Goaltenders, no masks.
Yes. You pansies.
Back catchers, no jocks.
Nothing.
Nothing.
No oven mitts.
Highlight? No. Okay.
Dufek says, Ichiro, unanimous 100% vote for Hall of Fame next month, calling it. The Hall of Famers, though, the Hall of Fame voters, though, are assholes. I'd be like, what if it's 99% minus 1 vote?
Probably.
What if it's 100? What if it's one guy? One guy who's like, I'm the guy who's not going to vote for Ichiro, so fuck you, Dufex.
Yeah. You don't have to put your name in a thing. So I'm
exactly that's the thing, is that because
Mariano got in 100%.
You can be anonymous. There's gonna be one guy. There has to be one guy.
My great grandfather was in World War.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah,
Almost guaranteed.
no, there's always some kind of jerk with the baseball writers, but he's the greatest all around baseball player I've ever seen in my life, and baseball purists.
You're only 50.
Don't seem to argue with me. They accept that as a possibility.
They just put you on mute and they go keep nodding their heads.
Mm-hmm. Listen, look, Eric, like I said, he's only sticking to his lifetime. If he had gone beyond his lifetime, he would have been a big proponent of Wee Willie Killer.
Mm-hmm.
Big time Wee Willie Killer fan. Wee Willie, once upon a time, was a big proponent of Emmanuel in space. That's why Eric likes him so much.
Oh, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
He would hold the TV over his head.
Bob Jackson says, can't wait for a baseball player to get busted for using an oven mitt to make their hand longer so they can steal bases easier. Maybe. Bring back wood sticks too.
Damn right.
Ricky said the key to his success was avoiding the roids and eating mayo by the spoonful.
Oh, good.
I knew it was something like that. It had to be.
Yep. Someone won't vote for him. Didn't Griffey Jr. not get 100? Yeah. The only person who's got 100%, I think, was just Mariano. I think that's it. Which, again, makes no sense to me. I'm sitting there like, he's a closer. What are we doing?
And because I take a hard line, I don't think Griffey should be in the Hall of Fame. Because did you see the size of his head in Cincinnati?
Yeah, but there's so many doing steroids.
Griffey Jr. was fat in Cincinnati.
Yeah, I mean,
his performance enhancer was chalk and sticks. Like that was the performance enhancer in Cincinnati.
This kid
was pork state, man. Come on.
You realize that Griffey was in his 30s in Cincinnati. He ate well.
Listen, Griffey was a top 5 player from the moment he put a jersey on until the last 3 seasons, where clearly he was doing some stuff that he shouldn't have been doing.
Griffey was not doing shit in Cincinnati, buddy. No.
As far as I'm concerned, if you were doing something like that, you don't get to go to the
I believe, but how can you rule out anybody else who did too?
I rule out anybody. I had a fight at work with somebody, an argument, a discussion, whatever, not a fight, but that David Ortiz shouldn't be in. They're like, what do you mean, Big Poppy? We're in Boston. I'm like, he was on the list. He's dirty.
Oh,
shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame.
I think it's an interesting angle to take that Eric has decided that when that now the measuring stick, he's sitting there like, and I'm sitting there like, so basically Eric's point is that if he's in the 30s, I think the guy's in his 30s and he doesn't eat like he does in his 20s, and his metabolism slows down. He's on steroids.
Oh, come on! Listen, I understand we have some fun here, but you honestly don't think at the end of his career that he was on drugs?
It didn't work. Let's put it this way: if he was on drugs, it didn't work.
It didn't work.
All right, so
yeah, it wasn't a Bonds renaissance. He got worse in Cincinnati, much worse.
When it doesn't work, it doesn't make you a cheater.
He didn't cheat, Eric. If he did, he got the wrong stuff because Bonds got the good stuff and he got the shitty stuff. He like I said, I think he went with the chocolate sticks.
It's all about cycling it, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Zach says, of all the things, hat size disqualifies you for the Hall of Fame. David Ortiz, yep. The fact he got it as a joke, yes. Rick Vintage on ball cards here. I have a big head and I didn't take roids. Thank you, Rick.
What was your head once this size as an adult, and then out of nowhere it was this size? Okay,
it happens. Look what happened to Jeff Wilson.
Just saying. Griffey spent the majority of his time. Yeah, Griffey spent the majority of time on the DL while playing with the Reds. Yes. Eric, take a photo of yourself when you were 18 and how much steroids you've taken. Yes, exactly.
Oh yeah.
Eric has been on the steroid train for about 25 years.
Yes, sir.
If you don't think Griffey was taking roids at the end of his career, I honestly don't know. I don't know how to have a conversation.
Leave the show. Then just leave the show. Then I would say that.
Can I?
Mm-hmm.
No, you can't.
No, I want you.
I can mute you. You're trash. You get nothing. You cannot have nice things.
No, you can't leave.
Christmas is over. Christmas is over. You already used your Santa request. Zach says, if his head got huge and why does nobody ever like the Griffey steroids? Because his performance did not improve. Baseball's the primary game. Cheating is the side quest. There you go. Eric is trying to inject earth into his head, crashing his bicycle. Exactly.
Yeah.
Just all I'm saying is, it sounds like Eric is trying to distract us all with the Griffey argument from his absolutely obvious steroid use.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Damn that Griffey. Damn those Thanksgiving dinners.
Oh, yes.
Damn him. Damn him. Yeah. I enjoyed the direction this whole thing took. I very much enjoyed it. It was fun.
Gotta go. Shit. I'm supposed to be there at 9:15. It's 9:03.
Go for it, Bobby.
Takes 12
Bobby's
minutes.
gonna go. Bobby's gonna go
back.
do a pickup, and he'll be
I'll
back.
be back in the garage of knowledge later.
That's right. Exactly. See you later.
Hey guys. Ciao.
See ya. Eric, many people have been on the steroid list, but I'm not sure MLB was ever clear about banned substances early on. Well, if we're talking two different things, there are folks that took it when it was technically legal in MLB, because they didn't actually have any rules against it. So that's a different conversation. Eric did age, and his head got bigger since the BICW. It all makes sense. I know. It's like, all I'm saying is that it sounds like Dow doth protest too much. He's like, if I talk about Griffey, no one will notice my rampant steroid use. Use the diversion. Smokescreen. Griffey spent his red standing on the DL, recovered from surgery, and needing Ohio Stakes. Yes.
By
I
the
like
way,
that you took this tack there. It makes me happy.
by the way, the Bruins are now losing 6-1. They suck.
Don't all act like we care.
They suck. They are so bad.
So you're going on the Leaf bandwagon soon?
No.
Eric never left. Anyway,
I know.
moving on. I didn't have Eric accusing Griffey of roids on the Bingo card tonight. I know. It's wild. Dufex here says, maybe the Bruins should increase their head size. Exactly.
You do something. They suck.
I bet, you hypocritical piece of shit. I bet if the Boston Bruins started doing the steroids and actually started playing well, you'd be like, oh, steroids are fine.
Yeah.
They're good.
I don't think so.
They're good.
No.
There you go. See, Leafs up 5-0.
Baz here says, if Eric was tested for Mayo, much like Lance Armstrong, he would be booted from his mountain bike league for PM performance enhancing Mayo. I know.
That's gross. I'm gonna throw up.
Bubbles just says, Ken Griffey Juicer greater than Tom Baby. Dang.
I can't believe people don't think Griffey used roids. I don't even know what to do with that knowledge. That people really don't believe it. They don't want to believe it, or they honestly don't think he used roids. Are you freaking kidding me? All right.
What I like is that your argument for him using steroids is that you're looking at him getting fat. He didn't put on a pound of muscle his entire time in Cincinnati. So what did he take steroids for?
Okay.
You actually have to go to the gym. That's what do you think Bonds got? Bonds actually got bigger. He went to the gym and lifted weights.
What was it? Was something in the clear?
Yeah, it was the clear and one other thing.
What was what was the first? Somebody tell me. It was the something in the clear, the stuff he was taking.
The chocolate stick in the clear.
Chocolate stick in the clear.
Yeah.
You get what the first one is called. The something in the clear.
Oh, it's whatever you're taking to get back on your mountain bike. So I guess my wife is on steroids, gets bigger every year. See what I'm saying, Bob Boozle?
Better make sure that she doesn't watch this show.
The cream in the clear.
Yeah.
The catcher in the rye. There you go. A literary reference for us. Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Is that why he gets injured every year like clockwork? Apparently. Josh says, some people believe the Boston Bruins are a professional hockey team.
I don't believe that this year.
Death taxes and Mike Trout being injured. These are things I rely on. It's all true. Yannick, I gotta say, this has been a wild time. This is the hottest hot take of 2024, and we got it right within days at the end of the year. Eric is here to explain to us how you take the steroids and then ignore the gym. Skip that part entirely. Go straight to the steroids.
Is there anybody in the chat who thinks Griffey took roids towards the end of his career. Anybody.
It's actually the first time I ever heard this reasoning.
Okay.
So Yannick, for the record, I have actually heard this argument, but for the record, the people I've heard this argument for are doing it in jest as being assholes, just for fun. Specifically, they like prefaced it with they're being jerks about it.
You know that chocolate sticks are cheaper than steroids in that case, right?
I actually think Yannick, I got a question. Are chocolate sticks psychedelics? Are they like ayahuasca? Are they like ayahuasca?
No, they don't really alter your
They do bring you joy.
They're pretty good.
They bring you joy. They bring Yannick joy. Every time he comes, he's like, we go to Dunkin' Donuts to get some chocolate sticks. When are we getting the chocolate sticks?
Now I'm convinced there's some performance enhancing there. Yeah. So Duvek says not even close. No. And the best part is he's got Griffey in his avatar.
Yeah.
That is a Dufek's Ken Griffey Jr. Swing right there. Yeah. No, Eric. No one has actually legitimately posed the bid on Griffey. Everybody looks at him and goes, yeah, he got into his 30s and he ate.
We need to take him out in the Hall of Fame, I guess, now.
Yeah, pretty much. Billy Cilio, year in review. Eric said a lot of dumb stuff. 2025 preview. Eric says more dumb stuff. Dang. So Billy, listen. Funny you came on here, old spicy eye, with your hot takes. I'm just saying. Eric said some dumb stuff, but listen, Billy, we're gonna have some words on the side somewhere because I gotta tell you, 2023 AEW flagship in the year 2024 of our Lord, heading into the year 2025 of our Lord. We got some issues. We got some things we got to talk about.
Of grievance.
Listen, man. Festivus. How long does Festivus technically go, Eric? We're still in the new year. Season.
Until the new year. It's 1 week.
Still on? Because I got more grievances to air.
I think it's like the Happy New Year wishing. You know, like you got about a week. You know, just like, hey, Happy New Year and stuff. So Festivus will probably stretch until the 31st.
As long as, man. Jeez. Brutal. So, by the way, I'll throw this out. Obviously, tonight is the last Friday live of the year. We will have the New Year's Eve special that will be happening. New Year's Eve. One important thing, though, I will say, you know, for Billy or Scott or any of the regulars who have been around in the past, if any of you do want to join in and pop in and say hello and chat for a little bit, you're welcome to it. You just have to let me know and I can shoot you a link. So just let me know and I can shoot you a link. For the most part, we're just chilling. I've got it in this 2024, so we've got that out there. Billy, I'm not asking. 2023 flagship is on EPAC today. It's there right now. People have literally been opening it today. 23 came out physically a while ago. I'm aware of this.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, but it's like, but wouldn't this be perfect, Eric, if Billy didn't know that 2023 flagship is on EPAC? So, yep, my dude, 2023 flagship is on EPAC today. People are opening it as we speak. Bob, I was actually throwing it in there to see what people think. Honestly, I didn't keep track of them as much as you did. Who knows? Who knows? So can I actually show you, Eric? I think this would be worthwhile. So I can actually show you the achievement card that I was talking about, just for fun. So this is actually the card that I found out was one of the achievements. I was actually very impressed, legitimately. I actually thought it was pretty good. Check that out.
Oh, that is good.
Yeah, so like the design is actually pretty neat. It looks like it's an acetate card. It's a double-sided. You can see the image on both sides, but it actually looks like it's die cut. And if that's the case, that's pretty sweet, man. That's actually pretty cool. I'm sitting there like, I want that shit in the box. Like, now I have to go hunt down some people and bother them on EPAC and go like, can you sell me the damn card? I want it. Let's go. Yeah, I already traded 2 exclusives in the photo market. There you go.
We should have Billy come on, but if he's at home, well, we know how that will go.
Well, like I said, I offered if Billy or Scott or any of the other folks would like a link, or Amanda if she's around and she wants to promote her live stream for later. Yeah, for live stream for later, you're more than welcome. But you just have to let me know, and I can shoot you a link. I've got Instagram and all the other stuff open anyway, and I think Billy has my cell, so you can always text me, but I can shoot you a link wherever makes the most sense to you. Anyway, so Zach says, I hope we find out someone's watching a direct contact to Griffey and he sues the crap out of Eric for defamation. I know. For his scandalousness, his scandalous words. All the man did was he wanted to eat his goddamn donut in his 30s, and Eric is out here fat shaming him.
I have an entire article on Bleacher Report saying all the reasons why it's possible that he did it. So
is it also possible he's not very good because it didn't work?
2009, February 12th, 2009. Did Ken Griffey Jr. take steroids? The whole article about there's a rumor story, it just goes on and on about why it's possible that he did it.
Yes. Listen, you could write that article about everybody. Listen, I happen to know for fact.
Substantial evidence, one could make the case that Griffey Jr. did take steroids or some sort of performance enhancer. And then it just goes on and on and on of all the reasons.
Ice cream, Eric.
So that was Bleacher Report in 2009. So he didn't.
Wow, why did you say that? Like it was, I would have thought New York Times. I would have thought, one of those. No, Bleacher Report. Why did you say so?
So I'm not worried because he would have sued them. So
I don't think he reads Bleacher Report.
All right. So I don't know.
But as you well know, Ken Griffey Jr. watches this show, so you might want to mind your P's and Q's. Listen, let's just put it this way. Yannick, I'm prepared to make a bold statement. I am confident. It is my belief that the odds of Ken Griffey Jr. having done performance-enhancing drugs in his 30s in Cincinnati are exactly the same. Equal. Percentage point for percentage point to Boubior doing all the drugs his entire career. From birth. All the drugs.
That's a hot take.
All the drugs. See, he actually died while in Boston, like Zombie Ray Bork. Briefly resurrected himself during his glorious Hall of Fame worthy years in Chicago. Earned his Hall of Fame candidacy, and then went back to the land of the undead.
Next time I see Ray, I'm going to see if he's in the mood to do a retort for what you're saying.
So what are you going to do with the retort? What is your plan if the retort is like, how does he know?
I don't think that's
who told him. Brains. I'm just asking. Ask questions. Bob Boozle says, I'm not going to believe it until collect reports it. Eric definitely didn't use steroids to ride his bike.
I wish.
It helped. How many pages of your Google search did you go through to find that Bleacher Report article?
First one. I typed in Ken Griffey Jr. steroids. It was the second article.
Of course. You put the key words in it.
Yeah. That's what I was looking for. What else was I supposed to do? Strawberry shortcake, steroids? What the hell am I supposed to do?
Well, you should have typed into your Google, the Oracle of Knowledge of Google. You should have typed in, how long has Ray Bork been dead? Bubbles says, perhaps we should ask Dr. Beckett, since this is a baseball medical issue. Perhaps.
Yannick, when I introduced you to Ray Bork, did he seem dead to you?
It was the janitor the whole time. He just keep telling you, but he's speaking French. I was trying to tell you.
It wasn't even real Ray Bork? You couldn't even produce real zombie Ray Bork?
No, the guy had a wig and just like a Ray Bork jersey on.
Wow. Dang. This is getting worse than I thought. This is tough, man. This is tough times.
Never again. Never again. Never again. No more for you. No more for you.
No mas.
No mas. No more meeting famous people for Yannick. No more.
Famous people? I thought you were talking about Ray Bork.
The janitor.
Eric, we're in Canada. Like Canadian hockey players, you may have like Lisa, oh, I met a hockey player. We're in Canada, Eric. You may as well have said, hey, I met somebody who works retail. We see them every 5 seconds. Like, what are you talking about? Like, we see hockey players and we hand them our coats so they can put it on the coat check. What are you even talking about, man?
Okay.
What the hell are you doing? Like,
no more.
Here, Eric. Like, whatever. Like I said, we throw stones and hit 4 or 5 of them. Like, I go open the window, boom. Ah! All of a sudden, Gretzky's like, ah! Everybody. They're just out there. They got nothing better to do, man. They just hang out outside. This is the life. So, boys, tell me this. So, like I said, I'll have my EPAC grievances. I will discuss this matter in another venue, but a little forewarning, it's coming because I got my questions. I got my concerns. And now I'm having to deal with these idiots that pull this shit. And like I said, that card is actually an EPAC achievement. And now I got to find the people that have it, and I'm trying to get them to respond. And
That
I go,
is a
take
nice
my
card.
fucking money so I can buy the damn thing. I just want to buy the card.
And I think that is a nice card. I like it.
I actually think it's well. I actually think it's legitimately well designed. I think it's
Yeah,
a nice.
I like
I'm
it.
sitting there like, put that in the boxes.
Yeah.
I'd chase that card. That's a cool
It is.
card.
Yeah, that is good looking.
You're not the Kemi, Eric. Knock it off. I know. Wild. But I'm just saying, it's pretty bad. Now I am in the year end video. I'm gonna sit back and do my own little kind of state of the channel, state of kind of the hobby YouTube. I'm gonna have a little bit of fun with it. It's gonna be a little self-reflective, I will say. But I gotta be honest, Bobby was alluding to it a little earlier. It has become very much same. We've talked about this already in the podcast and stuff like that. But we're in an interesting space right now because like there's certain stuff that you can do, and I'm just sitting there like, all right, so what am I gonna do? Like I don't intend to reinvent the wheel out here, but at the same time, it's like I don't want to just do the thing where I'll go like, okay, so let's talk about, I got this card, and then we're gonna spend 45 minutes talking about this card or this set or whatever. And I'm like, Google it yourself. And maybe that's the problem, is that I'm just not that interested in producing that type of video necessarily. But at the same time, the news has become very redundant. A lot of it is just not very interesting. And I'll give you a perfect example. The thing that was brought up. So Yannick brought up the bit about one of the Gretzky PSA 10s getting decertified. But then at the same time, Dr. Exclusive sent me that earlier. And then I go to the Blowout Forum post where they're talking about it. And then, the Hoog, Brian Hoog from PSA basically said, his explanation for it was basically that somebody was trying to authenticate one of them, and it was a fake slab with the serial number. So we decertified it kind of to cover our bases. And then they say they'll reactivate it. So we'll see. If they do, then fine. But that's where we're at. Like that's the story. The story is somebody noticed that the PSA 10 Gretzky, one of the two, had been deactivated. They asked. The PSA guys said, we got a fake slab. We deactivated it. We're going to reactivate it. That's the story. So should I make a whole video about that?
Okay, hold on. We got a fake slab.
Yep. Somebody sent in a slab to try to authenticate it and actually checked in on it. They said, is this real? PSA got it and said, no, that's a fake slab. That's not the real card.
Okay.
So they said, we're going to deactivate. So they deactivated the certificate because they want to find out if there's more out there. It's the usual thing.
But
so
then you said they're going to reactivate it. Why would they?
Yep, Ryan Hogue said, right, because they got the fake slab in. So it's been confiscated.
Yeah, I'm not getting it.
Which part aren't you getting?
Okay. Why would you reactivate it if it's...
Because there is a real card with that real serial number. You want to make sure.
Copy.
Yeah, so there was a fake card and somebody was using the same serial number as the real one.
The same serial number.
And basically what you're trying to do is you're trying to figure out if there's somebody out there producing fake slabs with the same serial number. Because there's only 2 PSA 10s. So you could figure out what the serial numbers are pretty quickly. So the idea is you want to make sure there aren't like a whole factory. That you want to make sure somebody in China isn't producing the serial number with the label and slapping a bunch of Gretzky cards in it and pretending they're all the PSA 10 rookie.
Yeah, the piece that I'm missing, that I guess I was missing, was it was a copy of an existing, okay. I thought we were just talking about a fake card in a slab somehow. All right, I'm with you.
Someone took it out.
The serial numbers copied.
They cut the extra edge that you like so much, and then they put it back in.
Right. You chop it up with a meat grinder and give it a 10 because that's what makes sense. On your 60,
that's the essence of it. That's what we're known about. The magical piano wire, the wire cutter.
Yeah. And your 60-40 centering, which makes it mint, and cut it with a meat grinder, and then you give it a 10 because that makes sense.
Don't you talk about Gretzky or Peachy.
Makes perfect sense to me. Grading is the best. It's such a good thing. Makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah, definitely. Are you even questioning it? Like, come on, Eric.
Yeah, I
Look.
question it every single day.
Says the guy who owns Beckett.
Exactly.
Why do you think I'm trying to run it into the ground? I want this nonsense to end.
Do you though, Eric? Do you though? Because if it ended, would a part of you die too? Would you die on the inside like Reborg? I think your Beckett hate keeps you alive.
My
I
hate
think that's what's going on.
keeps me burning. I know that.
Well, at least you got that going for you. So yeah. So my point was that is basically the parameters of the issue as it stands today. That can change, but those are the parameters of the issue. It took 3 minutes for me to explain that to you. Does that warrant me creating a whole video about it?
No.
No, I don't think you
Like
should.
I could, but like, you know, if I'm doing the YouTube thing correctly, number one, I would come up with a very scandalous thumbnail, and then I would find a way to stretch that out to 8.5 minutes somehow, so that I could get the maximum amount of AdSense for it, and then profit.
You need the hands and the mouth open.
Yeah, pretty much. So I need that, and then put that on the thumbnail, and then burning Elmo memes, and then, you know, Gretzky decertified,
PSA,
question mark. Yeah.
Richard Scott, OPG King.
Oh yeah, all of it. Yeah, all of it. So that's I think what I'm supposed to do in the YouTubes. This is what I've been told.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm sitting there like, yeah, I don't want to actually do that. It seems like something I'm not interested in doing.
Well, I think that, you know, and I agree. I think the topic of, you know, forgeries, how that affects us, you know, because, you know, it starts off with the big cards, you know, the super big cards, you know, like one of the 2 Gretzky 10s, or, you know, a Mickey Mantle 10, or, you know, but then, you know, it starts getting into the mid-range stuff. That's how it's going to affect all of us. It's not going to affect all of us if someone copies one of the 2 Gretzky 10s. Okay. But if they start copying Jordan 5s, that's going to affect everybody. If, you know, they start, you know, copying, you know, Reggie Lemlin rookies 10s, you know, I mean, it's going to devastate the entire hobby.
I'm sure. Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I think that's the take is, okay, it starts here, and yeah, it's big news. I'm glad it got caught. There's not really much to talk about in this, but if they start doing that to mid-range cards, now it affects everybody, and it could ruin a large portion of how this hobby works. Because the whole point of grading is really the authentication, number one. And then the second part is the grade, so people can then sell and trade and both say, okay, well, a third party says it's in this type of condition. I mean, that was the original point of it, was authentication. And then, okay, this is a 7. Because if I'm selling it, I'm telling you it's a 10. And if you're buying it, you're telling me it's a 3. And, you know, nope, third party, it's a 7. This is the 7 money price. This is the window we can negotiate in. Here's the deal. If they start doing this more and more and more and more and more, and make it as perfect as possible to mid-range cards, the entire grading industry has now been completely blown up. And everything that we've gotten used to over the last 20 years is poof, gone like Kaiser Soze.
I do appreciate a Kaiser Soze reference. I do appreciate that.
And you're back to doing raw cards. And, you know, you're back to doing raw cards and debating the person that you're buying them from. That this is, you know, this is a 10. No, I think it's more of a 5. And now that's the old school. But that's what you go back to if they truly master forging these things and mainstream it.
I think that would be very entertaining for me because then
Did you like
we
to watch
then
the world burn?
yes, mostly. But also it would allow me then to walk by and go, but are you sure it's even real? You guys are debating between the 5 and the 10, but are you sure it's even printed on both sides?
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a fake to me. But how do you see you later? Bye. Just saying. I like Bob Boozle's comment here. Because I'm Carlos should become the anti-card channel. So it's actually a really great comment. I was thinking about that. Like I said, on that year-end review one, I'm going to show some clips and everything. We'll do the usual thing. But I got to be honest, it's going to be very entertaining for me to do the exercise because the podcast, I enjoy doing it. I think it's going to be fun still to do that. The live streams, I like doing them the way they are. I don't have any issue with either one of those two things. Those two things actually work quite well. But I am struggling a bit to try to figure out where everything else should fit. And the reason for that is because I am someone who collects the cards, but I don't spend the time gushing effusively about the cards. That's never been my MO. I like collecting what I collect. I like the projects I collect. Like I showed you that card, I'm going to chase after that. That's going to be fun for me. But I've got my Medano cards that I'll pick up. I'll get all this stuff. But I'm not going to sit there and give you a 45-minute dissertation on why I bought this card. It's just not my style. But there are other people who really like doing that, and it's their style, and it works really well for them. But coming from me, it would be fake. It would be like me doing a box break and acting really excited that I pulled like a $200 card or a $500 card or whatever. It could be a $50,000 card, and it'd probably sound the same as if I pulled a $5 card. Because that's just me. It's not... I'd have to manufacture a reaction otherwise. The same thing with a lot of the other stories that happen in the hobby. I don't sound like I'm reacting to it that much because it doesn't bother me. I take the information in and then react accordingly. To your scenario, if it ever played out that way, that would amuse me because then, yeah, we would be back to the old school, which would mean that the counterfeiters and the forgers and the alterers would actually have a field day because it'd be even easier because we got nothing in the way. Because now you got to rely on your dealer to do a good job, and maybe they don't even know what they're doing. Or maybe they think they know what they're doing and they got it wrong. And actually, that card has been altered 14 times. They don't even know. But then you still paid full price. And if you're a consumer, you probably shouldn't pay full price, which would in turn depress the prices. Which means some people whose portfolio of cars has been going up, 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 they actually start going down, 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 down. And they're like, oh no, what am I supposed to do? And that's where it would be kind of funny. That's why I think this comment is kind of fun.
More than yourself.
Yeah. Tiger says, I saw a tag 10 today. That means the computer saw no flaws in it. So funny enough, no, it doesn't. Tag 10 also doesn't mean perfect. Because there's a range in there. Like, that's actually truthful. Like, it doesn't actually mean perfect. It includes a gap in there as well. Like, there's a gap in there. Unless it's a tag 1000, then there's still flaw in it. At least one. Old man tag, I'm tired of the shit. Let's crack out some 10s. Maybe. Whichever one graded, maybe. Then someone will create a company and authenticate the slabs. I know. It's going to be incredible.
I'm going to do that. Send your slabs to me so I can authenticate the slabs and send them back to you. But if I authenticate a slab that's worth a lot of money, I'm going to raise the price automatically.
As you should. Because if you did otherwise, you'd be a peasant.
You send me a $5 one, I'll only charge you $20. But if you send me a $50,000 one, I'm going to charge you 10 grand. Because
see, Yannick, I think Eric is trying to make this sound like a bad thing. It sounds like a perfectly solid thing to me to do. I think that's what you should
logical.
Do. Yeah, it seems logical. So anyway, so this was from the blowout forum here. So this was the response from the Hoog, from Ryan Hoog of PSA president here, answering the question about this Gretzky card. Certs can be deactivated for several reasons, asking about why it was decertified. One being when a slabs comes into PSA HQ for verification or reholder. In this case, a counterfeit example with the same cert number as the real PSA 10 79 O-Pee-Chee Gretzky came through for verification and it failed. So somebody tried to verify a card with the same cert number as the real PSA 10. This was done for security purposes involving the card with this cert number. The cert will be reactivated tomorrow.
So you try to certify physically, or that's something?
Well, yeah. Well, like, look, imagine
on the app would catch it.
No, it would be, you'd be doing it physically. Well, imagine for a second, Yannick, if there's only 2 PSA 10s, all of them are that card is a very expensive card. You think you're buying a PSA 10. If you're remotely suspicious, you could ask PSA to verify it for you.
Hell yeah.
The physical holder. And again, if you're going to pay that much money, Eric, it seems like a reasonable precaution to ask them to, hey, can you take a look at this? Make sure the slab is good. Make sure, number one, it's all intact, everything's correct, and make sure this is the correct card, because there's only two, so this better be one of the two real ones. You come back and say, no, that's actually a counterfeit slab. This is not one of the two PSA 10s, but it is using the serial number of one of the two real PSA 10s. So now your job as PSA is to go, hey, find out if there's more of these out there. Is somebody trying to sell these? We're using, because again, the serial number can be known. As soon as it's sold in auction and somebody sees a picture, you know what the serial number is.
Yep.
You could recreate that label if you really wanted to. So obviously PSA in this case was able to figure out, okay, that's not a real slab. This is a fake slab trying to use the real serial number, which is total. That's the reason why some people on Instagram have started blocking off the serial numbers. They don't want people creating duplicates and trying to represent that as the real card. And I understand it. I get that part. But yeah, so his response was it came in for a counterfeit example, came in for verification, failed verification. And then they deactivated it for security just to make sure, presumably, to make sure there isn't other stuff out there. Because again, you could have a factory of people mass producing these, and you don't want that for one of two PSA 10s, especially if there's suddenly 10 PSA 10s out there and they're not real. You check that out. And then as soon as you're comfortable that you're able to, then you reactivate.
The machine is in Eric's garage right now.
Hey, you said you weren't going to tell anybody.
He's putting them out. Like
I know, but like you threatened me right now, and I didn't get my cut, so screw you.
Well, your cut's in the mail. It isn't my fault that the Canadian Postal Service stopped delivering mail. I told you it's coming.
You should have used Pony Express.
Everything.
Anyway, Babuza says
you should have FedExed it.
Exactly. Babuza says, just one of these days, I'd like to see a PSA 10 shirtless Kirby Puckett card go up for auction, and Jeremy Lee have to describe it with intense detail. I think he enjoyed it.
That would be kind of funny.
What does CAC do to coin graded cards? CAC, Carlos Authentication Certificate. So there is a CAC in the coins, and the CAC is one who looks at traditionally. Now they've actually started doing their own slabs in coins. But before, what they would do is they would be basically what Mike Becker authenticated, tried to be in baseball cards, but CAC has been doing it longer. They actually would look at the coin in the holder, and they would try to determine which part of the spectrum the coin falls in. If it's a high end for the grade, if it's right in line, or if it's low end for the grade. And basically they would let you know if they thought that the coin is actually a high end for the grade, in which case, if you really wanted to, you could try to crack it out and potentially be able to get a grade bump, because there generally is a spectrum. So that is what CAC does to coin graded cards.
I don't have any graded. I have coins. I have my grandfather's collection, but I don't have anything graded.
Yeah, different coins. Since the Sheldon grading point system is out of 70. Yep. No, but you can have like a high in vintage. You could have like a high end 8 or like a high end 7, because and this is one of the conversations we had. So in all seriousness, one of the conversations we've had that a lot of people struggle with this, even if everything is done to the best of your ability, one of the problems that creates this variation in grading. So there is the whole subjectivity. This person disagrees with this person, but my point that I've made with a lot of folks is that, unfortunately, if you're going to do grading legitimately, and I'm being serious here, I'm being 105% more serious right now, just so we're all on the same page.
Okay.
If you're going to do grading properly, an element of it is always subjective. You cannot remove subjectivity. It is actually, if you're removing subjectivity, you're actually grading incorrectly. You're actually doing it wrong, because a lot of the components of grading, the only component that is truly objective is centering. Because centering is a measurable thing. If we've got a card with borders and you grab a ruler and I grab a ruler, if we're both using the ruler correctly, we should come to the same result. It doesn't matter how many times we measure. The answer is still the same. That's objective measurement. If you're talking about everything else is subjective, because we can even come to the same conclusion. We can agree there is a certain flaw on the card, but now our disagreement is on the degree of the flaw. You say, hey, this corner is dinged. The card is flawless. It's 50-50 centering, front and back. Surfaces are beautiful. Color is beautiful. Registration is beautiful. We all agree the card is the most pristine, perfect card that's ever existed in humanity. But there's a dinged corner. What does dinged corner mean?
How far does a ding become a crease?
That's what I'm getting at, Bobby. So the point, that's open to interpretation.
It is.
We both agree the corner is dinged. Now we're trying to figure out, you're looking at the same ding corner I am, and we're both trying to determine how much it is a flaw. So the grade cannot be perfect. So we got to knock it down. The question is, how much should we knock it down for this flaw? And in this scenario, we both agree on the flaw. We both identified the flaw. We both know exactly what the flaw is, but we might have different interpretations on how much. You can sit there and say, that's a 6 all day long. And I can be like, I think that's a 7.
Half day.
We're looking at the same flaw. So how could we possibly come to 2 different answers on the same? Because it's open, it's interpretation. And you can sit there again. The whole idea is, get the machine to do it. Yeah, but then whoever programmed it decided whether it was a 6 or the 7. All you did was ask the machine to make the judgment call. With whoever programmed it is the one who decided whether it was a 6 or the 7. Another person can walk by and go, yeah, the machine's fucked up. That's a 7. The machine's wrong. We didn't fix it because it wasn't objective. It was subjective. It was still based on how much you punish it for the flaw. Now, that gave you the simplest possible world, where we both agreed on the flaw, we both identified the flaw, and we both found the exact same conclusion, but we came to different answers on how much it should affect it. In the real world, while you were both obsessing over the flaw, actually there's a little surface indentation over on the back. So actually there's a second flaw. You both missed it.
Flaw, la, 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 la.
Yeah. But that's the reason why grading can never be objective. And if grading is ever objective, then all you did was you pinned yourself to a static position where if you got it right, congratulations. But if you got it wrong, then you're stuck. Because you're always going to get it wrong. You're going to get it wrong 100% of the time. But you're always going to be wrong. And then everybody else will look at it, but you're fucking wrong. So then what good is it to me if I know you're wrong? I'm looking right at it. It's like, yeah, no, you're wrong. Sorry. You missed it.
Yes and no. You have to understand, it still comes down to the subjectiveness of your determination of the grade. So even though a machine would technically give you the same kind of grade, you're going to get that different grade between you and the other guy anyways. So who is actually right will never be solved.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is the machine didn't solve my problem. It didn't actually. The idea was
it can give you the centering faster. It can give you
the centering, yes.
Perspectives. Sure.
Yes, yes.
You know,
that's the point.
You can never do it alone. But
centering, it can do the job. I know for centering, it can do the job.
Oh yeah,
because it can take the proportions and do all that for me. Yes, and it might be able to help me identify flaws. But the interpretation of the flaws is still something that's nebulous. It's not as easy.
It always will be.
This one has 10 flaws and this one has 8 flaws, but the 8 flaws on this are worse than the 10 flaws on this. So that actually should get a higher grade than this one because those are 10 minor flaws. This one has 7 minor flaws and a dent. Well, that is worse than the 10 minor flaws over here.
How deep is the dent?
That's exactly the point. So that's why I say, like, you can run all the scans you want. It's not going to solve this problem for me.
No. Grading is never anything that's perfect. It's actually best guess. Wax pass.
It can't be.
Best guess.
By its nature, it
best guess. All these things are always going to be subjective, unless you have a picture of, somebody signing something, on a particular piece. Whether you pulled it from a pack from that case, it's 100%. So those things are given, but everything else, no, it's not.
And one piece that in the same vein, they can never get right. Doesn't matter how much time they spend on working on the algorithm or the scanners or whatever they want to do.
Algorithm. They can never. What if AI gets in there? Like a real AI, not the fake AI, the real AI.
Well, the real AI is going to work on destroying us because the Terminators have to take over. But
I know that, but before that,
yeah. Skynet got mad because we disagreed about the quarter grade. But the thing is that the one piece they can never get right is anything that relates to eye appeal. So while you can measure, no, that's what I'm getting at. So eye appeal is part of it. It's actually part of the thing, because when somebody's buying it, they will take eye appeal into account. So when you're grading, eye appeal can affect technical grade because if you're someone who is an absolute stickler for registration, you could have a car with sharp corners, perfect centering, sharp edges, presumably perfect surface, but what if the registration's off? You would be like, that's a flaw. Yeah.
But so the question is, what degree is the flaw? Is the
exactly question. So how much of a flaw is it? We can determine that it's got a registration problem.
Not so
how
bad.
big a problem is that?
What's not so bad mean?
Bobby, that's the point. And even like I said, we joke about the coaster makers and everything, but even they, inside of their own website, they've got a thing where they'll talk about dents, corners, nicks, scratches. Well, the problem is, okay, a scratch is not a scratch. A scratch could be a little tiny thing. A scratch could be something that drags across the entire front of the card. Those are both scratches. They could both be light, but one is completely across the front of the card. That, to most people, is much worse than a little scratch over in the corner.
Mhm.
So they're both scratches, but there's a difference in severity. So it should affect
How
the
do you
grade as well.
algorithmically put that in perspective? It's almost unbelievable.
Yeah, and that's why I'm always been like, I am very dubious that you have successfully done that. I don't believe you have. I know.
Still, you're of that opinion. Good.
I am of that opinion, yes. And I don't believe they've done anything remotely close to that job that they claim they've done. And I think marketing copy notwithstanding, I don't believe you.
It won't be around long anyways, don't worry.
Yep. Is registration included in the surface grade at all? I think it is. I think registration is part of the surface grade because it doesn't fit any of the other categories. I think it is. I think
Yeah,
it's
there's 4
part of surface.
categories: edge, centering, corners. Well, corners just kind of edge. I don't know. Is it?
And surface. And surface is the last one.
But is corners edge? Yeah, because it is part of the edge. Really,
It's 2 edges meeting.
it's 4 edges meeting all around. So yeah, where does that fall?
Yeah, I think it's surface. It's for me, it's got to be part of the surface situation. So that's my opinion.
I think it fits more into edges more than it would fit in anything else because it is part of that edge, whereas it's not part of the actual surface.
Mhm.
Now, and it is registration. Actually, it's its own thing. It's its own animal, really.
You could 100%
Yeah.
call it its own subgrade if you want.
I think so. Yeah, it would be definitely. But that actually should be a grade because all the fish eyes, all that other stuff is included
Yeah.
in that. In the surface. So, and how many fish eyes is allowed?
That's exactly.
That
So that's
10,
what I'm getting.
That 10 is the furthest thing from a 10. If you look at that Gretzky rookie, the 10 that was that had missing plaque across the top, and then it had 15 fish eyes. So I'm sitting there going, how do you get 10?
So that's what I'm getting at. A fish eye is not like a scratch or a dent. It's
And
not
it's
the same kind of.
acceptable at a certain level.
Yeah, but there
One
is
thing-
an imperfection there. There is something that you can identify, and then you ask yourself, okay, well, fish eye to me is a defect. So the question is, how impactful is this defect? And then
Well,
also,
one fish eye or 6 or 18?
that's exactly. But also the location, Bobby. Also location. If I put a fish eye right over the player's face, and it's prominently right there in your face every time you look at the card, versus a fish eye that's over in the farthest corner possible, it's still a fish eye. You can still see it, but it's almost out of the way to the point that it doesn't detract from the rest of the card. Somebody would say
From the
like they would
perspective of
prefer.
the artist, determination
Yeah,
of that. Yeah,
but I'm saying, as from the collector, perspective of the collector, they may be more willing to live with the fish eye that's over there in that corner, further away from the rest of the image, versus one that's smack dab in the middle of the image and you can't avoid it. Every time you look at the card dead center, you see it. It's right in your face. To them, that will devalue the same card that has one fish eye in both scenarios, but the location is important. The location,
but it
matters.
won't devalue it to the customer because he will just say it's just one fish eye. It doesn't matter that one's in the corner and that one's in his face. It's still fish eye. So you'll never win that argument. But I get it. That's where the aesthetics come in, and that's one thing AI and computers and stuff will never do. They'll never have that esoteric part of artwork and determining what is artwork. That's one thing it can never really do because that's all personal.
Yep. Bubbles says we need 1,000-point inspection, right, old man tag? We need 1,001 points now. Now we need another subgrade. Eric, go tell our robot overlords that we need another subgrade.
On it.
Fish out lets me know authentic vintage car when purchasing on eBay. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's why I say, like, for the collector, each collector's got to have their own thing. So Yannick, let's use an example here because you've been delving into the pre-war hockeys, and obviously, those cards have been around, a century. So the likelihood of them getting some kind of wear and tear is part of the normal process.
There's not a lot of fish eyes, comparatively speaking. If you look at more like 60s, 70s, 80s, compared to pre-war, there's less fish eyes in pre-war, like far less.
Yeah. So here's my question to you. When you're looking at the cards that you're potentially picking up, potentially to add to your set, Are there, let's say 2 or 3 cards are all the same, around the same grade. They're all considered to be technically, you know, the equivalent of a PSA 2, PSA 3, PSA 4, whatever, somewhere in that range. You're looking at them. Is there any kind of flaw that would be like a deal breaker for you? Is there something that would bother you, even if they're all technical grade, similar to each other, but you're looking at the cards side by side and you're going like, you know, that one's got a crease right over the player's face, or it's got a scratch over the player's face, or something like that that may bother you, where it will direct you towards one option versus another if they're all other things being equal?
I don't mind creases as long as it's not that obvious and in the middle of the face.
Exactly.
I prefer a centering that is the closest as possible decent. I don't really necessarily like off center. To me, it's it bugs me. And the C57 too, some of the cards are they have a nice white, obviously aged with some kind of like patina-ish almost, but some are brown, like way darker on, like it seems almost like humidity got to them in a way or something. That would be my third kind of like thing that bugs me. But again, you have to keep in mind they're over a century old cards, so you know, like well, first of all, the nicest copies will sell way out of range. So for me, a 1 or a 2, those would be the points that I think it's the most important. And I like the backs as well. The backs of those cards are, to me, at least as important, maybe just a notch below what the front would like. But I think the back on these cards too are very in my opinion, they're very important. So
right. So that's what I'm getting at, is that each collector is going to have their own preferences. They may look at similar kind of grade cards or similar range grade cards, but then there's certain defects that are deal breakers.
The biggest deal breaker for me would be a crease right across the portrait. Like I'd like to at least have the face clean as possible. Like I can deal with a light crease across the jersey. It doesn't really, you know, like some of the jerseys are two tones, right? There's stripes. So I got one actually kind of like the crease goes around the white part, so you can't see it.
It's a 4-color.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, you know, those are the things I look for.
Yeah.
But the majority, I guess, rules on that one, because more people will pay more money for something that is a defect that is more commonly accepted. As you can see, a lot of auctions, like crease through the face, Vesna might only get, $3,000 at a 2, and then you got no crease across the face, but I got 2 creases in the top 2 corners or top edges, and then that one will go for, a PSA 2 will go for like $4,000. So you'll see that. You can see where people lie on the bed of what they think is more desirable in a personal eye appeal than they do in any other card, I guess. Especially when you're looking at pre-war too. Most of them are 1s and 2s anyway. So you're already given into
that's
that
all I can
ability,
afford, me
right?
personally. Like,
yeah. You're already given in. You're going to have rounded corners. You're eliminating a lot of the grade part of it. It's just like, where are those major flaws, and how acceptable are they to people? Most of the 2s and 3s I see a lot of them are backwards. Like, I think that one's a 2 and this one's a 3. It's very hard to grade below a 3 than it is above a 7, my opinion.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly it. So, Eric, you want to chime in on this one? Any deal breakers for you on some of the cards when you're collecting some of the vintage?
Major creases and stains are the other ones. I can handle corners. I can handle centering being off. I can handle fish eyes. But if it looks like you just took the card and just kept bending it, and it's ready to tear apart or something, or if there's
pretty good.
Or if there's a big, oil stain from the gum, or or something, or some other type of damage like that, I don't really want it.
Oil stained void.
Yeah.
86.
86. You got yes. Just keep twisting that knife. There you go.
But that's true. Getting back to what Yannick was saying, the toning is a big thing. It's where they were stored is so important. They were in a basement and the box got wet, the moisture kind of stayed with it, and it ends up brown on the back when they're really white backs. And when you have that in your set and you look at it and you go, oh, even though the front's nice, the back gets affected because it's not a finished paper. It's actually an open, more porous piece of paper on the back. So, and that actually happens with almost all cards, right? The front is shiny.
It's important. I just want to make sure we chime in this important message so that people know. Want to make sure they're reminded. We charge Eric for like sub ease or make worse his pain. Thank you for your consideration.
Ease his pain. Build it. They will come.
That's right.
Click it. They will come. That's it.
That's right. Just saying. Make sure we have that covered. Very important. Paul says, sensing Eric disqualifies any cards where the player's head is too big.
Oh, that's not just cards.
What if the head is floating? How do we know its size proportional to the rest of the body when the body is no longer there?
Which neck does it attach to?
Isn't it kind of, can't you measure, like, your width of your arms is actually your height of your body? Isn't there something with the ears or something? I don't know.
No, I think Eric could study some of the Don Mossy cards and find out if this is true. We can get proportions.
That dude's ears are just ridiculous.
It's not I pose the question.
That dude's ears are just something else, man. I feel bad. I feel bad that guy had to go through life looking like that. That's horrible.
Just imagine post life.
At least he has ears.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'd rather have mine cut off like in Reservoir Dogs. No way.
Wow, Bobby, so judgmental. This Eric is so judgmental these days. It's getting bad, man. Wow.
Would you be able to still hear through them?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna have a little hole there. I got it.
Yeah, you can hear fine.
But your glasses won't stay on.
Nah, you get like the string and you just tighten it real tight in the back. You'll be fine.
This is incredibly impractical. It's unbelievably impractical. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Crazy.
What?
Crazy.
All right. So we know Eric's never going to be a grader. Okay.
Nope.
Just saying.
Zach here says, when I see a super valuable card like a Gaudy Ruth and see a crease through his face, why would you want that? Considering what you could get if you paid a little more. There you go. So for Zach,
it's not a little more, it's a lot more. Usually.
Well, when you talk, listen, I mean, when you're talking about stuff like that, and again, Brad gave this to me. I didn't buy it. I mean, that's you have to say, okay, you're dealing with a Grail card, a vintage Grail card that's been around for a very, very long time. You got to take what you can get sometimes. So when
Brad, I'll take what I can get.
Listen, at this point, Eric would be lucky to have one that was crumpled up, torn to shreds, and incinerated. He would have taken the ashes of one. At this point.
I mean, you're dealing with like a Babe Ruth card. Yeah, I saw a picture online today of a Honus Wagner, right?
I thought you were going to say Hornisswagner. And I was like, you're watching Manual Space again? Calm down.
Hornus is his cousin.
Horace.
Yeah, that's his third cousin.
My brother.
Well, and it looked like it had been cut out like that. Okay? It was like 3/4 of a card. I wish, I don't know where I saw it on Instagram today, but I did. And it just goes to show you when you're talking about like the grail of grails when it comes to
Ziggy Buffy,
right after Ziggy though. You take what you can get, and it doesn't matter that this card was missing a quarter of it, you still would take that, and you still pay a very large amount of money for it.
I have seen like half or three quarters of a mantle sell for thousands, and I sit there and go, why? And everybody's at a certain level. It's more of a novelty than anything else, but I'm just saying, like, why would you pay for that? Yeah, you can pay a little more and get a little more. You have to pay a lot more. And I guess that's the thing, is somebody wants to own it, possession, right? Kind of.
Well, it's just it. A large chunk of the collecting hobby now is based on just owning the thing. It goes back to the conversation we've had in the past. Bob Woozle here's got the right quote. That's right. Correct.
Get that? Yeah.
No,
that's rule number 11, isn't it?
We're not quite to 11, but yes.
I mean, and I don't say that in a derogatory way. It's just I can't have a Bobby Orr 10 PSA 10. It's just I don't have that type of financial backing.
I thought you were saying you don't have that type of. I thought you said you don't have that type of scissors.
Well, I mean, I do have this. I do have this 10 version still.
Yeah.
And not even the best part is that's not even a 10. That one's the centering top to bottom is pretty trash.
Yeah, the centering on those top to bottom, I think the measurements are off for a lot of people. It's not really determined by the top and bottom measurement. If you understand the uncut sheet, it should be a little bit different. There should be a ratio between the bottom of the card and where the words are printed and that top part too. So it's almost 2 ratios you have to do. But far be it from me to tell anybody what to do. But that's the truth of it. Because when I had this other card, it was a serial back, and I had to determine the measurements, dividing them out, but they were different measurements. And the wording was in the measurements, but the sizing was still the same. So then you have to play with that measurement a little bit, because then it goes into the next card below. So you have to really determine what that measurement is. It's a mathematical, it'll mix you up a little bit. And once you end up at a happy medium, then you can kind of figure it out. And I think that is the biggest determination that goes wrong with anybody grading the Bobby Orr rookie card. That is a major issue, where it's not really on most other cards.
Yeah, that's a key component of it. Now, one more thing that actually comes to mind also in relation to that card. So, Eric, can you grab either the fake one or the one that Brad gave you? Grab one of them and just
grab the acceptable one. Yeah.
Okay.
This is the real one.
So I got to be honest, Bobby.
Yep.
Doesn't his head seem kind of large?
It is quite large, actually. I think he was on. No.
Oh my God, that
maybe
Bobby Orr was the drugs.
He might have been.
If you're going to say such salacious things, I'm not going to show you my Bobby Orr rookie card anymore.
You can trust
all I'm saying is, the man's looking a little inflated. So it look like those cheeks are starting to protrude a little bit. And he was a young man back then. He started early.
You don't always look at it because we got the rewind button.
Like, look, Eric, all I'm going to say is if we look proportionally, I look at the amount of head that he's got on that card, and he doesn't have the rest of his body. So his body is like 90% head. So realistically, we can only assume that Bobby Orr started doing performance enhancers back in 65, 66.
I would say. I would concur.
Stands to reason. And Bobby concurs. And as the Brell, listen, the third most important person per Victor, rookie card specialist, after his family and God,
is
Eric. I'm sorry, you're not winning this argument. I appeal to authority. Spoken.
King.
In the garage of knowledge, no less.
We're back, yes.
So tonight we've learned that Ray Borg is not only dead, but Bobby Orr was on drugs, going all the way back to the mid-60s. Goddamn. Is this entire franchise a lie? Yannick, these frauds. These incredible frauds.
They lost, I think the final score was like 6-2. I mean, they're just complete trash.
They got another goal.
They probably cheated. Let's be honest. They probably cheated.
Complete trash.
Empty net goal, kind of whatever.
Complete trash this year.
So, in other words, standard Boston Bruins hockey.
Yeah, complete trash.
Pretty much.
I think they've played pretty well over the last decade. I think they've done pretty well.
Are you sure about that? I'm looking at 100 years, and I don't
Sure.
think they've done much at all.
I think they've done okay, especially the last couple of years where they set some records and then they shit their pants in the playoffs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize we cared about the regular season. I was
Yeah.
thinking more like Stanley Cups. Imagine winning less than 5 or 10 Stanley Cups in 100 years. That kind of makes you trash.
Kinda. Yep. And see, you have the Bobby Orr rookie, but you have the Canadian version. Oh, Canada version.
Oh.
The We Stand on Guard for Us version.
We all know
stand
that.
on guard for you. Where's the test?
We all know that we're standing on guard for you.
Yeah.
You're not standing on guard for shit.
Yeah.
You can't even guard that room, so be quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So until you provide a USA test issue, we can no longer have these conversations.
Trash.
How much are those going for now? $50,000?
No, they're not as much. You can get a low grade one for actually a decent price.
That's like
if
half
you
a
stop buying
Bitcoin,
the
you
Lemons
peasant.
and get into something else. People say they can't afford something, yet they spend $40 every week for 10 weeks. That's $400, and they said, I haven't got $400 to spend on anything, but you spent it over time on little things. Or
Bobby, look, for Eric, we've got two different things we can use to your point. Number one, he has spent at least $347,000 in chocolate sticks in the last year and a half. So that's
no doubt. Yeah, I never thought about that.
Easily. Like he probably could have had 2 or 3 of those damn test issues. And then on top of it, like $500 million in the like button. And you're talking to me, and you're talking to us like, oh, the test issue, it's so expensive. $50,000 is half a fucking Bitcoin. Half of a Bitcoin, you peasant.
That's it. And they were going for like 3 cents when I was looking at it. Like,
not even a real Bitcoin. Not even a full Bitcoin.
Not even. A Satoshi. Not even.
Barely. It's a pittance. I think Yannick has that in change.
I think so. Jingle, jingle.
Look and Looney's and
digging. There it is.
I think that's just a lack. I think that's just a lack of determination on your part. I think it's because deep down inside, Bobby, I got to be honest, I think I know the reason why Eric's reluctance is. It's not a cost issue because he's got more than enough money for it. Let's be realistic. The reason is because deep down inside, he knows Bobby Orr was a cheater. He can't get around it. Like, he accepted Brad's gracious gift, ungrateful swine that he is. But as a gift, he could accept it. But he's like, I just can't buy one. And his wife is like, why? Treat yourself. Buy one. You can afford it. He goes, deep down inside, I know he's a cheater. Look at the size of his head. His head is humongous on that card. Like, it's incredible. I can't even believe it.
I have all this room, but I can't buy a Bobby Orr rookie. Favorite.
Yeah, people may think that Carlos mails it in the last week of the year. I do not. I am still there. I'm ready. I'm just give me the reason. Just there it is. Right there.
Give me one reason.
Just one.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I need.
One right there. Where'd he go? He went to buy another Pepsi fridge.
Are you gonna be nice?
We are nice.
If you're not gonna be nice, I'm not gonna play with you.
Okay. Let's be nice.
No, see, he's not being nice.
That has nothing to do with me. Yannick, he still thinks I control the subheading. The subheading acts alone. It acts on its own volition.
AI.
It is?
Yeah. We left the tag bots to do that. And like, imagine they turn on it. After all that time Eric spends trying to defend the Costa Makers. It's terrible. It's tragic. Just tragic.
Well, the Costa Makers were a smart idea because now we know what to stay away from.
We did learn that, yes. That is a thing.
That's a kind of a double entendre, It's like, yeah, it's good. Now it's bad, but it's great.
Yeah.
But I think assisting going forward, I think it'd be a good thing. And you get the centering down, no question. 65, 43, whatever.
It's going to be like the multiple. Hey, look, if they use that technology correctly,
you can
get it down to decimal points. It's not that difficult. You can get it down to decimal points. It works.
Yeah.
So, question for you folks. So, question for folks in the chat. What do you folks want to chat on in terms of the year in review? So I left it as, like I said, as an open-ended thing because we had a lot of different little stories. Like I said, it wasn't as crazy a year in terms of stories. I guess the CT scanner thing was really the only thing that kind of came in and out of fashion a number of
What about
times.
the beginning of the year? There was something else.
I can take
Kurt's
a look
card
and see.
care. Kurt's card care.
Yeah, that was still this year, right? That was still
Yeah,
this year.
that was the beginning of the year, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there was two
And-
things, neither of which really. Well, the CT scanning is still big. Actually, it's really hurting Pokemon dramatically.
And the Kurt's card care thing started with that guy that submitted that, I can't remember, it was a black refractor of some
Oh,
sort.
that's right. He endorsed it. Yeah.
And then basically goes on his live and says, "Thanks, Kurt card care."
And then he made sales galore.
There
That
you
was
go.
a good one, yeah.
You see, you're
That
on one
was-
show once and you're never on another show after.
Let's say the era of him kind of going under the radar easier, that went out the window that minute.
Yep. He was
But
prairie
you know,
dogging it. He looked up. He got on a show.
But yet again, it blows my mind again every time. Like, what now? We're at not quite 2 months after the expo, but you know, a guy like Mr. Mint is there with his booth doing the same thing.
Because
No
in
one-
reality, no one cares.
Well,
That's kind
No,
of-
I know, I get that,
He's
but it
dead.
makes me
He's
laugh
dead.
that people gets their panties up in the bunch, but there's
From what I
other guys
understand-
promoted it doing the same. No one talks about it.
Now, from what I understand, he's had to change his business model.
Well, they found out the ingredients in it, so it does have a chemical, and I think that was the biggest thing that it didn't have. You know,
Oh,
was
we're-
it natural? Was it, you know?
It wasn't anything
isopropyl?
wacky. I think it was like light.
Alcohol
I think it
or-
was like light alcohol. Yeah, it wasn't anything wacky.
There was
kind of
something.
weird.
There was something in there. I don't think it was just alcohol. It was something else. It
Um,
was carnauba wax. It's in everything. It's in
that's
your
what I mean.
chewing
Like it
gum.
was stuff that's
It's
pretty
in your
standard. It was stuff
car
that's pretty
wash.
standard.
It's everywhere.
Yeah, I don't think it was anything really wild. Let me see if I can find it here.
But then you are treating it with a made chemical at that point. So that it's not natural. It's not just water. It's funny if it would have just been water.
Distilled water. Yeah.
$60 for water.
Collectors buying SGC. Then that would make him a collecting business goat.
It would.
Like you sold distilled water for that much money? Maybe, of course. Collectors buying SGC. Yes, that was another one for this year.
That might be better than Don West. Man.
Pretty impressive. I'm not gonna lie. Be pretty impressive.
I'd have to shake his hand at that point. It would be like genius.
Good job. buddy.
Pure genius.
That's what I'm saying. Paul has the right question. Eric, you want to comment on that?
You can comment on that.
Eric's got that. He's got a lot of hardline stances, man. He's just staring at the Bobby Orr working, going, "Yeah, his head does seem kind of bad."
That
No,
I
right
think it's a
now,
valid point.
crap. Crap.
I'm on Mr. Minty's site to see what kind of stuff he's doing now. He's got the 13-piece card grading and cleaning prep kit for sports and TCG cards, the only PSA approved kit on the market. Premium materials ensure flawless prep, clean, examine, and prep cards at home. $60.
All right, for the record,
Free payments.
there you go.
And it has
for
like
the
a-
record.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, so for the record, so this year actually Cards HQ opened. Yeah, it feels like it's been years, but actually no, that was this year.
Yeah,
That was
this
actually
year?
this year.
I think around, I would say April.
It was the first couple months. It was the first couple months of the year.
Couple months.
So it's
there
not
you
even
go.
been a full year. That actually
They're
shocks me.
going 24/7 live, selling cards, breaking, showing like, you know, like people are lining up. They revolutionized the retail way to do everything.
Yeah, well, I'm just
Isn't it?
scanning through. I'm scanning through the videos from the channel because even though I didn't try to cover every story, I covered certain ones. The Ogretzky Peachy case, the first sale, and then the second sale.
The second
So there was
sale.
the first sale, and the second sale both this year. PSA collectors acquiring SGC, as Josh stated here previously. So that was one. We had the second year of the Topps Big League Influencer cards. So year 2 of the Big League Influencers. We had that this year.
Oh, that was a big year. But I
Yeah,
can't
we
believe
had-
HQ has been only open A year, like that's
Not even a
impossible.
year. Not even a year.
We've got so much time play on that. It's just like,
We do. Like that's why I'm looking at
Man.
it like that was like 10 months and change ago. It wasn't even a full year. Like not even yet.
that's
Pretty
crazy.
impressive.
Seems like
We
a
talked
long year.
about JSA bought by CGC. JSA
Yep.
bought by CGC.
Whatever.
That was another one.
Yeah.
Early part of the year. Just skimming through here. Collect started.
Yes.
That was a new one this
Can
year.
you say it like that? Isn't it? See it that
It's CLLCT. So there's no vowels.
there's no co in there.
Fana-
It's I can't even pronounce it.
Fanatic bought PWCC. That was this year.
Yes.
No.
That was
Fanatics was PWCC was last year.
it really?
Okay, well then they switched the new website to this.
Yeah.
Yeah, they changed the branding.
That
They
was
changed the
just
branding.
recently,
Yes,
yeah.
that one
There
they
you
did.
We
This
know
year.
that. Yeah.
I'm just skimming through here, just looking. I'll keep scanning through. Unlicensed became a big thing with the Webiyama card. A lot of discussion on the unlicensed, the infamous unlicensed.
Oh yeah.
We're
Victor
here
has a lot
saying
of-
evening, happy holidays all. Carlos, you need to bring in some fake doctor certificates in your room. Print an extra set for Doc Beckett 2, please. I'll do what I can. Josh here says, did anyone announce they won the Gretzky case the second time? No, there's been no announcement, but presumably it's been sold the second time. The $2
I think
million
that'll stay
card heist
private.
Eric is hoping we forget about. True.
The
If there's-
same guy bought it for cheaper.
That'd be funny. Paul here says Bobby's war with Atlanta. That's a constant, but yes. Let's see here. Yeah, the unlicensed thing with Wembanyama was a big one because that
What
was
was
the
that?
unlicensed basketball cards. The Tops brought in. So
Let
that was
them
this
we
year.
know that 2024 is the year that the grand battle of the ice cream cake debate.
Was that
Uh-huh.
no? That was last year, wasn't it?
No, it was this year.
Really?
This year's it feels like it's a lot. Like just looking at all the stuff, this year's been a lot longer. Oh, Eric, I forgot about this one. What about the fake Jordan PMG? The fake Jordan PMG card. That was this year. It was about 5-6
There's
months
been a
ago.
lot of fake cards actually lately.
Uh-huh.
So, and especially with Pokemon is rife with that, isn't it?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
We were on Hobbypalooza. That happened this summer. That was another
Was
one.
it this summer that we were? Oh, really?
It was this summer. Yeah.
Damn!
100%.
It seems like such a long time ago.
A lot of that's why I'm literally going but chronologically, Bobby. I'm
happening?
going through the 2024 videos. I'm going chronologically from oldest to newest. So right now
The
I'm
time
looking
is
at
flying by so fast that we think
Yeah.
it's slow,
it. Yeah. $2 million card show theft. Yep. For Dallas, the card show
and they
theft
still
there.
haven't
Got
caught
that.
the buggers.
Nope.
No.
Eric's still trying to find him on.
No
Eric's
one's
looking on the golf
stopping
course.
cards.
I guess maybe it's an inside job. We
I
heard
still
that.
think, like I said, my opinion is still that I think Eric knows more than he's letting on.
I don't know anything.
Oh, this was a
that
good
was
one.
quick.
Burbank signs the exclusive for Fanatics Collect.
His biggest, dumbest move ever.
I think the card father is going to make billions. Billions.
He will, but it actually, if anything, is disservice to his people buying off of eBay and whatever. So, and forcing them to join over there. So, I do both, but don't just do one exclusively unless you're just taking money. So, there you go, Rob. Take the money and run, brother. Have fun.
Yeah. So
Good for
here
the
I've got-
hobby. Great for the hobby.
I've got the CT scanner thing then. My infamous, my little run there, enjoying Ray Gun. That was good. That was a good one. That was a fun little run. Got some jokes out of Ray Gun. Good old Ray Gun.
Yep.
That was
That
fun.
helps.
Oh, by the way, she has officially retired from breakdancing.
This is
Oh.
this is honestly more devastating than the death of Zombie Ray Bork.
She's officially retired. That was
She
actually
has
just
officially
so much.
announced her retirement from competitive breakdancing.
I don't even think she really started breakdancing.
Well, the irony, the sad
You
part
can't
is
quit
that,
something you never really started.
well, she did go to the Olympics for it one time.
I'm trying to get some more play on it. Trust me.
So all I'm saying is that I think the biggest consequence of Ray Gun retiring is that it actually overshadowed Eric's retirement from competitive breakdancing, which happened right around the same time.
So the Olympics too. We have to consider all of that. I forgot that was out there too.
Yeah.
Damn.
And Josh is right. Carlos almost got voted into the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. It's true.
Oh,
God,
I'll-
that didn't happen.
Wow.
Eric committed crimes against Serial. That was a good episode. That was BIC 90. So if you all look it up, that's BIC 90. Eric committed crimes against Serial because Eric hates anything that's good in this world. That's
Crimes
why he
against
likes
humanity.
steroid Bobby Orr.
Yes.
Thankfully, he cleaned up his act when he went to Chicago and went straight. So that was good.
Yep.
So I think that's good. Let me see here. Ooh, we worked on the infamous debate: is a hot dog a sandwich? That was BSC episode number 92. That was a good one. We did have Mayo Monday in our lives for a little bit there. We had Mayo Monday. That was good.
He's still the coach.
He is still for now, yeah. But he's just, it wasn't winning enough to give us enough Mayo Mondays. We were trying.
No.
We were trying. We needed a couple more wins to make it happen. Oh, we did introduce rule number 8 this year. Rule number 8 is a new one.
Yes.
That was introduced this year. That is a new one. Yes.
Or did we do 7 and 8?
I think it was just 8 this year. I think that was the only one that was actually introduced this
We
calendar
did
year.
one, and then we did one right after that. So I'm wondering if it was like
8 was the one we did on the podcast. 8 was the one we did on the podcast.
Yeah, of course. They're all.
We had one that we were workshopping, but we never finished it.
We have 9.
We never phrased it though. That one's on workshop. I mean, that one's the second one's on standby.
It's official.
Oh, what did we say?
It's official.
Just read them
Oh,
out.
never
Eric.
go full Manoa. Yes, that's true.
That's right.
Right. So actually, that means we got
That
8
was a
and 9.
late edition.
8 and 9. 8
Yes.
and 9.
What about 7? What was 7 again?
Thou should not bid on one's own shit.
Yeah. So that one was from a previous year. So that means
Probably.
8 and 9 are the new ones.
Okay.
I interviewed BG.
Yeah.
We had that whole bit. That was
That's a big one.
we had the big one with
Literally.
BG. He interviewed Bill Mastro, and then I had
And
the discussion
now,
with BG.
where are we with that? Oh, sorry, Bill. We're not getting to be interviewed again.
Here's a good one. Josh says Topps triple now auto. That's right. The bounty for the triple auto for the LeBron, Steph Curry, and KD triple auto thing. That whole bounty situation was part of this year. That was a lot of stuff this year, actually. Surprising amount of sneaky stuff there.
A lot of foolish stuff.
Yeah. We had, like I said, the 3 points, the Gretzky Opeachy case sold twice. So we had that.
Yep.
Both this year. Both expos got to 1,000 videos on the channel. That was good.
Yep.
Had that. Platinum Breaks was sued. That was another one. Let's see. One soda signing with the Mets was just kind of fun. We had some fun with that. And that's later towards the end of the year. And Eric learned the spirit of Christmas. That was not long ago.
I think a lot of things happened in 2023, though.
Oh, yeah. But I'm just saying, for all things
How many companies went out of business in 2023?
Very bunch. I think the important thing, though, is that considering this was a slow year, that's actually a decent amount of stuff. It's not bad. It's not bad. All things considered.
Everything that you mentioned, it's like one major thing per month.
Give or take. Yeah. Which isn't too bad, honestly. It's not like, I know we got used to a breakneck pace. that was almost daily and, multiple things per week and everything. Even if it was just like one major thing, decently major thing per month, that's actually not bad.
Yeah, we always stretched it out for at least 3 or 4 weeks. So, and then something else would come up.
Yeah. Paul says, did we find out who amongst us call him Big Bry? Eric.
Yeah.
The New York Jets quarterback. Yes, I did enjoy the darkness. I've been in the darkness, embraced it.
But
do
you believe in a thing called love?
Oh, I think we all do, but Aaron Rodgers is soulless.
Yes.
But he just doesn't believe. Why do you think these things don't work out for him?
He might even be solace.
I believe in a thing called love.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
We can add that to the list.
Yep.
Things this year.
So that was pretty good. I don't know, folks. So anybody else in the chat got any other stuff that stood out to you? Because so I'll be honest, the last couple of years in particular, this year hasn't been theoretically as bad. But I must say, I really think that the last couple of years have really skewed our ability to be able to measure hobby time.
True enough.
Because there's just sometimes be like, was that this year? And then you'll be like, and then you'll go look and it's like, yeah, it actually was. Wow, that was the thing this year. So was that, and so was that.
Well, I finally got on the Hockey Gong Show.
Gong Show.
Cool.
Yes, so long national name ended.
Fruition happened.
That should have been number 1 through 10.
What's that?
Well, I like I said, I think my
10,
biggest concern about it. And we mentioned it earlier. Victor released his book.
Yes, we did say that. Yeah,
he released his book. We got that in there, so that was good. And Chosen Rosen was that started this year. I think I was already collecting Chosen Rosen last year. I think I had that in last year's stuff. So,
Mhm.
but I did add some interesting stuff to it this year. So I think that worked out.
Don't. You can't even tear it.
I think he could. I think he could tear his hip again though if he keeps trying.
I think he'll tear a hernia out of his gut.
Yeah, work out.
If
See
Victor
what happens
sees
when all you
that,
curl are chocolate sticks.
Victor's very busy right now, so I don't think he's around. But anyways,
That said, Bobby moved into a new garage of knowledge. Was the move this year?
no. Years.
Yeah, I was gonna say things
3
been
years
longer.
now. 1, 2.
Has it been 3?
In the third year. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah, it's been a long time since it's the house. Yeah, for sure.
I think that's what makes it interesting going back on some of the old videos. And a lot of it was like, when you go back to some of the old videos, you see some of the old locales. Eric basically had a, Boston Bruins surplus that's, vomited on his back wall.
Yes.
But back in the old days, if you go back to the first appearance of Bougie Eric, his walls are barren. They're a barren wasteland.
I
Now
hadn't
it's full.
I wasn't living here all that long at that point. This is not my first home. So
Eric lives in a home.
Soon enough. I hadn't been moved in all that long, and decorating the office was not a priority. And if you remember, and you have to go way back to the Wayback Machine, I probably shouldn't even have come on and done that episode, because if you remember the story, I had a back injury then, and I was in bed for a long time. I was in bed for like 2 months.
Yeah, it was fun.
And you're insulting me from bed got me up enough to come into here.
So that was a miracle.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
So what you were saying, hold on.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is it like a true hobby goat, like someone who belongs on the back of Victor's book. I inspired you to leave your deathbed and sit down to join this wonderful hobby, longest running, whatever it is. I have healed you. And then you went back and broke it again. The healing only works once. So, fuck you for the rest of it. You're on your own. But I healed you, you ungrateful swine. I saved you from your mediocrity to slightly less mediocre.
I was in bed for like 2 months,
but you had COVID 16 times too through that.
I've had COVID 16 times. I had original COVID. We can go back and talk about that in a second if you want.
Original COVID.
Well, it exploded in Boston because of that conference, and my wife brought it home from Boston because that's where it exploded.
You say you never get it.
So what you're saying, if I understand you correctly, is you're saying the people of Boston are the diseased. The disease end.
Round zero. People of Boston is the disease end. No, they had that huge conference.
Was it the disease conference?
Planes and subways and everything. And
planes, trains, and automobiles.
And it's
spread pillows.
So
go ahead, Eric.
So anyways, yes, Carlos, you insulting the chat, which Yannick did nothing about because he's he's
a smart man. He understands.
It got me out of bed and to sit in this chair very uncomfortably to defend the honor of the chat and make my first appearance. So you're like Jesus. You helped me walk. I was unable to walk, and you reached out through the computer, and yes, and healed me, and made me walk again from that room to this room, where I ignored the fact that I was in a lot of pain, and
drag yourself.
Yeah, drag myself in here. So most of my the time were in the other room because I was sitting in bed having nothing. I had nothing else to do.
Wait, you mean your cards?
Everywhere.
Your cards?
Yeah.
Your cards?
So Yannick, you'll know what I'm talking about. Caitlin's room, which you have slept in, that was my original bedroom when we moved in. It was Michelle and I's room.
Okay.
And when Caitlin went to college, we switched them. So I went from her room into the office. I barely made it.
I think you got a better deal now.
Yannick, this entire sequence has now led us to, we have learned something new here at the tail end of the year. So first of all, you're welcome, Eric, because I have healed you with my mana piece.
You motivated me with anger.
You're healed. You're healed.
That's what's important, Eric.
Baz said, Carlos sort of Dr. Frankenstein Eric together from old bike rack of bones that he was into the monster he is today. Exactly. Zach says, all of Eric's babbling reminds me that everyone should hit the like. Truth. Help power my healing abilities.
Yeah, that'll get me upset again.
Hypochondria has no cure. Give it time. 2025, we'll give it a shot.
But
listen, the important thing, we've learned a few things tonight. So first of all, like I said, like Jesus, I can heal the unfortunate. Not less fortunate, unfortunate. Clearly. But then in addition to that, not only that, here's how we've enriched it. Through me, again, you're welcome, you ungrateful swine. Not only did I heal you from your pathetic decrepitness into slightly less decrepitness, like marginally less decrepitness, there's only so much I can do. Like, listen, even gods have limits. But I allowed you to bask in the warm healing powers of the Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge. And if that is not enough, and this is true, Yannick, this is 100% true. If that is not enough, through my influence, I have allowed you, and you have evidence of this, allowed you to build a brand of micro celebrity in Canada.
Now? You want me to do it now?
Show the people!
Only if Yannick promises to say what he always says.
He's a pretty big deal in Canada.
Look at that. You're welcome.
This is my Christmas present. My daughter,
awesome.
My daughter had this made for me to put on my desk. This was my Christmas gift.
Oh man, I can see a big chain around your neck.
I was so thinking, like, how can I wear this?
Yeah.
I was thinking about like propping it up on.
We know a guy. Well, we need to talk to Corey.
So, am I correct? Yeah, right. We'll have to like ask Corey to help. Am I correct in the knowledge that you knew about this beforehand?
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe you knew about this. Did she tell you about it?
Maybe.
All right. Well, you keep a good secret.
She told I told Colby.
Yeah. Whatever that cow told anybody, it's on him, right?
There you go. Eric has a special cow.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're special.
I mean, let me rephrase that. Caitlin works at a place that there's a special cow.
Oh, that cow was special.
Wow.
That is a special cow.
Here you go, Josh. The highlight is that video produced about Eric. Yes. The AI video evaluating the secrets, the dark secrets of Eric.
Oh, I forgot all about that one.
That was this year too.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
There was a lot of Eric.
And we had the song. Someone made us a song.
Yes.
Yep. It's a song, yes.
Which I don't have a copy of that. I got to get one. So
I do have that.
The song plus the video. We had a lot of good interaction with the people who watch the show. Appreciate all their efforts. Yeah, I totally forgot about that video. I must have a copy.
I'm trying to remember right now.
That thing had me going for a good 15, 20 seconds where I was like, what the hell is this? And then it started going off the rails and I knew it was a joke, but there had to be a good 15 seconds where I'm just like, holy shit, what is this? It had me going. It was good. The first 15 seconds I tell you, had me fooled.
Yes, Yannick. A joke. Good to know. Totally a joke. You're right,
Oh,
Eric.
God.
You're
I'm
welcome.
just looking for something right now. See, the problem is there's been too much shit. Literally, it's to the point where even if I want to pull something up, it's like I got to go looking for it.
We had Mick Foley do a video for us.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Not everybody
that'll
can say
picture
that.
Nope.
Yeah, that is true.
It was nice. That was nice of him to play along. He's a good guy.
Yeah, I think that's how I know there's too many things. Like literally, I have to go looking through folders and folders and folders of miscellaneous crap. I've actually filed some of this shit. That's what makes it funny.
At least you keep a track. It's important.
I tried to.
You
I
lose
tried to.
control.
I tried to. But there was a lot of stuff, man. There's a lot of stuff. This one actually wasn't that. This one actually wasn't this year. This was one of our favorites from last year, though. Even though it's not specific from this year, this was a personal favorite. This one, remember this one, Eric?
Yeah.
Still applies.
Yeah.
Still applies. It's a bloodless coup. That's when you took out Jeremy, the only good Jeremy the hobby's ever had.
Yeah.
Man, it's wild, man. That's nightmare fuel right there.
God.
That's wild. There's a lot going on, man.
That's pre-AI. Pre-AI.
Yeah. Pre-AI. It's a lot going on there, man. Just saying. 731 came up a lot. Exactly. What could that number possibly mean? What could it be about? 731. 731 mayo jars? What could it be about? Who knows? Do you know what 731 means, Eric? Do you know what 731 stands for?
No, I don't know.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Are you actually claiming you don't know? Oh, please tell me you're claiming you don't know.
Nope, don't know.
Really? You don't think it could have anything to do with a so-called
French
best friend
guy?
of yours?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Little angry French man, you sure?
No, I don't know what you're referring to.
Who can't have a temper?
He does have a temper.
Yeah, maybe it'll help you. Maybe it'll jog your memory if we show you some shock.
Oh, who did that?
That's gross.
Does that help?
No.
Does it assist you?
I'm not looking.
Oh, we got more. Don't worry. Like I got more here. I got a lot more shit. You don't even want to see. You've seen some of it. You don't even want me to show you some of the other shit Paul has come up with for you.
Yeah,
He's got a lot. Eric.
I'm working on a lot more stuff, brothers.
I ordered some new cards, some nice looking ones.
Did you finally buy a box of the Boston?
We haven't got it.
What? Yeah, what?
He just bought the Reggie.
We haven't been able to get it in.
Oh, really? It's that high demand.
No, it's not.
Haven't been able to get it in. They're like $200. It's like $200 a box. So
it is like $200 a box. Yeah, it's expensive.
Wait till people open it up and realize it's only worth $75, and then buy.
So yeah, I just went on the old eBays and just got the one that I wanted.
You still have to buy a box.
I'd like to
find your Milt Schmidt and move on.
No, there's no Milt Schmidt. There's no Milt Schmidt in the Bruin Centennial set.
And who did the Bruin Centennial set, by the way?
I don't know.
We don't actually.
Where's that scoundrel right now?
Did we confirm though that it was him or was it one of his
it's
colleagues?
not him.
Oh,
No,
I thought we did.
Yeah, I was
No.
like I said, I wasn't sure about that one.
No, when they first called me before, when they were first starting it, and I talked to the guy, him and Billy, for a few minutes. Yeah, it's another guy. But
you talked to him for a few minutes and you said you better be a Milt Schmidt in there, and they never did it.
I didn't know I had to say, hey, the most important, greatest Bruin of all time, you should probably have him in the set. No, I didn't.
Well, they already had Joe Thorne in the checklist, so you should have been more specific.
They had Rick Nash. They had Rick Nash, which was important.
Again, also more
Hal
important.
Gill?
Yes.
Was he not in there? Was Hal Gill not in there too?
I don't
Oh,
know.
Alfred Gill was definitely there. Like, come on.
Yeah.
They got the good ones.
Has to be. I think he was on the box.
Unbelievable.
It is.
Yeah, Milt
But they can
Schmidt.
put a set out and think that they know about the Bruins, and you called them.
They called me.
And they called you even bigger.
Yeah.
Like, honestly.
Yeah,
and still no Milt Schmidt.
They said that guy's pretty big deal in Canada. We need to talk to him.
You're gonna be like, "Hi guys, Canadian YouTube influencer Eric Henderson here.
Yeah.
Can we get Milk Schmidt?"
There it is.
In Canada. I'm famous.
Only in Canada.
A pretty big deal. It's only funny when Yannick says it. It just cracks me up every time he says that. Yep, you're a pretty big deal.
You're a pretty big freaking deal in Canada.
Friggin', I don't know. I don't know why I think it's so funny, but when he adds that 2 cents to it, I just think it's hysterical.
We don't have pennies here.
Oh yeah,
I was gonna say.
When he adds that loony to it, it's just hysterical.
Looney to it?
Wow.
Toonie or loony?
Either one, it's all just ridiculous.
It's okay. That's what the like button's all about.
You just
Do you,
wish
do you
you
want
had
us to
two
throw? Do you want us to
pieces.
throw some American dollar coins at you? Would that make you feel better? You got those?
Silver dollars.
No, they got rid of the silver ones. I would throw a silver one at him, but the silver one
Used to
has a
be
little
it.
heft. The silver one has a pretty good heft to it.
It's got a nice ting. Put it on your finger. Go.
It does, yes. If you get if you actually tap it, then you get a nice ping sound to it. That's how you know it's real silver.
That's
Proper thing.
exactly right. Yes.
Yeah, without
did collect
when it's
coins,
got
too.
the other ones have the zinc.
Yeah. It's like ting.
Yeah, it doesn't have the same. It's not the same.
No, it doesn't have the long ring. So the year in review. So what is your collecting goals for the new year? I guess everyone.
Ooh, Eric, say something really boring, then it will make us all laugh.
Well, let's start with Yannick.
All right, Yannick, what's your goal?
Obviously,
It's not obvious. Like some people are watching for the first time.
two hobby goals of mine this year will be to unload a good chunk of my
A full
collection
clip
that I already
of
got
Bougie
prepped,
Eric.
and then I'm gonna turn this money into my C57 set, which is very important to me. And the more that I wait, the prices are going up slowly.
Constantly.
It's not like, overnight thing, but they're increasing because there's just less and less.
Every year that set goes up beyond like the C55s and C56.
I hit.
Amazing.
I knocked 25 cards out of a 50 card set, so that was a pretty good year, starting from 0 to halfway. I knocked lots of the big names, but I still have
A couple.
the main guys. Like some of the main guys for sure. A couple.
Vesna. And
Well, I'm thinking right now I want to kind of focus on the Vesna. Literally, like if I have to save all my money for one move, which is I'm ready to do. I'm willing to do it.
The problem is it took David like 2 years to find the Vesna he wanted.
True.
It is a tough card to buy because that grade in a 2 or a 3, it's like, yeah, it's really, Bobby goes, Bobby, what about this one? I went, that's a 2, it's not a 3.
I saw 1.5 this year that literally,
yeah, that would be perfect.
Was a truck ran over it on gravel and then put it back on reverse one more time and then pack on drive, stop on the card and push the pedal so the card would just like fly out. And then it put in the SGC slab and it was still a $3,000 card.
Really?
I was just like,
crazy. Yeah.
Okay. And it still got a 1.5.
Well, comparatively speaking to the other seed cards, it's almost like a 10-to-1 ratio. So that set, as I had said many times, is definitely one that most people would collect. It has real pictures of the players. It's not cartoon drawings, and it's highly desirable when it's rarer, right? So that Vesna's been going up and up and up and up. Oh, geez, it's just like
here's my goal for the year, and that's definitely one of those. Like even the same guy, I would get him online through Facebook. It's pretty much the same. It's the same guy I would buy them from at the show, at the Toronto Expo show. So to me, the windows of opportunity to buy those cards are literally at the expo. Other than that, it's not the type of card that people will carry around everywhere. And so that's always one thing I look forward going there. You never know. Some of these guys will advertise it a little bit before the show, but they don't. Some of those deals are done before the show, and some of those deals they'll wait for the show because they want obviously to get the most money possible. So being a rarer set too, and there's only, I don't know, a few collectors that are legit or serious to look into this set. So, but anyway, those would be my goal for 2025.
How many people on the PSA, whatever it is, I guess the registry?
No idea. Don't care.
Okay.
But
no, it's just be interesting to know comparative to C55 or C56.
Would be.
Being harder, it'd probably obviously be less, but I mean, be interesting to know. Because like I said, that's a real tough set. Like, it's sort of like the test issue, very tough set. Then it commands almost a higher dollar in a sense. And I think the C57s have went up exponentially, comparatively speaking, to the other C series in price in the last 3, 4 years, 5 years. Pre-pandemic started to go, and then pandemic went crazy, and then now it's settling back down, but they're still going up, the C57s. Yeah.
I have an in onto someone who has a collection, has graded set, I think, but has a lot of raw ones left as doubles. So that's going to be one of those interesting I know in this instant, this transaction, I'll have to physically go to the person and actually deal with him on site in his home, and I'll have actually to drive quite ways to go there, but that should be interesting. I'm looking forward to that because I know for a fact for the last year or two, like I think it could probably do good on completing, or at least get very good on knocking the remaining 25 cards I have left. So that's that's exciting to me. That just turned into my whole collecting the last 13, 14 months or so. Like, I love baseball, and I still do love, and I still have super nice main piece of baseball memorabilia, but loving more minor league and baseball memorabilia in general. The hockey part of pre-war is what I love, is so niche, and it's very limited in a way. It's just comparison to like how many baseball sets are out there. That makes it even more special. And I always enjoy hockey up to probably the last decade or so. Just the game's changed so much for me, and the time I have to watch the game anyway. So all of this together got me to turn into collecting the set. So
you're going to get into the lacrosse cards of Joe Malone? Or
I have his. I already got the lacrosse. I got the V145. I got the C55. I got the C57.
C60 is the other
the
one.
The lacrosse, I have the C59. I think I'm missing the C60, or the other way around.
Yeah.
They're kind of like not hard, but they're a little confusing, or how to differentiate them. It's like the drawing across, I guess, on top. Like there's a cross with the two lacrosse.
Yes.
I don't know. The lacrosse, so we call it a stick, or it's a net, or it's
a stick. Yeah, lacrosse stick. Yeah.
I never played that game ever.
I wonder if there's a technical name for that.
So I'm wondering. A stick, anyway.
Well, I don't think it's just a stick, like a hockey stick. Yeah, I get it, but I think it's
a lacrosse stick.
There's a name for it.
But he's got two variation of lacrosse. Hang on, actually, I got them right here.
All right, let's see.
I'm just looking right now. I literally just went in just to go to Sport Check. Nike Alpha lightweight senior lacrosse stick. Sport Check lacrosse sticks.
Okay.
The lacrosse sets, that's what's cool about it.
Yeah, maybe for the net part, the little top part maybe has a name, but the actual lacrosse stick is a lacrosse stick.
I think it's Ojibwe for Robin or something.
So see, this is listed as a C60.
Oh, okay. That's C60. Is that 60 though?
But that's the thing.
Well, it's VVG. Come on, it's got to be true. Ask Eric. It's VVG. It's from Becker.
Eric, is that true?
Real quick, Yannick. So while you're
CCCCG a little bit better, I think you should probably crack it and get it into one of those instead.
And I got this one, which is, it's no biggie, but
Card
it's still
affiliate,
it's
yeah.
still a Joe Malone card.
Yep.
I got the 61 stamp. That's one other one I got this year. Now I'd love to find the full panel because there's actually another stamp would go
with
there.
him on that?
I can't remember. I think it's actually
It's in the app.
yeah, I know it's in the app. But
while you're grabbing those, Yannick, I'm going to read a couple
I think
comments.
it's
so hang
Eddie
tight.
Gerard.
Yannick, hang tight for a second. Hang tight for a second. I'm just going to read a couple of comments. So Dom here is saying Eric has a fortune in chocolate gold coins. True.
I ate them all.
Zach says, Carlos, you have a standalone video about Cards HQ live selling. I want to go back and watch. Yeah, I made a standalone video for that. 24 live selling where it's at. It didn't happen. That's where it's at. I think Geoff did a Jeff Wilson show follow-up where he talked about with a couple of the guys that he co-founded the Cards HQ with, and they talked about the live selling thing, and they talked about all the breaker cabanas they haven't activated yet. They're still looking at the
a partner.
What's that?
Is Teapot a partner?
Nope, he's an employee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they got the two
His
guys
name's
that he's
Teapot. What do you want, right? Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's,
sorry,
he's-
didn't mean
he-
to say it
his
badly.
main
I
job
just
is
meant
his
to-
main
it's
job
funny.
is the market movers. That's his main gig, is to operate the operational side of market movers, because that's literally his deal. But obviously he's around, and they do their studio shows in the store because they built out a studio in the store, so they're there all the time. But yeah, his main job is the market mover side of it, and he's in the office side of that portion of the business.
That'd be the least name I would pick for a nickname, anyways.
I don't know what to say. So yeah,
I'm
so
a
right
little
now the
Teapot
24/7 live
short.
stream.
Oh, sorry.
Richard Scott will tell us more. So
Maybe.
Zach says 24/7 live selling. Yeah. So right now that's not happening. Although 24/7 live streaming BIC, Eric has already volunteered.
No,
Oh, really?
no, Eric did not.
Love
No.
and peace.
24/7. Wow.
Yeah. Well, listen.
No.
Originally, Eric wanted to go 25/8, so I had to talk him down to 24/7.
Yeah.
So like
There's compromise.
let's work our way up to it. Let's start with
Yes.
20. Let's start with 24/7 and work our way up to 25/8.
Nope.
Give me a ham. Just get back from SmackDown. There you go.
SmackDown. What's that mean? What's the code word for that?
I'm pretty sure he's talking about WWE SmackDown. He was probably watching the wrestling.
I thought that's on Thursday nights.
I think it's SmackDown. I think it's still Fridays.
I don't know.
I think they had it on Thursday at one point, but I think it's been Friday for a couple of years
I
now.
thought it was Thursday night SmackDown. Now it's Friday night SmackDown.
It's been Friday Night SmackDown for a bit,
You
yeah.
mean Thursday night? Eric gets SmackDown.
Oh, he gets smacked
Maybe.
down on a regular basis. That's a
Yeah,
daily
it doesn't
occurrence.
matter what day of the week it is.
Yes.
True that.
Zach says, letting Eric do 24/7 to work off what he owes with the like button, man. Wow.
Let it.
Yeah.
I think
it would take
25/8 will barely put a dent into it. 25/8 will barely put a dent into it.
I believe that to be true.
This is true. So go ahead, Yannick. I'm gonna grab a quick refill, but if you want to show a couple more of those cards, I just want to get caught up on the comments. So now we're caught up, we're good, and you're more than welcome. Go for it.
Yeah, so that was what we just said there, the C60. So I acquired this one this year. That's another set that it's interesting that it's a lacrosse set, but you got at least 20 Hall of Famers in that set that are in the Hockey Hall of Fame. So it's a way cheaper way, I guess, to get on this set. And then the C55, which is that set is just beautiful, being a drawing, but it's still kind of cool. And then the C57, which is probably one of my first, I think it's the first C57 cart that I purchased. And then there's the 1923 V145 Patterson, V45 1 Patterson. So that's the only one of him, basically, I think, in the Montreal Canadian and in the NHL uniform, because the two previous ones were NHA era, National Hockey Association. There's the 61 stamp, which is usually it's a panel. There's a second one. There's a baseball version of these. They're actually a green tinge, I think. And there's the 84, 87 Hall of Fame set. It's him too, with the bleu, blanc, rouge. And That's it for that. And I got like a whole case of C57 here. My first actually what do we call it?
Oh, watch out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Case coming.
Yeah.
Woo-hoo.
I got a couple interesting hockey related one that I got this year too.
Oh yeah. That's
I
Team
got 2 of
Canada
those.
versus who is it? Team
That's a
Canada
1928. What is it called? The Die Welt in Boulder. Basically, it's Olympia 1928 tobacco, and it's Team Canada.
What's the back look like? Okay, yeah, fine.
So those were pretty cool. I found another one I kind of always like to show. That's a personal collection item. That one I'm gonna keep.
Oh yeah, that's a nice one.
Which is like Brandon was mentioned at Bubbles there. Those are movie theater tickets from Japan.
Mm-hmm.
So this one is for basically the year basically Slapshot came out. So
did you get your postcards? No.
77. No, those postcards from RMY still missing, but
really
they were sent to Canada Post, so
yeah,
nothing I can do really about that.
Yeah, probably got stuck at the border there.
There's another one I got this year too. Is pretty neat. That's from England.
England, yeah.
So the Rocket here, and this guy I think is a boxer.
What's his name?
You want me to say it, huh?
I don't know. Is it difficult?
Baby Bakila.
What was his name?
It's fuck you Burrell's name. There we go.
Baby Makila,
Eric, there's still time for us to have some stuff for end of year. I'm just saying. I can download this video. We still got
this
time.
is a good one, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a good one. Yeah. What grade is that?
It's an 8.
Hockey perennials. So who's the player?
Baby Makila.
Who? The fuck? It's Gordie Howe and Rayner. Chuck
I
Rayner.
got that one kicking around here somewhere.
It's probably one of my oldest pieces in all of my collection. I acquired this.
What is that one? We can't see it very well.
It's Frank Canton Company Ice Cream Parlors Confectionery. It's baseball scene.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
It was listed as 1890, 90-ish or something.
Oh, I remember that. That's small, eh?
Yeah. It looks like there's
eBay.
like a pinhole there, so it looks to me kind of like it's like a business card.
Maybe.
Like it would have been pegged on a Bolton
Anything on the back?
Say that again?
Anything on the back?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Nothing. Basically, just a plain back. A little bit of glue, I guess, or stain. There's one that I don't think I showed before.
Can't see it very well.
This is a 1936 Centennial for Arkansas.
Whoa.
And it's a series. There's I can't remember, but I think there's over 50 of those stamps. They're all like famous people, sports, non-sport related from those days. Like Einstein got one, Babe Ruth has one.
Okay.
I have the list here somewhere, but this is Connie Mack, which is,
Return of the Mac.
He's kind of a big deal in baseball, as big as Eric is in Canada.
Yes. There it is.
So what else here? I got some local guys that like Quebec French Canadian guys that played in Cuba and the Mexican leagues back in the Outlaw League days from the 40s. So I got a few of those this year.
Are those
They're 1945, 46.
Are they
from
Cuban
Cuba?
cards?
Say that one more time.
Are they Cuban cards?
They are Cuban cards. They
Those
are
are high demand. A lot of those Cuban cards because they're very few are made, right?
I got 2 even rarer ones from Cuba. color ones, same kind of paper stock. Those are from 45, 46 Almanac Deportivo or something. Yeah, Cuba baseball.
Hmm.
I got these, which is our 3 variation of like the first hockey scene, I guess, or the first McGill.
Oh, McGill University. Yep.
Yeah. There's like the third one. So basically
I have 2 of them. I think
there's 3 of those, but the fact is all 3 of those, the backs are different and they're different issued year as well. That's in 1929. The second one is 1935. Sorry, 2935. And this one would be 1930. But I still have to track down because that one, the back, unfortunately, it's a little.
Are they England or Australia or both?
They're all English.
They're
but
pretty
2
good
of
with their
them,
dates. Those guys.
2 of them are different company to shoot. Edwards, Ringer, and Big. The other one is WA&A Churchman.
Churchman was cigarettes.
So I guess same image, but issued with a different company name. Same text, same blur in the back, same.
Yep.
That one has no company, and there's kind of like that little different, those little lines there, that printed part is different. So what else I got? I got a Patty Moran leather piece, I guess, from probably like the pads or skates or a glove or whatever. So that was pretty cool. I got this at the expo.
Doesn't even say at the back.
No, it just says like a game use memorabilia.
Okay. I'm surprised it wouldn't put if it was.
And BG says to enjoy it. This great piece of history.
Oh, thanks, BG.
So
BG.
That's one I submitted last year in November, and I got this year but it's a Gretzky sticker rookie basically, and I got a 9 on a sticker, which is pretty tough to get.
Yeah, they are pretty tough.
So no big deal, but that was kind of neat to have something from my collection. Like I had this for a while, so that one is a cool one.
Everybody likes that one, yeah.
Yeah, that's the top version because
because they did individual ones for
the same number. Peachy, same number. The 261 is the team photo.
Oh, cool.
Just that I like that one too. It's pretty.
I think Bobby Orr's in that 79, is he not? Team photo?
78.
Is it 78? Okay.
The guy that looks like him is actually Keith Magnuson. A lot of people think that he's in the 79, but it's Keith Magnuson.
I better get you on the fucking Gong Show then, Eric.
Magnuson? Is this like a relative of Magnus for Magnuson? How many times did he compete as strongman?
Yeah.
Look, Bobby, all I'm saying is late 70s, and I'm hearing some Vermagnusons.
Big strong guys.
That time period, 80, 81, 82, 83.
All of a
I was
sudden,
watching that stuff.
Yeah, all of a sudden, it's like I'm saying, if you got them for Magnusons, it's like, what happens? It's like, so when you say he plays hockey, I mean he kind of stands on his skates and like picks up a guy and just throws him.
Yeah.
That's his technique. It's not so much skating and checking as it is he picks him up and just pretends he's an Atlas stone. Ugh!
And he throws a barrel full of pucks and all that other fun stuff.
Yeah. He throws he drags out a Zamboni and just throws the Zamboni at somebody.
Yeah, the smaller, older ones, but yeah.
I bet the other team would be like, you know what, we're not messing with that guy.
No,
leave him alone. That dude's throwing Zambonis at us. Nope. Yeah. It's a big old nope. We're taking the night off.
Nope. It's like Winston Robert.
Which NHL team had the first Zamboni?
Oh boy, that's a good one. You're talking about a drivable one or the walk behind one?
No, drivable.
It's a trick question. Remember, he thinks the Boston Bruins are in the NHL.
I know.
Also,
so
remember
we'll have to say Boston Bruins.
Yeah, he's not sure. You said NHL, so that's out. So who was the actual one had first? This is like the first who got the first NBA 3-pointer. So tell us the truth. Stop giving us your propaganda lies.
Yes, propaganda is right.
Yes.
Lies.
Pull the one true rookie card. Tops or Peachy. Rick says, yeah, Nick showing some cool cards. There you go.
Yeah.
Good
Thank you,
tips.
Rick.
That was great.
It's
It bought me
fun.
the opportunity to refill my drink, and I was like, "You're doing great. You keep going."
I like vintage and oddball.
How do you refill a beer when you open it? Oh, you put it in a mug.
I've also got the water bottle. I have both things on the desk.
Oh, sorry.
So
Well,
if
water.
the beer, I grab it and I open it. The water I refill.
Water is the time.
The water I refill. Yeah, the water has to be refilled.
Damn that water.
I know, right? Well, listen. I've tried to teach Justin this. Drink responsibly. If you have
drink
this,
water with it, you'll be.
if you have this on the desk, you can have your beer as well, and it's fine.
Where is he? Where is he? Eric?
Yeah, where's for Magnuson?
Right. No, this is Bobby Orr in 78.
Oh, okay. There it is.
Yeah, with his real hockey team. Yeah. Okay.
Right. So that's him. Magnuson's in the middle as a player.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So Bobby Orr's not a player. I see what you're saying.
No, he's not. At this point, he is retired. They
I
had
think
him.
he played. No, he played 6 games or something, didn't he?
Yeah.
They had him in the front. The reason he's not dressed is because he wasn't a player anymore. But they gave him some stupid front office job, and that's why he's in the.
Why did Boston get rid of Bobby Orr? Is the question.
They didn't.
They did,
and I think
he ended up going there for no reason.
All right, so you must know the whole Alan Eagleson situation.
I understand that,
Right.
Eagleson. That's fine.
So, for some reason,
And he's still alive, bugger.
Harry,
92. Anyways,
Harry and ownership never spoke to Bobby directly. Bobby, was getting told things by Alan Eagleson that were all lies. His feelings got hurt, so he wouldn't directly speak to ownership, the Jacobs family, and Harry Sinden. So the only person that was negotiating and talking to both sides was Eagleson, and he was lying the whole time because he worked out a deal with Chicago that would put more money in his pocket. So the Bruins had offered Bobby Orr part ownership of the Bruins. And Bobby never knew that until like a decade later. So one of the reasons
so you're saying Bobby Orr is not very sharp.
That argument could be made, but he trusted.
So you're saying Bobby Orr is a moron,
and that he might have taken steroids. Yes,
I didn't say that.
Steroid-bound moron.
But he trusted Eagleson. Eagleson lied. He never went and talked to the Jacobs family or Harry Sinden, and that's one of the reasons, Eagleson is a pariah in hockey now and is out of the NHL Hall of, the Hockey Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
Why he did jail time, all these other things. And Bobby Orr could be part owner of the Boston Bruins today.
And who cares?
It's a valid question.
He's got more than enough money.
Right there?
He's got more than enough money. So
I think Bobby Orr's wallet cares.
Why would his wallet care? The guy's loaded. He's fine.
Because
you say he needs more money?
Because if he was part owner of the Boston Bruins with no investment in, like he didn't have to buy in, you just
invest,
collect a check every year.
So the millions of dollars that he has in the bank are just sitting there, and he's like, okay, so he's older, so
yes, but
the matter
when he retired, he didn't have a lot of money.
Oh, he had enough money. Don't you worry.
He didn't have tons of money. That's why he had to keep working, and he ended up being a player agent and actually had a job, and was working for Bay Bank.
I had a job. Oh my god! Like I can't believe Bobby Orr had a job.
Paul here is making some valid questions here. Sorry, how big was Bobby Orr's head in Chicago? Well, based on that image there, it looked like his head shrank from his time in Chicago. He maybe got off the steroids.
It did, yeah. He might have, toned it down.
Because I got to be honest,
wouldn't put up for that. No.
And I think Eric will attest to this. If he grabs his ruler and he looks at Bobby Orr's image on that card, he's going to see his head is much smaller than that in that 66 wood grain border card.
Far smaller, yeah.
And in the older card, he actually has a body.
He does, yeah.
So it stands to reason that his head actually shrank, allowing the rest of his body to exist in the same plane of existence.
That's what happens.
After all those years in Boston taking the steroids, He finally got off the sauce, went to Chicago, and played legitimately.
Yep. You know, going back to the Topps cards, you know, we have the tall boys and we have the only 2 years after we have the 66, 67. And those 2 years are the most, I guess, argued. Do people really like those or do they hate them? And out of those 2 years, that's probably across the board. Either you love them or you hate them kind of thing. You know, not a lot of people, because the TV screen didn't really give full body shots. If anything, gave bust shots, you know, and what have you. But, you know, either you love them or you hate them. A lot of people didn't like the tall boys. I kind of did. Like the second series was all headshots, and the first series was all like full body shots almost. And then the 66, it was mostly headshots and a few bust shots. Not much more than that. So I think people really like the aspect that they can see the whole player opposed to just the head. Yep, there's another head. See, he's not on
head.
steroids.
And if you look, his head is pretty well proportioned to the rest of his body. So it tells me Bobby Hall was legit.
Yeah, and he's got players in the background, so you can see that contrast, right? So, you know, with Bobby Orr, it's just like...
It's like 99% head.
Yeah.
There's barely enough room on the card for anything else.
It's the exact same photo. Look at the player in the background. It's the same thing.
No, they're in a different position. It throws you off. On the left, see, center.
Yeah, Bobby Hall's on the left of the card. Bobby Orr is in the middle of the card.
But
so you can see his gigantic cranium front and center.
Look at the player in the background. It's the same. It's the exact same background.
It isn't, because he's in the middle and Hall's on the left. So it changes the dichotomy of the card itself in a weird kind of esoteric way.
It alters proportions.
The same Toronto Maple Leafs player wearing number 2. The same red seats. The same guy in the front wearing the green jacket. It's exactly the same.
Eric, are you questioning the Burrow?
I know my eyes say that the backgrounds are the same. They just placed Hull and Orr in different spots.
Eric,
your eyes.
If the two things that we're comparing here are your eyes and the word of the Burrell, I am believing the Burrell.
Okay. You're right. I'm sorry.
I'm on the Gong Show. You know that, right?
Yeah.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Like, how many people do you have to tell you? Do we have to tell you? Bobby has to tell you? Richard Scott has to tell you? How many people have to tell you?
Just call Richard.
Does zombie Ray Bork have to tell you? After Brains?
And Bork's going to come up to you and go, who's that Bobby Brown guy?
Sure.
It's going to happen. And then you go, well, he's a friend. No. Because Bork is number 1 in Canada. Because he is French, not American.
He is French Canadian.
Here says, been a Team Latvia fan since day one. So I think I saw something on Facebook on this. So Team Latvia is playing whom?
They just beat Team Canada in a shootout.
In what? But in what?
World Juniors.
Oh, the World Juniors.
They beat them.
World Juniors. Damn.
Latvia.
Oh my God.
Just beat
Team
Canada.
Wow.
Bad.
15 minutes
If only
ago.
it was something that mattered. That'd be crazy.
Well,
yeah. Well, the juniors are kind of random, you know. You have good crops, bad crops, so you know you can't win them all.
But not even just that, Bobby. It's like they put it every year during the holidays. Like I literally ignore that shit. I don't care.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, like I just random.
We stay friends with Eric, so he'll keep up on the scores and tell us. So
yeah, give Latvia the gold medal.
United
Great,
States
sounds great.
beat Germany like 10-2, and
who?
United States beat Germany like 10.
The Germans.
The Germans.
You must be kidding.
And Canada just lost to Latvia.
Well, that happens. So what does this
and yet I find myself unmoved.
It doesn't matter. It's juniors. Seniors, different story.
Wow.
Juniors.
Well, we'll be having 4 nations this year, and we'll see how things go.
I predict they will be in the top 4.
There you go.
I believe they will be. Yes, I agree.
See? Sight unseen, Eric. I don't even need to see it.
Nope.
I'm predicting a top 4 finish.
Very astute.
Well, listen, while I don't have quite the level of the Burrell behind Family and God, I am on that list. Eric is not.
Yep. You are on the page after, though. where others aren't.
Jeff says Latvia also beat the Wings earlier in the day. Maybe they
And
did.
the Bruins.
Oh my God.
They are who we thought they were. That's a great callback.
I knew it.
Yeah.
Man.
And we let them off the hook.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
That was a classic.
Anyways,
Classic.
you're collecting goals.
They win the game.
You're collecting goals, Eric, for the new year?
Ooh, 69, 70? 68, 69?
69.
Same old shit? Same old shit?
Same old fucking.
My
second
goals
series
are to
bullshit.
shut down the post office that runs through my house.
Good luck.
I am sick and tired of being taken advantage of and used by these dirty Canadians who continue to send me packages, and then I get all excited when my mailbox is full, and then I go to open them and I find things like, this. I don't even know who that is. I don't care, but yet here it is on my desk. Okay. And now this is my
It's
problem.
the Sean Monahan, man. What are you
Yes.
talking about?
And then I have, listen to me now and hear me later. I got this sitting on my desk and I got to send it up to Halifax. And it's just sitting here and I don't know why. And I didn't ask for it. But here it is. And I wanted to go away. I wanted to get on the chopper and go to Halifax.
I apologize to everyone for what just happened.
So I'm going to shut down the post office here in Danvers.
And you plan on doing that? How
Well,
exactly?
believe me now, listen to me
Yeah,
later.
believe me now and hear me later. I am going to shut it down.
Question. How do you plan on doing that exactly?
I'm going to
Yes,
start.
I'd like to know.
I can't. There's an
Where's your
address
MO on that?
address on the other side of this, so I can't show it. But this is going to Quebec. These are going to Quebec. Okay, I don't.
So you're
Yeah,
international.
Eric, would it
then.
make you feel better?
In a Pepe Le Pew accent. That's all.
Eric, would it make you feel better if, since your main issue seems to be that you're getting mail, getting all excited, and it's not for you,
That's right.
would it help you if we started arranging for you to get a procession of packages so that we could build up your Joe Thornton super collection?
I don't want a Joe Thornton super collection. I don't. I think I
But
may.
what if you received dozens of packages per week
It's
that were
coming to
all
you.
for you and it had
No.
nothing but Joe Thornton
I don't want that.
and
We'll
Bill
talk-
Buckner?
We'll talk next Monday. Tuesday.
I don't want that, especially that.
Okay, we'll talk on Tuesday
I
and
don't-
see
I
how
don't-
you.
Man, it's going to be real awkward when the flood of mail comes in.
I don't. I don't want Joe Thornton cards. Nor
They're coming to you,
no.
and you don't even know they're coming to you.
No, I don't want Joe Thornton cards. If I have, I may have. I must in all this mess. I must have 5 or less Joe Thornton cards.
5 or less.
I don't. I've never collected them. I don't want to collect them.
I know it's intimidating to collect the greatest living Boston Bruin. I
Oh,
understand it's
my
intimidating.
I am so
I
glad
understand.
they didn't bring him back on Captain's Night. I was afraid they're going to. They brought back Jason Allison because
Wow,
you
there's a superstar.
when you're bringing out, all the great captains in Boston Bruins history, you got to bring out Jason Allison. So thank
Well,
God that
Eric, I understand. Look, I understand why they didn't do it. They didn't want to intimidate the lesser, mediocre, second, third, 14th tier captains
No.
like Zombie Ray Bork. That trash.
They brought him
They
out.
didn't want to. They didn't want to even deal with that trash. They said, "We don't want you to be intimidated.
Yeah.
We're going to leave the real captain at home,
Yep.
and the
Yeah.
rest of you peasants can come."
they brought out Terry O'Reilly. They brought out John
Garbage.
Busick. They brought
Trash.
out Ray Bork. They
Basuda,
brought out
which is
Wade
Spanish for trash.
Cashman. They brought out Patrice Bergeron, Zdeno Chara. But then
Bergeron's good though. I'll give him that.
out comes Jason Allison. I'm like, oh, okay.
Surprise.
And I'm like, if they're bringing this guy out, is Joe Thornton going to come out next? And thank God he didn't.
Yeah, Joe Thornton had something better to do this time. He's like, "I'm not dealing with
Obviously.
those peasants."
He
Get out of
probably would have got booed out of the building.
He was my favorite Leaf.
Listen, I know for a fact
Right?
that would make perfect sense. Listen, that would make sense that they would boo Joe Thornton because the Bostonians do boo greatness. They hated Bill Russell. They
Eddie
absolutely
Shore.
horrible things.
Eddie Shore.
They said, Bill Russell, you're garbage. You screwed. You suck.
Eddie Shore was one of the worst ever.
Good Lord.
There
Woo.
was a small
still revered.
population. Oh crap! See, I was hoping. I said all that Jason Allison stuff to see if she was listening.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And see, there it is.
Wow.
I was waiting. That was
Why
just.
isn't Amanda in here right now?
I don't know.
What are you doing, Amanda? You're supposed to come join us.
She needs like 3 hours of prep for
Yeah, she has
her
to
live stream.
show it with 3 o'clock.
Makeup. You don't need anything. Just come join the clan, and we can have somebody else to talk to.
Okay, I just want to point. The Jason Allison Smack Talk was a test. It was a fishing expedition to see if she was in the.
And you caught the big one. Nice.
Yeah, that was too easy.
It was.
That was too easy.
I like this one. So Don says, I just picture the owls. Don says, I just picture the owls from Harry Potter flooding Eric's house with thorns. I know. Modding a whatnot break. Listen, you can do both. You sit here and you help us smack talk Eric, and then you say, banned, 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 double banned, uber banned.
Amanda, that was too easy.
Not good when it's easy like that.
I was hoping she was listening, and I was like, I know how to find out.
Listen, Amanda, if you need to defend Jason Allison, just let us know. I can shoot you a link.
Please, we need somebody to defend Jason Allison.
Right. And there's a lot more Boston Bruins captain slander that I can do. So,
and I like Jason Allison. I thought he was a good player. I thought Joe Thornton was a good player.
Like I said, you got to understand it. This explains why Eric's Boston Bruins are pathetic. Is that every single time they got anybody good, like Joe Thornton, endless disrespect, but they're sitting there like, oh, but we got
Phil Kessel.
Trash.
Who?
Phil Kessel.
He came from Toronto. We got rid of him for the wrong reasons. He just
he left from Boston.
He came from
was
Boston.
in
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
He was a rookie here.
And then he went to.
Wasn't he first overall?
No, he wasn't.
No.
Phil Kessel wasn't first overall, but
No,
he was a high pick.
He's a very good player, amazing player.
And he really did have a late resurgence. It was kind of hilarious what happened with him, because then he started winning Stanley Cups, and then
Great.
he had the infamous picture with him in the cup, and I think he was eating a hot dog
dog.
out of it or
Oh,
something.
it was all filled with hot dogs. Yeah.
No,
It's
and that's
the
good
secret.
for him, though. Leafs got rid of him, and so be it. Stupid dummies.
Then he went.
We don't like him. We don't like his dad. We don't like it. Come on. We don't like the way. Come on. Guy's a great player.
All he did was win Stanley Cups.
Yeah, well, they put him on the third line with nobody, and they go, what's the guy going to do? Anyway.
Jason Allison was a very good player when he was here. Unfortunately,
VG is like a 3.
the team wasn't very
What's
good.
very good? It's a 3. So that's not a compliment.
Boston,
That's actually
the Boston Bruins.
that's low end
weren't very
PSA
good.
tier shit. Excellent is 5.
No, they were poor.
He was excellent.
He was definitely one of the better players left, but he became captain, I think, right after Ray left. He's the one that ended up with the C on his chest after Ray's like, "Get me the hell out of here. This place sucks."
Please. Yes, I know. Yeah. Things you have to deal with, right? So whatever.
So the team was in really tough shape, but he was definitely a bright spot.
Oh yeah.
Him and Anson Carter played well when they were here.
Was good. Yeah.
Dancing.
Anson. I don't remember that. But
Anson Carter.
Let's not forget fan sign legend Tyler Seguin. Yes.
mm-hmm.
Jason Allison was near mid-mint.
Near mid-mint.
So here's a good one. I actually completely forgot about this. This is true. I was wondering. So Phil Kessel won 3 Stanley Cups.
Mm-hmm.
Pittsburgh.
Not with the Leafs.
2 of them were Pittsburgh. There was one other one.
Avalanche or something?
Nope.
No, he never played for the Avalanche.
Bobby,
I
think the
don't
place
remember
that we
who
want the
played for him.
National
I'm
to
just
go
trying
to.
to guess.
Think where we want the National to go to.
Chicago.
The team on your hat.
Oh, Vegas.
Vegas.
Yes, the
He
Vegas
did-
Golden
Yeah, he went to
Knights.
Vegas. That's right.
Yeah, I don't think he played much, but he was on the team.
Well, he gets a Stanley Cup winner. He gets a Stanley Cup ring for that one.
Hey, it's good for him.
Yeah,
Good job by him. Yeah.
everyone kept wanting to see him, come out and play in the finals, and they didn't play him. If memory serves, they didn't play him.
Really?
Yeah.
And he once led the league in game-winning goals.
Yeah. He's a phenomenal player. I really believe he was a phenomenal player. He was sort of like McGillney. He wasn't hooked up with the right teammates. And if you hook them up with the right teammates, these guys are, they're amazing players. And I think that's the problem with the NHL for the most part, is the lines aren't really communicated to who they really need to play with. That makes them a better player, or actually accents their playing abilities. When McGillney was on with Sundin, I've said this before, those two guys, I think both Swedish, they just played together so well. But they never were on the same line because you had to divvy out the talent through the lines. And unfortunately, McGillney ended up on the second or maybe the third line with it. I can't remember. So anyway, and I think that's happened through the NHL. Now, you can keep blaming the GMs, you can blame the coach, you can blame whoever, but a lot of it has to come down to, not putting the right players with the right people. And that's where they end up losing. I mean, the player's ability. They lose on the player's ability.
Yeah.
Because we used to rate people when I was a kid. We would grade the children in the leagues, because I did a lot of coaching and stuff like that. A, B, C, and D, and then you would divvy out the A's across the league, B's and C's and D's. But then there was A pluses and there was B minuses, and then you had all those things. So there was a lot of play in there. I said, now this kid, you got an A minus and a B plus. So you got two key players there, and then they would give you an A and a B, and it was like, it's not fair. So anyway, and I think that happens in the NHL too. Like, you look at what's his name for the Toronto Maple Leafs, like who's the GM now? I can't remember. Detroit. What's his name?
Detroit is Heisman.
Yeah, so Heisman. No, what's his name is it's the other
Brendan
guy.
Shanahan.
Who?
Brendan Shanahan.
So Shanahan's sitting there going, yeah, it's all my fault, everything's wrong, and then they fire the coach. It's like, Shanahan, if you're calling it all your problem, then why aren't you gone?
Same thing in Boston. Don Sweeney's still here, but we got rid of Montgomery, which was like, why are you getting rid of Montgomery? This team sucks.
It's like any retail outlet or any other place that has management. Management stays, the lower tier goes.
Yeah.
Because
And
no
it's
one's
like,
to blame.
You bought the groceries. Don't blame Montgomery because they're all spoiled.
That's right. Don't blame Uber Eats. Blame the delivery driver, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll teach him.
I know.
There's a couple of little, since I looked up Kessel here. There's a couple of fun little bits here in his hockey reference page that I kind of enjoy. He was 8 points short of 1,000 points when he retired.
Wow. What?
992.
Why would he do that?
He just won the Stanley Cup his last year. I don't think
But you stay for the 1,000 point because that's a marker.
Nobody will sign him. He wanted to play. He's been out of the league for almost 2 years now.
He can still come back. He's that good.
For 8 points, sure.
Hell yeah.
The Bruins
so,
sign him.
my favorite stat on this is you know how they've got plus minus?
Yeah.
Do you want to guess what his career plus minus is? So he played 17 seasons in the NHL.
Yeah.
413 goals, 579 assists, 992 points in 1,286 games.
So he has a high plus minus then.
Minus.
Shanahan, we're talking about?
Must be pretty high.
We're talking about Phil Kessel.
Yes.
Oh, Kessel.
He's going to be plus 200.
Okay. Bobby, what do you think? Plus minus for his career.
For his career. That's a lot of years, though.
It is.
Yeah, he's got to be like plus 200.
I don't know about that. Now 150.
Okay. So Bobby was the closest and Eric was in the right track, but you guys needed to put a minus in front of it. Minus
way, it was
155.
Wow.
Well, we know he didn't like playing defense, but I mean,
Minus 155.
Well, I know with Toronto, he
I
was on the
never would've
third
thought
line,
that.
so they got a lot of goals against him on that.
In 2014-15 with Toronto, he had a
Wow.
minus 34
Shit.
in one season.
yeah, he was never going to win the Selkie. Never.
It's amazing.
No, that's for sure.
No,
Holy crap, eh?
I don't think he knew that you were allowed to cross the red line into your own zone. I think he only thought you could go on the other side of the ice.
There were only 3 seasons out of 17 where he had a positive plus minus.
Wow. And
His
what team
third
was that
season-
with?
That was with Boston. So 08-09 in Boston, he had a plus 23,
Oh.
which is pretty good. Plus 23 is pretty good. The next time he had a positive was in 15-16 in Pittsburgh, plus 9. 16-17 in Pittsburgh, plus 3. Every other year was a minus.
Wow.
I never would
And
have
he was usually delving in the second and third line, though, right? And I think that's the
I
problem.
believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just found that hilarious. Like I said, I was looking at the hockey reference.
It makes
page, I was like,
sense,
"Damn,
actually.
It's interesting.
It makes sense for him because he was always put in the lower tier. He was that A- player, right?
The best part about it, my personal favorite, so his 18-19 season in Pittsburgh. He had 27 goals, 55 assists for 82 points in 82 games. So exactly a point a game player that year.
Yep.
And he put together minus 19, plus minus. He led the league with 10 game-winning goals.
It's a crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's like, he's a very specific
decent
type of
banner
player.
there.
He's a very specific type of player. He's useful, but a very specific type of player.
Yeah, he wasn't very defensive on.
Don't put him out there on the penalty kill.
No,
That's just funny. I love it.
you put him on.
I
a
had
short
no
list,
idea.
yeah,
Bad.
but
I figured, with 1,000 points, roughly. I mean, he had
wow.
to be up. But oh my God, that's brutal.
Yeah. Minus 155. It just made me so,
That's bad.
so hard. It's such a huge number. I was like, okay. Defense is a lie.
Yeah. So I'm not going back down that side of the ice. No. His rinks were tilted.
So like when he played in Pittsburgh, he would have been lined up back in those days with like what Kunitz or Malkin, Crosby, obviously all of these guys. I can't remember, but that would be my guess to why he was in the pluses those seasons.
Yeah. Yeah. It was Toronto defense there is a lie. Well, the thing is, he was also minus in. So even in the years in Pittsburgh where he was a positive, we're talking like plus 3, plus 3, plus 9. Like it's not, again, 3 total seasons out of 17. 1 year in Boston, he was a positive. And 2 years in Pittsburgh, he was a positive. Every other year, he was a minus. It didn't matter where he went. He was a minus. Every other year, which was hysterical. I was just looking at some other guys that are like not known for defense. Even Pavel Bure is plus 42. And Pavel Bure literally didn't know the other side of the ring existed.
That's Phil's problem.
Yeah. Well, the point though is, Eric, is that Pavel Bure has plus 42.
Yeah.
Pavel Bure is a positive, not a negative plus minus.
That's crazy.
That's why I say like that's actually kind of funny. That's hilarious. Honestly, that's very amusing to me. I like it.
That's just horrible.
Let's see here. So, anything else you folks want to chat on? We've been having a little bit of fun. It's been a little bit of a random mix match. I'm actually trying to win something on eBay. I made an offer, so I want to see if I win it. I'm going to give it a shot. If I do win it, though, I want to showcase the card because it's kind of an interesting little wrinkle that they did with the card this year for this one and one of the newer products. So we'll see. We'll see if that one comes to pass. I'm also trying to win some of these stupid e-pack cards if these idiots would actually respond back to me and let me make an offer on some of this stuff. It's annoying when people just sit around hemming and hawing and just don't make up their minds. It's not that complicated. But it is what it is. So I think we covered the year in review stuff. So I think we got most of that in there. Like I said, there will be a New Year's Eve episode.
Have you guys tried a new PSA vault that basically now you can send everything to? Last time I purchased from them.
From the vault. Yep.
I'm pretty sure from PSA on eBay. So that's what I'm talking about. And I had an option that says to vault, and I'm pretty sure that's what I did and selected, and I was trying to get. It still got mail. I got the slab, no problem. But I was wondering if anyone tried it and succeeded, or maybe something I didn't do right. Or I was curious because
Well,
obviously
I would think you'd have to have an account set up with them.
I
to the
do.
vault.
I do. I already had something
PSA
vaulted
vault?
before because I bought it. I bought something from Golden that you can get vaulted, and it's
Oh, okay.
collectors, right?
Well,
So-
Golden was collectors.
Yeah,
now
they're not
Golden is
anymore.
under eBay.
Yes, but I'm talking pre that, like back
I know, I got
when
it, I
you
got
could
it.
just
But
like
what-
hit vault.
What I'm saying though is that now that Golden is with eBay, part of that exchange was that they also traded vaults. So I think PSA has its collector's vault, and I can't remember. Did eBay give up the vault, or does eBay still have its own vault separate from that?
From the
Trying to think now.
PWCC one?
I'm talking about from eBay and collectors.
Oh, from eBay. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'm
Fanatics
trying to
has its own thing.
separate like
PWCC
PSA
/ Fanatics
collector.
is a separate thing.
See, we
I don't
need
know.
They
Brett.
did they did an asset exchange. Let me see. eBay acquires Golden. So let me see if I can find it, because there was a thing. Oh, here we go. eBay acquires Golden, sells vault to collectors. So that's what it was.
Ah,
So
collectors
eBay's
have it.
vault went over to collectors. So collectors vault is also
PSA.
the former eBay vault.
That's 2024.
Yeah, that was also
Yeah.
2024. Yeah, that was this year. That was
So
another
I
one.
don't-
That was this year too.
Another
That was the
significant thing that happened. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
And PWCC vault went to
PWCC vault is Fanatics. It's still there.
Fanatics.
still there. Yeah, it just changed over. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, when they bought a PWCC, they took it all lock, stock, and barrel, and it's still there. It's in the same place.
Same place?
It is
Well, he
exactly the
built
same
a
place.
pretty big vault there. It was like
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Remember
So
the
when Fanatics acquired them, they acquired all the assets, including the vault. There was no
Yep.
reason to change it because they already had a full setup with everything,
Yeah, it was
security
there,
and
yeah.
all that stuff. Yeah.
High
they
security, whatever,
They took
yeah.
it over.
Mhm.
Yeah, they took it over, and like my stuff that I have there, for whenever I get it around to shipping it, it's still in the vault right now, and they still got the high res scans and all that stuff.
what
so
is
still there.
Brent doing now?
He's probably with Eric trying to go on the golf course to try to find the OG's real killer.
We'll find
But
it.
what does a guy like him do after that?
Well, I
After
think
Downfall.
What's funny
I
is
guess
that
he
when
got
he's-
bought out, so he still got money.
the thing though is that they owed money when they got closed off.
Yeah, because
So-
of the they loaned money.
So I
out.
wouldn't have
Maybe
think. So I don't think because they had so much debt. The company when they
I
messed
remember.
that
Yeah,
up
that's why they got
because they were
bought
doing
out,
all the
yeah.
borrowing, and then when
Yes, I
people
know.
defaulted on it, they were in debt. So when Fanatics swoops in, they're like, okay, well, I don't remember the specifics of the deal.
We'll
but they
take
would
on your
probably be
debt,
like,
and we'll just
exactly,
take your shit for
and that's
free,
going to be
yeah.
a discount on the price. So
Yeah,
you're not
yeah.
going to make as much that we're buying your debt. That's going to be part of the price for us. So whatever's left over for you is not going to be a lot.
Because they were making millions. Like honestly, like it was crazy.
Mhm.
And
Well, they were
at
fine
this
until they
point-
weren't. They were
At this
fine
point,
until
what
they
do you do? What do you do? Like, where do you move from there? It's kind of
weren't.
you almost want to stay in the same industry, but after
I don't.
after his
I don't think
video-
Brent. I don't think Brent's good name is going to
no, it
carry him
isn't,
through.
no. And he had a great name, and then people just ruin shit for themselves,
Yeah.
and it happens so often in the hobby. It's just amazing. You have everything going for yourself. It's just about the vibes, and you just can't help yourself, and you fucking bury yourself. Silly when you have everything going for yourself and you fuck up. I
It
don't
is
know.
true. It is true.
And we're talking millions. Like honestly, he was running like wow. Like I told him, like he advertised in my 2015 book, and I said, yeah, it'll be. He wanted a premier spot, and I said, it'll be 2,500. He says, okay, I'll just send you the payment. See ya, bye. Dang. I was like, whoa.
Here you go,
So-
David G. Good evening. Did you guys see the 38 Gaudi Joe DiMaggio suspected PED user? Now I did a quick Google search on this, and David's making a valid point, and I think Eric will appreciate this. Bobby, I think we may have an investigation on our hands.
Okay.
Check this out. Look at the size of this man's head compared to the rest of his body. My God, if there's anyone who is
It's
to
all
me-
steroids, man.
based on the Eric
100%
scale,
PED use.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Joe DiMaggio was doing steroids all the way back in 1938. This is madness.
Yep. And look how choked
at-
up he is on the back. Come on.
Look at it. But look at his legs. The man skipped leg day.
They're pinned.
His upper body is
Obviously.
barely proportionate. Like look, that's
He's
the
got
ridiculous head.
Popeye's arms there with the big
That right
giant
there,
head.
that right there strikes me. And look at the size of his hands compared to the bat. That right there is some Bobby Orr shit. That's like the
that's some-
obvious steroid user I've ever seen.
That's
One.
Billy Cilio shit.
Dang.
Ooh.
Dang.
Sorry, Bill.
Wait, Bobby.
What?
You just made me think of something.
Okay.
What if
What if?
the Billy Cilio floating head card is not a floating head card, but they just did so many steroids, their head expanded and absorbed the rest of their
I never
body.
thought about that. That's amazing.
That's when they've transcended.
It
Another
is
level.
transcendent. Yeah. Yeah. I'm already transcended by it. Yeah.
Bob Jackson, 1,000% juiced. Name says clearly on gas. Exactly.
I'm gonna pour gas on name and light him up.
It's all that coffee for DiMaggio.
David is making some valid points. We're learning a lot tonight.
Mhm.
We're learning about Bobby Orr's rapid cheating.
Yep.
That entire Boston career. I'm looking at it in a new light.
Mhm.
I think we can take it seriously. It's wild.
Yep.
Well, I thank you for bringing it to our attention, Eric. We would never have even thought about it had you not mentioned it. Now we're learning all about all of these cheaters.
Oh,
Especially Ken Griffey Jr.
It explains everything.
And thankfully now, thanks to all this,
He was
now we
trying to hold on to his career and his greatness and his legacy.
and he went to Dunkin' Donuts and had chocolate sticks.
No, he went.
Noted performance in Hampshire.
He
Yeah.
went to his ex-teammate A-Rod and said, "Buddy, I don't want to give up the game quite yet. Can I get a little something, something?"
something.
And A-Rod went, "Yeah, sure, no problem. I got plenty of something, somethings."
Uh-huh.
And he tried it, and it didn't work. And
He liked
you
it.
could see that a lot of steroid abusers ended up having a lot of injuries, especially to ligaments, because that is what gets damaged with steroid abuse.
So and this right here is something new. We didn't realize this. Yannick, did you realize that steroid users also crash into walls, breaking the wrist? Did you know that?
Do
Because that's what
Yep.
happened to Ken Griffey Jr. He crashed into a wall and broke his wrist. It's wild.
Mhm.
I didn't realize. Like it makes walls get closer. So wait, if walls hit you, if like the walls lunge out at you and attack you, causing your
You
wrist
know
to
what
get
that's like.
damaged.
I know what
Because
that's like.
Well, Eric, funny enough, this is what I was going to ask. Given your propensity for trees attacking you,
All the
so
time.
how many steroids are you on?
What sport do I participate in?
The most cheatingest sport that there is.
exactly.
And my sport is the
Highlight.
The drugs.
drugs.
Yeah, it can be a sport.
So basically, so what you're saying is that your call out of Ken Griffey Jr. is an attempt to deflect us from your obvious drug number.
It is.
Oh yeah, you can all tell that I am a heavy steroid abuser.
Look, the physique that I'm looking at you is at least late Ken Griffey Jr.'s. So that's what I'm seeing right now.
Ken Griffey,
You're like exactly the same.
okay. Have you seen Ken Griffey at all? He wishes he looked as good as me at 50. He wishes.
Seems like a bold statement.
It is. Hey, I hit 2K on the master class for the first one. Not bad.
There you go. Zach says, I don't think you even realizes you're all mocking him. Oh, deep down inside, I think he realizes. He realizes it like he realizes that Joe Thorne is the greatest living Boston Bruin.
Oh, good Christ.
Bob Jackson says, oh, is that why Canseco ran through a wall? Steroids, obviously. And he says, Eric, bringing the hashtag scholarship to the show. Scientific hashtag facts.
Don't get mad at me because your superhero ended up cheating at the end.
Mm-hmm. Zach says, cycling isn't a sport. It's an activity drug users do. True.
Oh,
Eric's talking all about the cycling.
Zach is on it point tonight.
Zach's not wrong.
No,
Bob Jackson says, yeah, when Eric isn't grifting people pretending to be Billy Joel, he's busy juicing up and riding a bicycle like a child.
Yep. Lance
It's quite.
romance.
Yep. Good old Lancerson d'Or.
Because I'm a big shot.
Whatever happened to his company, Livestrong or something like that?
I
It became
think,
Slab Strong, and then it got murky after that.
No,
yeah, merged into
they
Slab
were
Strong.
combined all together. Yeah.
I think BCW has a piece of it now or something like that.
Yeah.
The web, the dark web of this hobby takes on a deep, deep meaning. Like there are layers to this.
Zach with the zinger. Don't you have hot dogs to make? Isn't it
Hot
like 1 in
dogs.
the afternoon?
We don't have any pepper. Sorry, we don't have.
Good
hot dogs to
Lord.
make. Who puts pepper on a hot dog? It doesn't even stick to the hot dog. How do you even fucking?
That's why you put the mustard on.
So wait, do you put the pepper
Makes
first and
sense.
then the mustard?
Why
or
don't
put
you
the
just
mustard
put
and then the
hot
pepper?
mustard on,
first.
and then you can forget about the pepper.
No, you put the mustard on.
Well,
and
put
then
hot mustard on, then you don't have to put pepper on.
Doesn't matter. You always put the pepper on. Doesn't matter.
So you can put
Doesn't
hot
matter.
mustard and
You
less
put
pepper.
hot mustard, cold mustard, warm mustard. Doesn't matter. You
Well,
finish
there are differences. There are different properties
Spicy
based on
mustard,
the
I meant.
temperature level
Like
of the
the
mustard.
glutens or whatever it is.
So, at what point during this monstrosity, this abomination against the Lord that you're talking about, at what point do you put the lime in the coconut?
And drink it all up. Who gets that?
Is that like at the beginning? Is that like at the middle, or is that like at the end? Like when does the lime go in the coconut?
Do you know that song?
Yes.
Okay.
You put the lime in the coconut and mix it all around. You
Drink
put-
it all up.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that doesn't answer the question. Like my question
No.
was, at what point do you put the lime in the coconut?
We call the doctor.
So that phase, Yannick, is what happens after rampant cycling. After lots of cycles. Bob Jackson says, Eric,
Why mention
you
I've had a
any-
lot of concussions?
No, I've
have you
had
added
none.
any more members to the Vinny Vincent
I
fan
got
club?
hit by a
Do you-
car and I still didn't get a concussion. So there you go.
See, I like this. Amanda says, Eric, I'm asking you a big thing. Amanda, what we
Where
want you to
is
do is we
Amanda?
want you to get a link and we want you to come on here and
Amanda,
throw some
Why are you
grenades
not
at this
on
man.
here?
Please, like, no, Tim. The show's almost over. I
It's
don't
not
have
almost
that
over.
kind of-
I am
just
prepared to
beginning.
keep it going as long as it
I-
It
takes.
is
do
just
not
beginning.
have Tim energy. I do not have. It's been a long day.
Hey, listen, you trolled her. You got to sit here.
I did
Yeah.
troll Amanda. Okay, I admit,
Yeah.
and I
Jason
that's
apologize.
Allison
your fault,
slander from
man.
you, man.
Yes.
I would
And
like
he
to,
has to come
would like
on
to publicly
and justify
apologize.
Allison's existence and
I would
against
like
you.
to
And
publicly apologize.
no, it's too late. You
to
have
Amanda.
to listen to Amanda first.
To Jason Allison for my behavior this evening. I was wrong, and it will not happen again. Please,
Oh.
please do not get Tim.
Lies my
Don't
father.
have Tim
Okay.
energy.
You did not inhale.
That's it. Yeah.
Don't have Tim energy right now. I'm thinking bed in 15 minutes. I am
Dead in
not
15
thinking
minutes.
Tim.
It's only
I have
3:42.
breaking news.
Oh.
Breaking news. There will not be bed in 15 minutes.
No, there will not be.
I have extended
It's
the live
12
stream
this
by a
is holiday
minimum of
time.
5 additional minutes for reasons that will become clear shortly.
It's holiday time.
I don't have Tim energy, man. I just don't.
Eric,
you
listen,
will
first
never
of all,
have Tim energy, but you have your own.
Eric, the important thing. Look, first of all, you could just take some more steroids. That could help you.
I
And
don't
secondly,
have
Yannick, the important thing is this.
Oh my
While
God.
I am a man of peace, it should be clear for
It's
this
the first
end
time
of
you said that
2024.
tonight.
The end of 2024. I saved it, Bobby. There was
Yeah,
a time and a place.
know.
Now is the time.
Mhm.
So while I am indeed a man of peace, I am a man who also doesn't care about your feelings.
But I'm famous in Canada.
So is
Yes,
Richard
sir.
Scott.
yes.
I have a sign. I have a
Mhm.
sign.
Well, Eric, look,
he's got a sign. Don't you worry.
I will take your famous on YouTube in Canada and raise you a.
Carlos, hey, it's the hardcore legend Mick Foley. I know I don't know you, but can I ask you a favor? Can you do something about this guy? Get him away from me. What a pain in the... Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Just do something. Thanks.
Enough said.
And I am doing something. Thank you, hardcore legend McFoley.
Mike Foley says to him.
Mhm.
Yes. And I am doing something.
I don't think he meant that.
I know he meant that.
I don't
Bob
think
Jackson
so.
says, "Is the bullpen phone ringing?" Maybe.
And that's probably the best video you're ever going to get about Nick Foley. And
Making the call to the bullpen. It's like, what's that? Bougie
Bring the
Eric needs
left-hander.
something.
bring
We're
the
gonna-
left-hander out.
Bougie
don't-
Eric needs to be handled.
I
I
don't.
got a
need-
person.
I don't need more cowbell.
Yannick, I'm signaling to the bullpen.
You
Signaling
have
the
to deal
bullpen.
with
It's coming.
Nick Foley and Amanda tonight,
I don't
and
have.
Jason Allison and Ray Bark too.
Bring the lefty.
Yeah,
I don't
pull
have.
the ear, go left,
It's Miss Foley's baby boy.
Tip
That's
your
facts.
bring him out.
What a pain in the chocolate stick donut. I know.
I don't deserve this.
You deserve every little bit.
Oh,
My
Bobby
goodness,
is
man.
correct. No one deserves this more.
Anybody who says that means they deserve it. Really?
Oh, it deserves it so bad.
Oh yes.
I just want to go.
So
to
yeah,
bed.
Yannick, Bob Jackson's making a really good point here. I feel like Carlos needs a prop wired phone. You know what? 2025. I may have to step it up a notch.
Isn't
A
that
red
from the
phone.
movie The Wire
phone.
or from the series The Wire?
What I want to get Bobby is I want to get I want to get one of those red phones,
Yep.
like
phone.
the White House and the Soviets, call it.
The bat phone, sort of. Yeah.
Yeah,
Comes-
one
yeah.
or the other. I'm gonna see what I can do to arrange one
Sure.
of these things.
Mhm.
Top shelf where Eric hides the mail. Exactly.
Mm.
Wild.
I don't want to play anymore.
It's fun to play.
No, I don't want to play. I want to go to bed.
It will help you keep your youth
Are
and
you
vitality.
tired? Were you up early
I was at the casino all day.
with your
Oh
mom?
my God, the casino! You were sitting there watching other people play slot machines at the casino. How exhausting!
Yeah.
It was. It was.
Look, I'll tell you what, Eric. I'll make you a deal. I can tell you, truthfully, that right now, as I'm doing this, and Yannick, this is just I speak as a man of truth now. That I can say to you that as I'm doing this portion of the live stream, I have slept less than 3 hours in the last 24 hours. If you can tell me you've slept less than 3 hours in the last 24 hours, I'll let you off the hook.
You've slept
And you're a
3 hours
pansy!
every day for the last 10 years.
I did have
There you go.
another bout of insomnia last night, and I was up for a couple of hours, but I had more
Not good
than-
enough. Not good enough.
Nope.
You know, Eric, you could have bought yourself some higher level insomnia that could have saved you, but you didn't.
Might have saved you.
But you didn't.
Guess
Right.
what? Because you're poor.
I don't
It's a
think
Pearl.
I don't think my insomnia issues is
Gage,
anything to
Gage
do.
said so.
You have insomnia. I didn't know that.
I don't think that has anything to do with me being poor.
I'm saying
No, it
you
has a
could have
lot to
bought
do with
better
drugs.
insomnia if
I
you
have
had
scared
thrown money at
of-
the problem.
I have
scared
an
of the
ability to
Mayo
shut my
monster.
brain off.
Well,
You have
Eric,
a hard time turning your brain off.
if you were not poor, you could have flown on the red eye to Vegas. They're open 24 hours, and you just stay up for 3 straight days, and then you've got proper insomnia.
I told
Yeah.
him all about the Mayo monster, and now like the last month he's just been looking everywhere. And
I look under my bed.
The male monster's always around.
Shut up, name. Sure.
Insomnia is a side effect of steroids.
I knew it.
Listen, why do you think Bobby Orr didn't sleep for 15 straight years?
Pretty much. Mm-hmm.
Just wild. Just wild. And they all say, oh, Bobby Orr's knee exploded. As someone said earlier tonight, weak ligaments are kind of a side effect of steroids.
They are. 100%. Yeah, I confirm that. I
Mhm,
concur. I
mhm.
100%. Yeah, I know.
Can't turn your brain off. Are you sure it functions properly after numerous concussions? That's a fact.
Mm.
Amanda, when you're good,
True.
give me a thumbs up.
Let me go pee.
I can see the bottom of your screen. I wasn't sure if that was a thumbs up yeah. All right, hold on. Just for you, Eric, we're going to adjust this here. What do you have to say for yourself?
I already said I apologize.
But what about your apology for every other heinous thing you've said and done?
We don't have that kind of time. I want
We've got plenty of time. We've got all the... Listen,
I-
we have
I'm
until 1:30 a.m. Eastern time when it switches over
Although
to our follow-up podcast.
I was trolling to see if Amanda was listening, and I was wrong.
I popped in right at that second and I was excited. I thought, oh my God, they're actually talking about Jason Allison. I can't wait to wait. He's being a jerk.
Yeah, 100%. Look, Amanda, see, here's the thing. And I was being truthful tonight. Tonight, we learned a lot of things. We learned that Bobby Orr spent his entire career on steroids. That was ridiculous. Not only we've also learned Ray Bork was dead for Lord knows how long. Eric is trying to keep the amount of time a secret.
Not
Like
dead.
he's been trying to hide it for many years now. So we've learned all that. We've learned that Eric has been on steroids probably for longer than he's been alive. We don't even know. Now, obviously, it's not working. You know, it hasn't taken. It's very unfortunate.
You're laughing too hard, Amanda.
Sorry.
I'm just saying. But the important thing is that Eric over here, again, using really weak steroids because he's obviously not getting the good stuff. He's complaining about, insomnia or whatever. It's like Carlos slept like 3 hours. And here's the thing. I can almost guarantee you, and you can vouch for this. I've done 4-hour live streams here. Then I go make myself a snack. And then I go pop on. And I'm awesome in the chat.
I really don't know. I don't know how you do it. I really don't.
Because I'm a hobby goat.
The guy never sleeps.
Why do you think I wound up in the back of a book? That's why Eric didn't make it. Eric, if you could have the stamina, the sustainment, get the good drugs, you can keep going all day, all night, and troll everywhere you go.
Amanda, did you see the Christmas gift my daughter had made for me?
No, but this feels like a topic change, but I'll allow it.
Okay.
It is relevant to the specific conversation. Go.
Okay.
Okay. Make me big so she can see.
You've never big.
Oh my God. I love that. I love that. And
It's awesome.
Has she even ever been to the expo with you?
No.
Oh, Carlos, next time. Are you going in the spring? Have you decided?
He doesn't go. I go to all of them.
He never goes.
He was thinking about it.
It's in. We're discussing things that are being discussed. I don't know. We'll see.
Just take some additional steroids. You'll have all the energy you need. Get over it.
I don't. You know what, Eric? Though I don't know if the expo's ready for Caitlin.
I don't think the country of Canada is ready for her.
Well, no, I was just thinking one of us could follow him around, like, Mojo style, and actually catch it when someone comes up to him and asks him if he's
Mojo style. Amanda, we don't say Mojo style on this show.
Well, he's the only person I think I've seen there with his video guy. I can't think.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately,
well, Eric sort of has Alex. That. He's got the spies watching the business with a telelens. Does that count? He's on several watch lists, so there are people watching him with cameras. It's not for the same reasons.
Yeah, but we need to catch it when someone comes up to him and says, "Are you Eric?
Are you Eric?
I hate Eric.
Are you Marcel Stalker?"
No, that's just the police who asked me that.
I've been to over 50 in a row sports card expos out of 70. So not bad.
There you go.
No more big
time. Mojo's is more popular than I am, and he's only been to 3. Something's wrong.
It's tough times. Don't know. Bob Jackson says, someone told Eric the chocolate sticks were steroids. It all makes sense now.
Oh, there it is. I knew it. That's why you eat them. Oh,
I was under the impression they were good for me.
Oh, they're good for you, Ari. Mm-hmm.
Well, listen, maybe if you grab a couple more chocolate sticks, then you could be up for 1:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time when they.
I am not going to
podcast
at once. Listen,
you have insomnia. Even like, what's the?
Yeah, but what happens is I usually wake up around 3 a.m. It's almost. It's the weirdest thing that my body wakes up almost exactly at 3. Sometimes 5 minutes before or 5 minutes after, but sometimes it's right on the dot at 3, and then up until like 5.
Do you entertain getting up, or you just get up and close your eyes again?
That's not insomnia if it's just 2 hours.
That's right.
It happens.
Carlos goes, come on.
Yeah, like I'm still awake at that time. So here's the thing. So Amanda, the key here is that, like, so it's fun. My enjoyable part is watching Ian try to catch up in real time. My snark is actually too fast for the chat to fully catch up to it because it's the middle of the night and I've still got my snark. I'm like, hold on. I got a good one.
Eric, I feel like if I introduced Carlos and Ian, it would just be like
entertainment,
like long lost besties. Like, I don't know. Yeah,
a lot of energy there. A lot of energy.
It's like, Ian, let me teach you about Eric. Join us. We have club meetings.
I know. We talk about Eric on a show that he's never even watched.
Isn't that crazy?
Listen, Eric is a
Have
subject of
it at
conversation.
a reasonable hour, and I will gladly watch.
If you were in Japan, it would be a more than reasonable hour. You peasant. Go to Japan time.
Okay.
Hmm.
That's what I have to do. To
I
support
spent the
my
majority of my adult life living on Japan time wherever I am. It doesn't matter. And I've never been to Japan.
friend. If that's
What's the
what I
problem?
have to do to support my friend, I will move to Japan. Are you happy, Amanda?
It's all the misogyny over there.
Just-
The way it is.
Yeah, but if it's anywhere like my house, it's reverse.
What do you
Nate is
call
right. 3
What's
a.m.
the
is
reverse of
after.
misogyny? It's
I don't know, but I just know whatever Michelle says I have to do. That's all I know.
that's just marriage.
Yeah. Oh well, that's
There you go. Enough said.
my father gave me great marriage advice. He said if I wanted to be married for a long time, then you need to understand, the proper way to respond to your wife, and that is, yes, dear, you're right. I'm sorry, and I will never do that again. And so
Well,
far,
if you
it's-
remember, Eric, Carlos Sr. gave a very similar piece of advice, and he's only been married 47 years.
That's it.
Yes, dear. That's what he told us.
Mhm.
yeah, yes, dear, you're right. I'm sorry.
Very
I'll never
simple.
do that
Yeah.
again.
And
it-
when in doubt, you hide in the garage. And when in double doubt, you call your oldest son and go, please save me. Not that I've ever received that phone call, but I've definitely gotten that phone call.
yeah,
You're
Because I have to
anticipating.
live with her. It's like, yeah, that's your problem, man. That was your choice. What do you want me to do about it?
yeah.
I paid good money to get away from that woman. Good money. And if I need to, I'll change the locks. It's okay.
There
Not
have
a
been
problem.
times that I've got in touch with my daughter, and I say, "Can you go please tell your mother you love her?" that tends to distract her.
God, that one puts up with a lot.
It's a lot, man.
Mhm.
And it would probably work better if I
Special
was
place
a
in heaven.
compassionate soul that would actually help Carlos Sr. in this situation. But I'm like, no, I kind of like watching you suffer.
Yeah.
Good luck to you.
So, Amanda, what is the topic for your 3 a.m. Show today?
It's 1:30 a.m. It's not 3 a.m.
I
By
like-
3 a.m. is when it gets good.
Yes.
I like that you assume that we go into this with any kind of agenda.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're open like us. Okay.
I feel like Carlos has like an actual structure and he's organized, and it just kind of
It's a
goes
facade.
places.
We're just running through.
So
the
in
motions.
fairness, so wait. To be fair,
To be fair.
thank you. There is little things that I'll have ahead of time, but the timing, the sequencing, and everything is flexible. We can shift in and out, and then stuff will come up in between. We'll be like, I'll save that other part till like Eric had that thing on his desk the entirety of the show, and I waited a while before I said now is the time.
Yep.
So yes, there was a little bit of structure, but it's interspersed with like, yeah, we're doing randomly. We're gonna talk about this for a while. We finally learned the Bobby Orr steroid story. Hold on, we got to take time on this. I need to
Yeah,
put
I feel
everything
like
needs to
you're-
be put aside.
You're good at though at like bringing it back around, and like Ian and I just sort of spin off into whatever, and we never make it back to what
Well,
started.
Amanda, that's why if I, again, the only reason I'm not on the show is because, again, you guys, I've already said Eric has agreed to pay the retainer. So, you just send me the link. Now, unfortunately, you will never speak of the non-sport cards again because we'll basically be talking about whatever random nonsense. And then the entire show will
Yeah.
happen. And it's like, we should probably have talked about the cards at some point. Yeah, probably we should have, but it happened.
Well, I don't know. You saw the show we had Tim on. That was pretty awesome.
Oh, speaking of the drugs, go on.
Lots of the drugs.
I don't know. That was not lots of. I would never say in this sort of format that Tim does any kind of drugs. Tim was very tired. He had traveled.
Tim is a drug.
Well, he didn't burn his fingers on a sparkler, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I forgot you were there for that. That was good.
Mhm.
I was filming it.
That was a really good time.
It really was.
The tattoo on his back was a really good time.
I
That was a
was
good one too.
so bummed
that's
I
pretty
missed
cool.
that.
I got pictures of that stuff. Yeah, don't worry.
Mhm.
hmm
Yeah.
I remember the time that Eric once thought he hung out with Peter Forsberg. It was a janitor. That was cool.
It was
I'd
not a
rather hang out
Canada.
with
It
janitors.
was Peter Forsberg.
Who wants to hang out with Peter Forsberg?
Yeah, Peter Forsberg.
Eric.
sucks.
I don't know. I had a good time.
So did he teach you how to broom properly?
No, not really.
He says, so you use the bucket, and then you put the mop in the bucket.
Yes.
And you probably got this all figured. You're just like, oh my
The
God,
wax on, wax
It's crazy.
on, wax off method.
Yeah.
Keep it up, Yannick. No more meeting famous people for you. No more.
Oh, what are you gonna do?
I
Hey,
was gonna
Karate
say,
Kid's
yeah,
coming
like,
back.
you're
Karate Kid is coming back. So it's very pertinent what Yannick said.
I like that you think you meet famous people. Like, listen, if I pretended every janitor was a famous person, I could meet famous people too. Hey, guys, I met Abe Lincoln. What? Also a janitor.
He
How
was.
weird. So random. I thought he was dead, but who knew?
Eh,
I can pretend too, Eric. It's fine.
I liked it. There were a couple times at the expo where some of us would be together and Eric would send me a text like of him and somebody. And I would have to pass my phone around like, who is this? Does anyone know who is this one? Who is this one? No idea.
Did you enjoy the time that Eric was bragging about hanging out with Willie O'Ree? And then he sent the picture, and if you all looked at it, it's like, wow, that's crazy. I
Yeah.
didn't know Willie O'Ree was German. That's wild. Who knew? I didn't realize he was also white. That's crazy.
yes.
Eric is a very confused individual. Like, it was wild. It was like,
I think that's a Boston thing. We probably shouldn't
Yeah,
talk
but-
about that.
Yeah.
no,
Well,
look, all I'm saying is that I'm looking at the pictures he's sending me, and I'm like, we got that. And then all of a sudden he goes, hey guys, I met Larry Bird. And then it's just Yannick. And I'm like, Yannick is not Larry Bird.
I've never met Larry Bird.
Yeah, but that's because you met
Oh,
Yannick.
I was with Willie O'Ree a couple of weeks ago, but I've never met Larry.
That was a month ago.
Did he speak of the fatherland?
No.
Motherland.
The fatherland. The Deutschland.
Deutschland.
The Deutschland, yeah.
Yeah, man.
The Dutch?
Yeah.
Mhm.
What's going to happen one of these days? One of these days, the guys finally, this great moment has arrived. Finally, Marcel has let me into his house, and I'm finally here. And then he takes a picture, and it turns out that it's Joe Thornton. It's like, oh my God. It all comes full circle.
I don't know why I do that. Is it midnight yet? Can I go to bed?
No, it's
No,
not
you can't.
midnight yet.
No,
Actually,
no,
it's
now we're
getting.
just getting
Oh,
into
yeah, it is Monday. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Can I be honest with you, Eric? I gotta tell you, I don't know if Paul's been sending you these, but I am seeing increasing nightmare fuel on the.
Yes, he's been sending them to me. Yes.
Perfect. Fantastic. See, Amanda, some of this stuff would probably wind up on some of your cards. Like, some of this stuff is truly nightmare fuel. Like, it's actually very impressive, the amount of AI things. Paul, I don't know what prompts Paul is using for this.
I
No,
don't.
Like, I can only
I
imagine.
don't want to see either because it's probably like Mayo related, and
Yes.
I
just-
share
well,
that.
yeah.
I share that with Eric. I can't do.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what the prompt was for this exactly.
I
Oh,
don't know.
Like, I'm not sure.
Mayonnaise monster in bed. I don't know.
Well,
I
why is
don't
it green
know.
though?
Yeah,
Why is it green though?
Oh, it's moldy.
it's kind of cute though.
See, Amanda, I thought that would. This could fit in with some of your cards.
Yeah, this one's not bad.
I could see it. Some of the other ones are increasingly more disturbing. I'm gonna leave those for Eric. His private collection.
That's fair.
Mhm.
That what I felt was acceptable. I thought that one.
Oh,
I thought
good
that one we could get
Jesus.
away with.
I can't. I'm gonna throw up. I
So
swear.
Eric, see, but Eric, this is the consequence. This is the price of being YouTube famous in Canada.
That's it.
You got all the wonderful fans.
I don't want to be too famous in Canada anymore.
What a thoughtful
for-
gift. That's amazing.
Yeah,
Mhm.
she's hysterical. And I guess she told Yannick about it like a month ago. That's what I heard.
It's not what he's
So Amanda,
talking
Amanda, if not, you should. But did you watch our Christmas Eve episode?
I have not yet.
You got to go watch the Christmas Eve episode. Kathy was on there.
Oh,
We
say I
had a
caught
nice-
I caught a little bit of Kathy, and I caught like Carlos Sr. off from the side, and I
Yes.
immediately sent Eric a text, and I was like, I need more of Senior, like right away.
Carlos Sr., I had him sit down with the headphones on and
Oh,
yeah.
address the people.
Mhm.
All right, I'm definitely gonna.
He
have
even
to
gave
rewatch
he even gave marriage advice. So people got that was the best Carlos Sr. cameo yet.
Yeah,
A tr-
definitely was.
And the people sometimes the newer people will be like, wait, so it really is like that? Yeah. Well, he is Carlos Sr. Yeah.
Mhm. Yes.
He probably sleeps though.
Yeah. I don't know.
Debatable. He and I share that trait. The running joke for many years is like the first one of us to fall asleep, the other gets brutally murdered by the other one. We're both still alive.
Yep. Pole positions.
Yeah, it just continues. It goes on, and yet here he is. And then Eric over there is crying about, oh, I got insomnia. Oh, I wake up.
He's got insomnia because he woke up for 2 hours.
Oh my God, crazy.
Every night.
Well,
It's
Eric,
horrible.
we can fix that. We'll just keep you up past 3 a.m. and then it's problem solved.
No.
Done. Define sleep. Exactly.
Yes.
We're talking about like a long-term deep sleep like Zombie Ray Borg?
Oh. Well, is it midnight yet?
Oh, it is.
It is
But,
midnight.
Eric, the thing is, but that's not a
12:07.
restriction. That's not a problem.
It's 12:07.
Carl's got the end button, so
Right now, like I said, Amanda right now is in the pre-game. This is the pre-warm up.
I know. I did take a little shrapnel though from you, Carlos, just because it actually does take me 3 hours to prep for a 1 hour show. Come on, be nice.
To do what? to figure out you don't. It's not like you mute Ian. Look, I've got buttons. I've got different things that I press on. Like Eric will do something, and hold on. We're doing this one. This is one of my favorites of the year. This, by the way, spoiler. This is going to be in the year-end video. We're doing this one.
Did you get my text
Did you send me a text?
a couple of seconds ago?
No, that's highly inappropriate. That's incredibly like that. That's just Eric. That'll get you canceled. Like I don't even want to repeat the words that were Brandon. I can't believe this.
I didn't get it.
Like
No, you didn't.
Listen, we will never speak of this again. Ever. Never. Look,
But
I'm
what
going to
does
ignore what Eric wrote. I'm going to ignore what Eric wrote, and I'm going to talk about AMG. I don't care what you wrote. I'm not even going to discuss it. We're not talking about it.
Okay.
We're not talking about it. And hope that no one ever finds out.
I hope you didn't screenshot that, right? You deleted it.
Just saying. This is what I have to put up with, Amanda.
You are advanced level at this stuff. I am still struggling to like, how do you guys get the little 30-second fancy countdown at the start of the show? Like, I'm
Well, that one I custom made. My personal favorite though was the Halloween one because I got the jack-o'-lantern on that one.
Oh, that sounds cute.
That was extra fancy. See here. I'll just play a couple seconds.
Wow.
Production values. What do you think Eric's like button goes towards?
I'm going to chalk this up to you not sleeping. You have all this extra time. The rest of us don't have.
Yes, sleep is for the weak. Imagine if you have 25 hours a day, like a real man, Eric. 25 hours a day, and you can get all kinds of shit done.
Holy
You can plot evil.
Paul, knock it off.
Oh, it's getting worse. Yeah, I can see some here. This one. Ooh, Amanda. Ooh, nightmare fuel.
Is this the Paul I met at the expo in the Oilers jersey or a different Paul?
yeah.
This is Paul from the expo. And Paul likes playing with the AI.
Yeah.
The play AI image creation, he's got a lot of those.
Big fan.
Yep.
Big fan.
Yep. So real quick, so Amanda, why don't you give a plug to the times and locations and everything for the podcast? I'm going to mock Eric for a couple more minutes, but before you do, give a shameless plug for the podcast.
Please do.
Oh, it is every other Friday. It is on YouTube and Instagram, but I am noticing that it's so much easier to trace and track everything on YouTube. So if you don't have a preference, please watch on YouTube. We are supposedly a hobby non-sport podcast.
What is the podcast called?
It is called Friday Night, Saturday Morning.
Okay.
Because it is always Friday night for me and Saturday morning for him because
For everybody else, yeah.
he is in England.
Oh. Okay.
It's actually breakfast time for him, basically. It's like 6 a.m. his time.
Basically, I know.
Yeah, so he's like having like tea.
Tea and crumpets.
Yeah, and he's mid-vacation right
mate.
now, so I'm kind of waiting to see if he's actually going to get up. Because, it's hard to get up when you've been
It's
off.
a hard go, isn't it?
We are going to do it live, though, from the National for anyone who's going to be there. I don't think any of you guys, none of you guys do the National, do you?
We're gonna.
I do a live not national every year.
Oh, okay.
I'm very good with the not national coverage. See, I hold it down in the HQ for the not national coverage. So we'll have
Carlos
lives,
makes the
and then
point. not.
Yeah, we bring people who are on the national and then have them explain to us. It's like, oh man, but the hotel is this. Oh man, this is horrible. It's like, oh, that sounds terrible. And I'm sitting in my climate control and I'm just chilling. Oh, that sucks for you.
Maybe that can be when the crossover episode happens.
Maybe
we can just crash your show.
Mm-hmm.
Could be.
That'd be nice.
From the national.
And you could
well,
tell
that's the best part, Amanda.
Since the air conditioning doesn't work, there's not enough bathrooms. There's
no Wi-Fi. Hotels.
Wi-Fi doesn't work. Yay, we're having so much fun.
Well, Ian is like, I think he's a big football. I'm thinking that he's not going to want to spend all day at the show, so we'll probably end up not staying there the whole time. So,
which is the correct thing to do. You don't.
Yeah.
Staying at the show all day is for peasants. That's what people got nothing better to do. No, you go unless you're a dealer and you're making money by being there, then fine.
Yeah.
But if you're not making money by being there, it's like, guys, unless I am being paid to be here, there's no reason for me to stay physically in this building when I could be doing something else.
Yeah, he's gonna want to see Chicago and do other stuff. So.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, so it'll be fun.
You don't want to go see Chicago.
Yeah, all the shootings and stuff like that.
It won't be as fun as the expos, though.
No, never is.
No,
I'm one of those losers that Carlos was just talking about. I like to get there early and leave late.
You're losing him as a given, but yes. You're losing him as a given, but yes.
God, that's the word. Like, you get there so early. I'm with Carlos. Like, let's have brunch first and then get to the show. And then, if there's a nap that happens, like, that's good too. Like, I'm like 4 hours and I'm good.
Well, Eric isn't even. The worst part is that Eric isn't even there like during the run of the show. He goes early. The show hasn't even opened yet, and the dealer's like, "Leave us alone." Marcel is like chasing him up and down the aisles.
He's like sending text messages like, "Ooh, neener, I'm already here," and I'm like, "I'm at Tim Hortons, getting like
unwinding."
I'm getting my.
The best part, Amanda, is that text message. He knows better than to send me a text message like that because my response would be like, "That's like bragging that, hey, I'm in jail." Fuck you. Congratulations. I don't care. Tell your cellmate I say hi. Like, it doesn't sound like something I want to do. I don't care.
Yeah, it's just.
We're there early.
Although I don't think I saw everything last time.
7 a.m.
Yannick's there earlier than me.
Mm-hmm.
But he leaves earlier than me. He gets burnt out by like.
Wait, Yannick, why are you there?
No, wait. I leave at regular hour when they're kicking you out. You're the one who's just trying to stay for extra. I'm there early.
You're the one that security is there to get rid of.
Yes, exactly.
The 2 days during the weekdays, I gotta cross like over 35-minute drive, so the traffic makes it like horrible. So I'd rather just like leave early. Bobby comes and meet me, and we're just hanging out for
basically.
Yeah, and basically we clean the place up and sell more shit during the day and collect other crap. And
I gotta put together the meet and greet. I keep forgetting.
I was gonna say, it's not happening unless you do it because Lord knows Eric over here is insomnia boy, so we're not gonna get anything out of him.
Yeah.
All he's doing is planning like harass Marcel 10 a.m. Harass Marcel 10:30 a.m. Harass Marcel 11 a.m. Harass Marcel 12 a.m.
Check.
Janitor.
AM? Yeah. Basically that switches off. Janitor switches off. Pretend to hang out with hockey player no one cares about. Open brackets. Nick Foligno? Question mark. Close brackets.
Nick's a good guy.
No one cares about Nick Foligno. They don't care about him in his house.
Well, I got to get up at 6 a.m., guys, so I got to chow out now.
Sounds good, Bobby. Have yourself a good night.
Thanks, guys.
It's good seeing you, buddy.
Bye, Bobby.
We'll
see you, Bob.
On Tuesday.
Sounds good. Take it easy.
Okay. Bye-bye.
So, Amanda, that'll be the next thing. So that'll be the New Year's Eve spectacular.
Oh, that's exciting.
New Year's Eve spectacular.
Yeah, you got to understand. I think this will be Eric. Is like the third year that I've done New Year's Eve? Third or fourth?
Yeah, third sounds about right.
Yeah. It's tradition. I always do it.
Oh, you should definitely dig up someone strong in the slabs for that to pop in and say hi to Eric.
All it would be is like, and then he threw his shoes into the washing machine. And then it's like, it just goes on. What? And then I waited until he fell asleep for the 5 minutes because, insomnia. And then I grabbed my camera and I went like this. And then Eric was like, I'm jealous. Usually I do that to Marcel with heavy breathing and everything. And usually that's Eric can't show us the footage because you can hear the heavy breathing during it. It's very awkward.
Tim's gonna die.
No, people like that live forever.
He doesn't get some medical help. He's gonna.
That's a man who puts his fingers on a burning sparkler, even though it'll go out on its own. You don't have to do it, but he did it anyway, just to burn his own fingers. You want to mess with that, Eric? Is that what you want to mess with?
Show strength.
No,
he does it to himself.
The man's crazy. Okay,
yes.
There's no doubt. He's Looney Tunes.
So what I'm saying is
these Looney Tunes.
So what I'm saying is you're sitting there trying to threaten a man who's like, you want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. And he literally gets nuts.
Doesn't take much.
Yeah, there's no issue with follow through there.
No.
My point that I'm getting at, Eric, is I think you are falling woefully short on the strategery. Should you be picking? My thing is, I think you pick fights with literally the people you should not pick fights with. You try to pick fights with Yannick, he'll kick your ass. You try to pick fight with me, I am both Panamanian and Colombian. Like, I'll have you killed 14 ways from Sunday. Like, there are ways of torture and death that haven't even been considered by mortal man yet that I probably have already developed.
Okay, Eric, let me ask you this. Is this something that you are also noticing? So out of all, like, my friend group, and sorry, guys, you guys are in the group. So out of all of that group, if I had to pick, like, the top 5 of my friends that I suspect could be serial killers, why are they all Canadians?
Because they fake that being nice thing.
We lie to the gullible Americans. The whole nice thing is a lie.
Nice. Is a Canadian that I suspect could have, like, bodies in the backyard.
Oh God, yeah, yeah. Everyone, last one of them.
Why do you?
It's all a farce. This whole we're nice and polite and sorry. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All that
and then actually they grab you and throw you in the back of a trunk, like the Sopranos or something. They're like, "Who's sorry now, bitch?" And you're like, "What? What happened?" Like you didn't even see it coming.
You should have seen it coming. The warning signs were there. So look, the point is, Eric, like I said, you got Yannick down there who'll kick your ass. I will. It'll be like a 1966 Batman elaborate trap, except it'll work. It'll just be this incredibly slow and painful thing. It's like, but it'll be this elaborate multi-tiered thing. And then Bobby will just cut you, man.
There really is something Riddler-esque about Carlos.
Dun, 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 dun. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I got plans for you, Bougie. I got plans for you. It's like, you're going to learn today.
Oh, my Christ.
It's like, I could pretend I'm hiding it. It's not really much of a facade. And I'm like, no, you're going to learn today. I got ideas. Real good ones. It'll be so much fun. It'll be a good time. It'll be a grand old time.
I'm never coming back to Canada again.
You know that? She should have made that a t-shirt for you. That would have been good too.
Which one of all?
YouTube famous.
Oh, the famous YouTube famous in Canada?
Yeah.
It's a pretty big deal out there.
That could be.
Pretty big deal. I love when he says that. It's so damn funny.
Here you go. David says, going through the Opeachy rough cut machine. Yes.
The wire cutting.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll get a 10.
Everybody knows that.
After they cut me in half, they'll grade me a 10.
Oh, I promise it'll be a 10 on the tag scale.
Wow, you gonna pick your fights with me today?
I just think it's ridiculous that they grade Gretzky Opeachy cards in high grades when they were, use the chainsaw to cut the cards. It's like how if I gave you a different year, you would grade it a 4. But since it's a Gretzky 7980, we're going to give that one an 8. And it's like,
that's right.
Your standards suck.
You're forgetting, sir. You're forgetting that the Opeachy rough cut isn't just the 1 year. It goes through the entire 70s. It goes into the 80s.
But there's also plenty of Opeachy card that are not rough cut. So it wasn't like every single card ever made by Opeachy's rough cut. You can go, oh, that's how they all are.
It all depends if the guy sharpened the blade.
Yeah, it also depends if they use the refining techniques. Refining techniques.
Where's the rough cut? There's no rough cut. The thing's absolutely perfect.
There you go. The guy
you're saying trimmed. You're saying trimmed.
So the fact that you can, PSA will go, oh no, it's a 7980 Gretzky, so we're going to give that an 8 or a 10.
Eric,
and it's like someone's got a chainsaw.
Eric, this is 70s. 70s in Canada, so on the night shift, people were probably drinking beer and doing the cards.
Molson.
It's a fact. So.
Yeah.
Listen. Eric, as someone who, and this is true story, as someone who did graveyard shift at a pharmacy, stocking and doing all that, the fact that anything got done is a miracle. If you're talking about the late night shift or the graveyard shift, you're like, what do you got to do? Put these boxes away. Like, you think there's quality control? You think there's people like sitting there like, hold on, with what, you got to replace the stickers for the sale? Oh yes, with great precision. No. It's like, that's not even a whatever.
Right.
What is this?
But I have no problem with them doing a horseshit job cutting the cards. I have a problem with PSA changing their entire grading philosophy on 1 year of card. It's bullshit.
Well, that is because Eric, as a noob to the hockeys, as a noob to grading, as a noob to sports cards, you just don't understand the intricacies.
You're right. I don't.
Yeah, look, listen, you're a man who thinks that every janitor is Peter Forsberg. You're a confused individual. You've had a lot of concussions.
That is true. I have had a lot.
That's what I'm saying.
A lot.
So I'm saying, when you showed that card earlier, you forgot that you had taken a pair of scissors to it and cut off the rough cut. So it's actually a trimmed card. Nice job.
I can't say that didn't happen because my memory isn't very good.
That's what I'm saying. See, Amanda, we're learning all these things. I am here to solve a lot of. That's why I say, again, just say the word, and Ian and I will solve the hobby's problems while on your show.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna have to come on.
First of all,
although I know someone that you could bring on this show separate from Tim, who is very similar to Eric in that they are both bicycle enthusiasts.
Wow.
They have both had several concussions, and he possibly irritates Eric more than Tim does.
Secretly, I was hoping that this would be just Eric's doppelganger, as in he doesn't remember that he came up with another personality, just argues with himself. That'd be fun.
No, this is better. This is better.
Amanda. There are certain lines that one shall not cross.
So, hey, wait, can I ask a question? Can I ask a legitimate question? Have you considered, Eric, that out of everyone that you associate with, I wouldn't even say friends. I'm not going to go that far because I am a man of truths. I am a man of truth. God, no, you don't have friends. You barely have family.
None.
The point is that as a man of truths, I must speak truths. Does it not concern you that all your associations basically sit there and plot in what ways they could undermine or eviscerate? Not even destroy, eviscerate. It's a great word.
It is a problem. I need to look into it. It's something isn't right.
And then the worst part is that your mother co-signs on this shit. She's
no,
like, go Carlos, good job.
The worst part.
Great. Do it.
Yeah.
Your kids are all like, yeah, man, go for it. Get rid of this loser. We don't even want to deal with him anymore.
Yeah.
Your local pastor, the Pope.
Yeah.
I occasionally get I get these divine things, and even Jesus is like, fuck that guy. Man, whoa. Yeah. That seems harsh. That seems strong.
I don't mind the Jesus thing. I do wish my mother loved me more.
Maybe that was written on the last page of the Bible. It's been a long time. I was in Catholic school, but I don't remember. Might have been right at the end. It's like, it might have just said, thou shalt fuck that guy. Fuck that guy right now. Get him. Get him.
Yeah. I think that's the 11th commandment.
Might be. These are confusing times. Little did you know, Amanda, that I moonlight as a biblical scholar.
I frequently watch the show and am speechless, like I am right now.
I only have scratched the surface of my talents. This is why I was in the acknowledgments of a hobby periodical this very year.
So what time do you start the New Year's Eve extravaganza? How many hours do we get out of that?
So every year I modify it slightly because it depends. Because realistically, I could do whatever. It doesn't matter. It depends on how long I want to torture Eric. So generally speaking, though, I will start it a little later. I've done 10 p.m. in the past. I've done, I think, 9 p.m. I don't remember. Yannick, do you remember what last year's was? I want to say it was 9 or 10. I can't remember.
Wait, is that real time or?
So the idea, so every time I give a time, it's Easter. So because the thought process is if I do 9 or 10, then we go past midnight into the Western time zone. Because then we also hit the New Year's in the West.
Oh, okay.
So like I started a little later to give because either way it's like you're still in the lead up to it because Eric could be all the way completely high on whatever steroids he's on that day, and we don't want to start it too soon because he might peak before we even get to midnight.
Although if you run it late enough, he could fall asleep and then the insomnia could hit and he would be up again for the end of it.
And right in time, yeah.
I would say that, I'm going to call you at 3 a.m., but that's really just midnight. And you were like, hello.
That's not a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. The problem is you could try it even with me and I'd be like, yeah, what? Fuck off. Click. It's like, I was awake, you idiot.
It's like lunchtime for Carlos. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I'm in the middle of eating my snack, bro. What are you doing?
I'm supposed to be sleeping at 3 a.m., but for some reason my body says it's wake up time.
So here it is. So Amanda, I got it. So the last 2 years. So episode 117 was the New Year's Eve episode in 2023. So in the 2022 going into 2023, that was 5 hours and 50 minutes.
Okay.
And New Year's Eve last year was 5 hours and 20 minutes. So very, very light. We keep it light.
That's not bad.
Yeah. So I don't know. Do you I'm going to ignore Eric because his opinion doesn't matter. Yeah, Nick, I don't know. You guys got any preference? What I can start at like 10.
That 10 sounds about good.
Yeah, because then 2 hours, it's midnight. And then, lets everybody kind of ease into it. And then we just go a little bit beyond that. And then, yeah.
Whatever, like the one that makes Eric suffers the most.
Oh, yeah. Like, listen, we could go all the way into 2026 if we play our cards right.
There's always War and Peace.
Oh, yeah. We could continue War and Peace.
God,
we only started it.
Brought that up in a minute.
I could go back to reading War and Peace. At least it's educational.
If you do that, I'm bringing him.
Ooh.
So I will.
Well, Amanda, you don't know. We actually did the War and Peace joke once. We were on a live stream called
Hobby Palooza, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Hobby Palooza, and then they actually invited us. They didn't have good judgment, and for like an hour we behaved, and then for the remainder of it, so I said, I'm not doing an hour like the peasants. Basically, all these different groups had an hour. It's for charity.
You guys went on someone else's show and did that?
We did way too well. Yeah, they had a series of live streams. We went on there, and for an hour we were behaved, and then we went for like another hour and a half, and then at the end of it, as we were signing off, I had Eric start to read War and Peace, and then on the subsequent live, he started off by reading War and Peace.
Can't take you guys anywhere.
It's educational, scholarly. We're giving people culture, Amanda. Culture. When's the last time you read a great literary work on your podcast?
Well, we're new, so give us some time.
Listen, I want 100 Years of Solitude. I want Ian to start reading 100 Years of Solitude.
No, because he'll have to get all dramatic and theatrical with it.
That makes it even better.
Man,
that's fantastic. That's glorious. Look,
all you Ishmael.
You say the word, Amanda. I will come on tonight. 100 Years of Solitude. I'll read Hamlet. And by the time we're done, and everyone will be like, isn't this supposed to be about non-sports cards?
What up?
You can still finish with your sign off. I love you, whoever.
Yeah, it's time to die.
Yes, exactly. Culture. And see, we do that. Eric will be like, all right, I got to watch this. Culture. We get Hamlet and 100 Years of Solitude. Ooh. I'm excited. I love this idea. This is like the best idea ever.
Oh, this feels like a Clubhouse idea.
And the thing is, this is why I can do this show the way that I do it. Because you see, like I said, I slept much less than Eric, Mr. Yonderson over there, Mr. Insomnia Boy. And I've got my second win. I'm good for another like 6 or 7 hours. Let's go. I barely warmed up.
I know. And then Eric, when we're doing the show and I'm trying to pay attention to different things, and then Ian's like, you're not highlighting Carlos's comments.
I know.
And I was like, you don't understand. You're so close to unleashing the Kraken. We don't.
Yeah.
That's a really good comp. But you got to admit, Amanda, I think you'll concede this. My comments are not like your standard one-line zingers. Sometimes there's layers to it.
I know.
There's layers. It's like you got to unpack it a little bit.
I know.
It's like the Russian nesting dolls. You got to lift, and then there's Oh, there's another one. Oh, wait.
And
oh,
then
there's another
sometimes
one.
I see one and I'll think, okay, this is the start of something. This is groundwork. This is Carlos groundwork that just happened.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is why I could not be bound or mirror. Look, sometimes the jokes take time to set it up. Look, I'm not sure if you've ever heard. I know some of you guys have. Have you guys ever heard? I had one time a joke that I set up a year in advance. Did you guys know? Well, I'm not sure if you saw the video on it, Eric or Yannick. So I'll give the brief explanation. I'll give you the quick backstory, and then you'll understand it. So every year, they've got a ridiculous made-up thing called the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. All you need to know
around the corner.
All you need to know is that it's this made-up thing where people cast ballots by making a video selecting which channels meet this criteria. I don't need to get into the details of that, but all you need to understand is that you make a video, cast your ballot, and then they count up the ballots and whatever. So a year ago, well over a year ago, well, like almost 2 years ago, I made a video where I did a ballot. And I always make fun of it because it's stupid. And I make fun of it because it is stupid. But in the video, I said what I should have done is I should have just replayed my previous years and see how long it would take you guys to figure out that I did it. And then I read all the stuff that I did. And then what I did is last year, I started off like I was going to do it normally. And then I replayed the previous year's video entirely. It only editing out certain pieces. And then at the very end, I said, the long con. I literally set up the joke a year in advance and then executed on it 12 months later.
Eric, this is the Riddler. He's the Riddler.
Brilliant.
Patience. That's what makes it scary. That's why Eric fears it in the back of his mind, because he's like, wait, he's willing to wait a year to hit the punchline. And then people literally in the comments are like, I had to go back and check. And he goes, you did actually say you would do it, and then delivered on it 12 months later. That's the long con.
This has got me thinking, like, how much more evil can I be if I just stop sleeping?
Think about it.
It messes with your brain.
Even Carlos Sr., who is an evil man, has applauded me and said, I couldn't even think of some of that stuff. You are further ahead at this point in your life than I was with coming up with some, and he's come up with some evil shit. It's very impressive.
Speaking of Carlos Sr., Eric, what are you putting on your hot dogs? Black pepper and what?
Mustard.
Oh, you're
Mayonnaise.
So weird. You're so weird.
Your cereal taste sucks. The hot dog and mustard, like it's like, and you're like, I haven't been to that fast food. Yes, we clearly, whatever it is, sight unseen. I just assume you haven't been to it. And which was the cereals again? I even forget. I just know you committed crimes against cereal because your cereal taste sucks too.
I like Raisin Bran Crunch.
Raisin Bran Crunch, not even regular Raisin Bran.
Oh, that's okay.
I like Raisin Bran Crunch. And I like Honey Nut Cheerios and Golden Grams. That's really about it.
Yeah, everything else is like off the board.
Yeah.
Everything else.
I don't
Why?
want.
I don't even know.
No, if it's not Honey Nut Cheerios, Raisin Bran Crunch, or Golden Grams, I'm not interested in your breakfast cereal.
That leaves so many good cereals off the board.
Yeah.
So many good ones.
Oh, I'm not interested in your cereal game.
You respect Captain Crunch, you bastard.
You haven't made chocolate sticks puffed yet? Cereal kind?
If Dunkin' Donuts makes chocolate stick puffs, I may have to.
No, what Dunkin' Donuts is going to do, they're going to realize he's an idiot. They'll just get a bowl of milk and throw a chocolate stick in it.
Where are you getting chocolate sticks at? I've never even seen these.
Dunkin' Donuts.
It's a Danvers thing, just down the street from him. Like,
I'll never, after going to Tim's, like I'm over Dunkin' Donuts. I can never go again.
See, the thing is, Amanda, and it's been a while since I've made this point, but it's a valid point. The thing about the chocolate stick is that Eric swears by it. But whenever I look at a chocolate stick, I think, wow, if I wanted a chocolate stick, I just go to a dog park and you can find chocolate sticks on the ground everywhere. Because that's what it looks like.
Yeah, that is what they look like, but that's not what they taste like. Hey,
Says you, Eric. How are you going to know?
Pretty
I
good.
don't want to discuss that.
Oh, by the way, before we finish up, we will finish up. We're not going to have quite the sand off, and it's time to die. Although for Eric, you never know. It could be. It could be. Is the point?
I could die at any moment.
But I do want to leave it on this thought. On the Christmas special, I did restrain myself, and I was applauded for my restraint. I specifically applauded because Kathy informed us that she collects roosters.
Wait, were you
And,
the one that applauded you? Because it doesn't count if you're applauding yourself.
No. I got text messages.
Okay.
I got text messages. And literally the whole time I was sitting there going like, and people could see like, you know, Bob Jackson, I think, or Bob Boozle, one of Bob's, specifically said, "I know what you're thinking, Carlos." And I was like, maybe you do. And I'm just thinking to myself, it's like, you know, I bet Eric collects roosters too. It's not the same kind.
But you are a man of peace and a gentleman. So
Well, with Kathy's there, I would never dream of saying so.
That's the gentleman part.
But Kathy's not here.
Oh no.
There's no Kathy to protect you.
Wait, what? So like, it's still mixed company. That's not enough.
Amanda, I'm equal opportunity. Kathy invoked it, and I'm sitting there thinking evil thoughts, and I go, no, I will respect the sanctity of Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve is over, fucker. It's over, and there's no Kathy here. So, you want to tell us about your rooster collection? How much does it involve manual and space? Go on.
I don't want to participate in this conversation. And
it's too late.
Oh, it's so late.
Roosters happen to be an important part of the Portuguese culture. And
Josh Peckham, Tuesday, 10:05 p.m. Congrats on not making a Cox comment. My response: not tonight, but soon. So soon. That was Tuesday.
Yes.
As I said, I have made clear, I am a patient man. I can wait. Not only did I wait days, I waited until the very end of the live stream. Amanda, a man who can wait that long to deliver it when the time is right is not the forces you want to be trifling with. That's what I'm getting at.
A lot of Portuguese people collect rooster art. It's very cultural. So the fact that my mother...
And you, of course, are a man of culture.
I'm not. I don't collect.
Oh, I feel like you are. I feel like you're a very person who embraces...
I'm not even opening that, you son of a bitch. I can just tell already. That's not... No. Fucking Paul.
Okay, so it's rooster art. It's not. We're not talking like salt and pepper shakers.
Yeah, salt and pepper shake. Anything.
Like I said, Eric has a lot of roosters as well, and he's got all kinds of art.
Maybe that's what's waking him up 3 o'clock every morning.
Yeah, he's thinking about all his roosters.
Amanda, you are not helping. You're becoming part of the problem.
Yannick, I am so proud of us.
Easy.
So proud of us. Did I mention that the live stream is at least 5% less mature than the podcast?
And Paul, I'm not opening that. It can sit there.
Oh, but you should. I really think you it would fit right with your other roosters.
Nope. It's this little teeny tiny window that popped up from Instagram, and it was microscopic, but I could tell already I don't want to open it.
Oh, but you kind of do, don't you?
Nope. And it's going to sit there for eternity.
The curiosity is going to eat at your soul.
You will never ever see that I have opened it. It's going to stay closed for eternity.
You got to touch your phone sometime, Eric. I bet you accidentally pushed the wrong button.
I'm going to throw my phone
No,
away.
you're going to have to message Paul for something at some point in there.
Yeah.
Nope. I'm going to throw my phone away, and I'm going to buy a new phone.
Oh, we can get you a new phone. Don't worry about
that. I don't want what's in there.
Oh, I bet you do.
No,
I feel like like I'm looking at that image, and I have never seen a greater representation of. It's like looking into your soul. It's like a window into your soul.
I'm not opening that.
Don't look at it, Eric.
Damn. That AI is getting good, man. That AI is getting good.
I got a quick possibility glimpse of what it is, and I'm not opening it.
Look, I'm just saying. So, chat, it's been a pleasure chatting with you. By the way, the chat was mesmerized. Like I was watching, the viewers were still there, but they were just like they've been mesmerized with this, fascinated by our slowly peeling back the onion that is the complexity of Sanderson.
Oh, it's so stupid.
We get ever closer. We've learned so much tonight. We've learned about the dark truth of Bobby Orr, his years of rampant steroid use brought to us by Eric. So thank you for letting us know, Eric.
Very stupid.
We've learned about the continued zombieism of Ray Bork. We've learned that you're a Jason Allison superfan, almost as much as your honest to goodness devotion of Joe Thornton. It's incredible. And now Amanda's learned that I am a biblical scholar, in addition to my other talents.
And a serial killer.
Allegedly.
Potentially.
Allegedly.
And the Riddler.
Allegedly. And that I will carefully plan out a long con. And I have a tremendous amount of patience.
And way too much time.
Oh, I have much more time. I can create time. There is near infinite time if you need to. That's why I always question. It's like, Eric, is this really what you want me trifling with? Someone who has enough time to plan and plot?
For a year.
Or years if it takes. Or years if it takes. Like, it doesn't matter. I've got nearly infinite time. I am also a time lord. Go backwards in time, forwards in time. Lots of things I can do.
I hate this.
On that bombshell, thank you all for joining us for this last Friday live stream of 2024. There will be the New Year's Eve live stream. The tradition continues. We will decide how long we will torment Eric that night. Join us as we finish 2024 and begin 2025, a new year of torturing Eric. A new year of janitors he thinks are Peter Forsberg. A new year of roosters. Eric's endless amount of roosters. And a new year of not having any idea what Reggie actually is. Or what this show actually is, because we still don't know. Another year calendar on the calendar, Yannick, and we still don't know what this is.
52
This isn't a
more
podcast,
weeks.
Amanda. It's not a podcast. It's not a podcast. I don't know what this is. I'm confused.
Yeah.
No one has been able to tell me. Anyway, hang tight, Amanda. We'll chat here in a moment. But folks, have yourselves a great evening. We don't have a really cool send off. Eric sucks. Now and forever.
Amen.
To infinity and beyond. Good night. We'll see you in 2025.